Welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon Invitational Season 3. That's right, here we are. I am Dowie, your host, and with me are Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic. I'm hyped. We've got Encrypted, we've got a lot of dungeons, we've got a lot of returning players, we've got some new players. I'm just excited to be here. I've gotten to do a couple great pushes, but it is an honor and a pleasure to be able to finally join the MDI broadcast. I've just got a lot to live up to. You guys are great. Somebody say something.
Man, I don't know how to follow that up. Yeah, the season's going to be great. The encrypted affix is going to be cool. There's a lot of interesting ways to get through the dungeon for all the teams. We've got returning teams. We've got Echo today. We also have 3 new dungeons to the pool. We've added both of the Tazavesh dungeons to the map pool, and we've also got Port of Stars on our pool for week 1 as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams have come up with strategies to deal with these new dungeons.
That's right. So speaking of the teams, we are going to see the 8 on the very left there. For Group A this weekend, we're going to have a different group each week, of course. But looking across that list, obviously, like, Echo is the team to beat, right? They are kind of like the raid boss of this whole thing. But, like, who else is a big threat here, you think?
Yeah. I actually think there's a lot of teams in this group that are a big threat. This is a super stacked group, so it's going to be exciting to watch. We have Baldy here as well, which is, of course, the JB group with a lot of Liquid members in there as well. And they have Lepan as a tank now, which is an addition to their team. And we know Lepan is a really good tank, so interested to see what they have to show us as well. Then we do have Evolved, which is also a pretty known team with known players, with Shelle in there, for example. Then we have Incarnation as well, which is also a really stacked team. So yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really interesting group to watch.
Yeah, last time Incarnation met Echo in a group stage, Incarnation took the dub,
Yeah.
So we could potentially see that here, but there's so many good teams in this group. If you told me I had to play in one of the MDI groups, I would pick not this one. This one is the scariest one I've seen.
I love Witness Cuties versus Apes Together Strong is kind of like, it's not a matchup we have today, maybe we'll get it down the line, but apparently Witness Cuties are other players from the same guild as Apes Together Strong, and they're out to basically take them down, which is kind of hilarious. I hope I hope not too much strife comes out of that in raid for them, but it'll be fun to see. I hope they end up actually going head-to-head.
Yeah, it's actually really cute because the guild they're in is called Witness, and that's why one of the team is called Witness Cuties, and they said that they picked the cutest members of Witness and they created this group, and they also said that apes together are not strong. So definitely...
That's a bold statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the only inter-guild or intra-guild rivalry we have here as well, because there are members of Echo's team on Team Yeppers, I think, so... There's going to be a lot of guild conflict here. We'll see if any guilds fall apart after the stress of this.
Well, we'll hope not. But then again, when you look at the affixes, maybe that's going to happen. There's a lot on your screen right now, obviously, because we've got all of the matches. But basically, we're going to break it down later. Each team does get a ban, but you can't ban the first map. So that's going to be the one that a lot of people are going to be maybe focusing on more than anything, is making sure they nail that first map right.
Yeah, and importantly, the difference this season is that they're blind bans. It's not one team bans and the other team bans. So technically, they could just ban the same dungeon. But if that happens, they'll just play the first 3 maps in the series as well. So, I mean, it's good to see the map ban system come back because we have added 3 extra dungeons to the pool. But, you know, it's just good in general for the health of the games. You don't necessarily have to practice all 11 of the dungeons in the pool, so they get to focus more on the dungeons they think they'll be competing on more often.
So what looks extra terrifying when we check this out? Like, to me, right away, like, Spiteful on Miss is never fun, but there's a couple other things there, too. What jumps out at you as a dungeon that's going to be really difficult to conquer?
The higher level dungeons just in general, right? Because the scaling of keys is pretty nasty, especially going from 21 to 24. That's an extra, like, 30 to 40% damage and health on everything. What about you, Nagura? What do you think?
I do think that fortified bolstering Theater of Pain is probably really hard to deal with because, I mean, they did nerf bolstering quite a lot, but in combination with fortified, it's always a really difficult affix to deal with. And then it's also one of the higher level dungeons as well. So I do think maybe Theater of Pain is something they ban a lot. Or a team can also decide to specifically practice that dungeon and hope that the other teams didn't practice it or don't ban it. Who knows? I guess there's different strategies that the teams can go with when they think about banning maps.
Yeah, Oh, go ahead.
There's a lot of strategy as well with the map bans and that you have to play the first map rule of just like looking at your bracket and seeing what potential series you're going to end up in. And you might be able to say, like, hey, look, if we just ban this one dungeon in this series, we never have to play it all tournament, and we remove it from needing to practice it entirely. So we'll get to see whether teams have really made those sorts of strategic decisions. And then on like the second level, if they look at the other teams' similar decisions and figure out what the other teams are going to do and like prep the right maps against them as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And we also have the seasonal effects to talk about as well. We've got encrypted in here now, of course, certain paths, and then the bosses all have relics around them. Depending on what relic you kill first, you get a bigger mob to kill, and then that mob will give you a buff. As you can see, there's a couple interesting ones to choose from. For me, like the Woe Drifter getting the Woe buff with that, with the move speed reduction, move speed reduction, that'd be really bad. Move speed increase, damage reduction, and stealth. Like I feel like that one in particular is going to open up a lot of interesting possibilities. But you don't get a damage buff, so like, how often are you really going to want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would only be used in a situation where you can actually, make a major skip with it. One of the things that I saw the first time I ran I ran the other side with some people just in a pub. We killed Woe in the very first pack, and then we ran from that very first pack all the way to Dealer's Iexa through the entire Ardenwold wing. So you can go pretty far in a minute with that move speed buff, and really set up nice lust timings.
Interesting, yeah.
I also wanted to say that maybe we haven't seen this affix at all in the MDI yet, and usually these MDI teams come up with very interesting strategies. So it is also possible that it might be more effective to just have the movement speed over like a damage buff, because sometimes when you play those really like stacked comps like the Destro Warlocks or Survival Hunters who do so much AoE damage anyway, maybe it is just more beneficial to just be faster, so you can pull quicker and pull everything. I'm not sure.
Would you say, Dratnos, that this FX potentially opens up more variety in ways to approach different dungeons than we've had in the past, or do you think it's about the same?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of extra options. The Woe, in particular, giving you the ability to go wherever you want in the dungeon to just completely subvert the order that we're used to seeing things done in. And also then the ability to like stack up and use the to get your cooldowns back up, use the to make a really hard boss pull with trash, to just heal yourself to full during a really hard overlap there, something like that. I'm sure we are going to see the teams making some really clever use of these different encrypted effects. Here's a look though at the bracket we've got online here. Yeah, first match of the day is Echo versus Apes Together Strong, which Echo, of course, the highest seed, Apes Together Strong, the lowest seed. Certainly Echo, massive favorites in this one, but Apes Together Strong looking to put up one of those strong showings, and potentially even... we have seen upsets against the top-seeded teams before in the first round. It's rare, but it does happen.
Well, if you'll remember, last season there was a little team that went by the name of Incarnation that managed to take out Echo in the first round last time around. They are in the bracket, but this time they're on the opposite side, but they're facing Evolved, which is a team that I think we have a lot of expectations for this season. That's a team that has Shelle, of course, on that, and with Destro being in the meta as prominently as it is, you have to imagine that those guys are going to be pretty big favorites if they weren't in an Echo with so many other good teams. In a bracket, rather, with so many other good teams.
Right, I mean, going from evolving to evolve, that's kind of a statement in itself, too, right? It's like, all right, we're here, we have finished... We are in our final form, right? But Nagura, do you think how far do you think that's going to carry them?
It's difficult to tell. I do think the team Evolved and Shelle as well, they're actually have been competing so many times and they are pretty experienced. And I think them being part of Group A is like a blessing and a curse at the same time. A curse because the group is so stacked, right, with all of those good teams. But it's also a blessing because we haven't seen other teams do dungeons yet, and most of the practice has been secret. No one has really been streaming it that much. So that means if they are really good at figuring out strategies and routes, then they could be winning against even like the #1 team Echo if they have this really phenomenal strategy that they came up with.
Yeah, and here we have a layout of basically how we're going to get our teams in the global finals a little bit later. 2 teams from each group, of course, 1 team coming out of China, and then there is going to be the absolute madness of the Last Stand tournament, where basically everybody else that didn't make it will have that chance to get through again, and it's going to be absolutely crazy, because there's only one spot. Only one person can make it through.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I mean, last time we had, I think, Ambition coming out of the Last Stand tournament last time around, if I remember properly. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, that was a pretty stacked last stand draw as well. There were probably 3 or 4 teams that could have come out of there. So, yeah, that's a pretty rough spot to get to. Nobody really wants to be there, but in order to not get there, you have to finish top 2 in your bracket. So, every single match today is important.
With Group A, too, it seems like we do have, like, I think Group A is arguably one of the most stacked groups, right? So no matter what, there's going to be a lot of, like, really strong teams in the Last Stand tournament. So if you're in those other groups, like, you really want to try to make it through, because if you don't, you're going to run into some pretty terrifying squads.
Yeah, and last time around, we had this new format for the first time, right, in Season 2. I think in every single group, it was actually the 3rd-seeded team that qualified into the globals instead of the 2nd-seeded team, if I remember correctly. So it's not even that obvious when you look at the bracket and you're like, oh, it's just going to be the 1st and the 2nd team that move on. But it's not always like that.
Right. Well, here is the match. Apes Together Strong versus Echo. We got Necrotic Wake, the other side, and Mists are going to be our 3 dungeons. So Sanguine banned by Apes Together Strong, and Streets banned by Echo. What do you make of that, Dranos?
Well, so Echo are about 8 minutes faster in their Streets time trial than Apes Together Strong. My suspicion is that this is a ban to hide information. I think they do not want to play their Streets on broadcast until as late as humanly possible. In fact, if they can get through this weekend without ever showing their Streets, they would probably be delighted by that, because we know they have a really fast Streets, but we don't know how they have a really fast Streets. And they don't want anybody to know that either, because they want to use it to surprise somebody in, like, global finals, right? They don't want other teams to get to practice whatever they've found out is possible in the Tazavesh dungeon. So that is, I think, the rationale behind banning what I suspect is probably their strongest map in this pool. But I think they feel strong in all of these maps.
They probably should. I mean, it's Echo, right? I mean, they've been winning basically everything in every format of WoW dungeon running competition, whether it's dungeon or raids. So I think you can feel fairly confident here. But the thing is I just kind of want to start to see some games, right? Because I feel like there's so many unknowns, because like you said, the teams haven't been practicing on stream very much. We've heard rumors of various skips you can try. We've heard rumors of different pulls you can try as far as stacking things up with the relics as well. But we're also going to see a massive variety in terms of how teams approach things as we get ready for Necrotic Wake here. But I feel like we just need to see it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that I'm looking forward to at the very start of the season is exactly how fast the teams are going to be able to go. Some of the times we saw coming out of time trials were ridiculous. We saw sub 9-minute times in Celia's Gambit. That's ridiculous. That's only 1 lust the entire dungeon. And if we're going to see equal times in terms of speed, this would be a great dungeon to see it on, because Necrotic Wake is one of the fastest dungeons in Shadowlands. So here we go, Nagura. Let's get into it.
All right, so it looks like we do have very similar comps already from the get-go. The only difference is that Blood Decay on Echo's side and Apes Together Strong playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter, but Echo already having some issues as they're gathering up this big pull. They have the boss here, they have a lot of trash, they're killing. Fragment's actually going down here. They do have a Battle Rest available, so they need to get him back really quickly, but now is also having some trouble surviving. They did just reset his Necrotic with the Dwarf Rachel, but Gingy just went down as well, and they don't have another rest for him. They're gonna have to finish off this boss without a 3rd DPS.
Well, luckily for them, it is a fortified dungeon, so the boss isn't going to have that much HP, but losing an entire DPS worth of boss damage is a big deal. And Clix is going to start to run out a little bit of his Infernal Ramp here at the end of the pull here, because, you're going to start losing those Infernal procs, start losing your Reign of Chaos. I wonder if there's an issue with the dungeon setup, because they are zoning out of the dungeon, and that is not exactly how this is supposed to work. You're not supposed to leave the dungeon in the MDI, so...
oh, they have Necrotic. Yeah, there's Necrotic. They're not supposed to have Necrotic here.
The wrong affix. Let's see.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Tyrannical Raging... Or is it Necrotic? Yeah.
Well, it says that at the bottom.
Maybe it is correct.
Huh. I think we do have a little
definitely something wrong here. Because we'll figure it out, yes.
Interesting. It happens.
I think it's supposed to be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
It is supposed to be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
You're wrong, right? Yeah.
There, I'm zoning out and zoning back in. So I think that's just something with this dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wipe to the first boss plus 2 angle.
Yeah, for me it's like, oh, we pulled a gatekeeper. Oh,
Yeah.
All right, time to zone out.
Well, we'll get back in there in a minute, but I was curious. So obviously, like, if we're gonna have some changes with the affixes and all that, things are gonna change as well. But did you gain any insight from the first couple seconds, at least, from what we saw? Anything compositionally that stood out?
The size of the pool did not surprise me. That looked like absolutely the way to attack this dungeon is just go big, pull it all. The blood DK is so strong for that, but the Vengeance actually was looking great from Apes Together Strong as well. That's a tank that, you know, their 4-piece, people talk about the scaling on blood DK and how good they look this season, but Vengeance, honestly, really, really good as well. And you're providing 5% more damage to your Survival Hunter, most of their abilities, and your Destro Lock, all of their abilities. That is a lot of extra damage. I'm
still kind of coming to grips with the fact that we're saying the word Survival Hunter when it comes with anything really dungeon running. Yeah. It's still kind of shocking.
Yeah,
but it's cool to see.
The Survival Hunter is it's a product largely of the strength of their 4-piece as well. That their set bonus this tier is phenomenal, especially in AoE. And then they've got a fantastic AoE legendary that they can put on, and they're just represent a huge amount of extra damage. Survival and Destro are both providing so much AoE damage that they really carry the group on that department.
Something that's interesting to me is I'm not sure if this is something they're necessarily focusing down, but on that very first boss pull, Echo opted to get the Vi buff, which is probably the one that I would be least excited to kill with their comp. Obviously, is a huge damage increase for Survival Hunters because it reduces their bomb cooldown, and that's where all of their damage comes from. 10 seconds of just slamming your bomb as a Survival Hunter within that buff that you get if you kill first is, I think, more damage than Vi, so I wonder if they accidentally killed the correct one. I mean, we're going to see whenever they restart the dungeon here if they do opt to kill that again. But I wonder...
It might have been... it might have been that situation too where they were realizing something was up, and so the focus, wasn't quite on the right relic. So yeah, I'm curious, because that's the thing is I feel like we don't see out of things that are taken the least. It feels like Vi may be up there. Obviously, Woe is only for very specific circumstances, but definitely seems like the default one. Like if you're ever curious about which one you should be killing, is just like a good guess,
Yeah.
I do think it has to do with them. Maybe even having double relics, right? Because if you do such big pulls, then you have multiple relics that you're pulling together. And the thing with is that it doesn't actually stack. So if you kill 2 really quickly after another, then you don't just get like an extended buff. You just kind of like replace itself. It doesn't stack. So maybe they're just opting to kill 1 Vi and then 1 to try to get both the haste and also the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, that could be it as well.
Yeah.
You could, also with the amount of optimization the teams go through in their runs, I imagine you could kill 2 buffs, just desync them a bit so you get like 20 seconds of as well. I don't know. Because they do stack as well.
With this
kill 2 of them and they stack.
I'm not sure, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like if you have so much AoE, can you really like not? Right, because it's
especially
like Survival Hunter and Destro Warlock. It's just like
you have 5. You've activated the Kyrian Goliath as well. So if you looked at like the damage meter there, Kyrian weapons was actually our top damage, even more than the Destro Lock and the Serv Hunter, right? So though that just indiscriminately bombs things down. So I'm not sure either. I think it'll be something that'll be interesting to see. They may have been reacting to the affixes being, I think the wrong ones was indeed the issue. So. We are getting that sorted out.
Yep, that's right. Like we were talking about earlier, Necrotic Wake should be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
Right, so the Spitefuls may have claimed the lives of Fragdens and Gingy, which may be why they weren't.
They might not have been expecting that. Yeah, if you're not expecting a Spiteful on like a 20-something, you're just gonna die. Yeah.
Sometimes, in my case, even when I am expecting them, they get me. I don't know.
It does happen.
Sometimes one spawns behind you, and you're just like, "Wait, what did I get meleeed by?" It just happens, you're just gone. One shot.
They have really long arms too. They're all Outlaw Rogues apparently.
Suspiciously long, yeah. Kind of like they're all the ghosts of Stretch Armstrong or something. Nobody knows what Stretch Armstrong is anymore, though. I guess.
Yeah, that reference is flying right over my head.
That's a deep cut.
Same.
You don't remember? Does anyone remember Stretch Armstrong?
No.
It was just a toy. You just stretch him out really, really long. In like the 90s,
someone in
maybe?
chat definitely understood that reference.
Somebody gets it. Somebody out there gets it.
Do you think the people who understand that reference are like tech savvy enough to type in chat though?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, only the most classy people get the Stretch Armstrong. Look, there's a little I do at the bottom of the screen there. Yeah, so production gets it. Production remembers Stretch Armstrong. I'm gonna assume that's what that means.
Production are famously extremely old, though, so I think that's not helping your case.
Famously old, all right.
Yes.
Watch out, Dratnos, you might get the unhireable talent underneath your camera again.
I may end up catching a mute soon, yeah.
Well, I just
we'll
feel bad
for
soon. Nelthor the Rhyme Binder, man. He's just getting lonely there, you know? Just binding rhyme all by himself. What does that even mean?
Rhyme is like that's when two words have the same last bit. So
yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
So it's really saying Nelthor rap
basically
god, basically.
He's a poet and he didn't even realize it.
Yep.
He's a poet and he didn't even know it?
Well, you can tell he doesn't know it because he never rhymes in any of his voice lines.
Man.
Don't tell me. That I know of. Does he? No.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, on that note, I think we're about ready to get back into it.
Mercifully.
Mercifully, yes. Exactly. Look, Nelthor the Rhymebinder just staring into your soul. He's like, come on. Let's come kill me, please. Here we go. Enjoy the dungeon.
Thank God. The dungeon is starting now. It looks like we do have the correct affixes. So you can see it in the bottom. It is a +22 with Tyrannical, Raging, and Volcanic. Now we do see Echo do that exact same pull again. All eyes on them. See if they can execute this. Fragments is dropping pretty low. You can see all of the relics coming in. And there we go. No one's dropping low this time around. So I guess the affixes really did make the difference here.
It definitely did. Well, I mean, the thing about Fortified, right, that extra health on the trash, I mean, they probably knew right away, like, wait, why is this trash still alive? It's usually dead by now. And, yeah, you can see that they were definitely expecting the trash to last about as long as it did in that pull. I do want to point out again, they are doing exactly what you guys mentioned. They did kill the Vi Interceptor again, but instead of double killing with an relic, they killed it with the Woe relic. So they're double stacking those big buffs, the big 15% haste buff that lasts 45 seconds, as well as the move speed and damage reduction buff from Woe. So stacking those two buffs on the side of
Woe again.
Yeah, and they're also they're restacking that buff. So I think Woe is going to be really important for the MDI, more so than what you see in Live Feast, because being able to just move through the dungeon quickly is definitely a big time sink when you think about how long the dungeon takes you to get through. You don't have to waste time mounting up, you don't have to waste time running places if you're 250% move speed the entire time you're in the dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? I was thinking that Woe might just be something that people don't expect to be used the way it is, because people were thinking maybe, oh, they're killing Woe to skip things, but they're just using it for the movement speed, right? Especially when you do Necrotic Wake, where the weapons do so much damage, as you can see in the damage meters. You just want to run through, pull everything as fast as possible, and then just nuke it all down with that pulsing AoE around you. And there we go, we can see them again stacking up a huge buff. Let's see what they're killing this time around. It does look like Woe
I believe
again?
it was Drifter yet again. They got the Woe Drifter, I believe. Yeah. Yep, you can see the model there. You can see the health bar, but you can see the model. That buff should be refreshing any second now. Take a look at the buffs on the health bars at the top. Once it goes down, there's the purple Woe buff. So yeah, it looks like they're just going to be constantly killing that purple Woe buff, giving themselves movement speed. And more importantly, I think damage reduction is really nice for the entire dungeon. You can see that extra little... what's the word I'm thinking of? Extra little layer of protection against just random one-shots in the dungeon, because those can happen so often when you're pulling the massive amount of mobs that these teams tend to do in the MDI.
Yeah, and look, they still have the pulsing AoE around them from that carrying weapon. And having that movement speed buff really makes it possible for them to just carry it around for so long. Because you're just so quick from getting one place to another. And you can see now they're activating the last Goliath here. And they're going to be picking up another buff here, Kyrian weapon. And they're probably even running to the boss at this point. Maybe gathering up some trash, pulling it into the boss, and then just nuking it all down with that AoE.
Yeah, I would guess that's what they're doing here. Maybe they'll have either their rogue or their hunter tricks it up, and then have their priest life grip them back up once everything is said and done. And they'll be doing this again. They'll be double stacking those relic buffs on top of the boss here, bringing in that necromancer, and also killing the boss buff. They'll probably go for the same two, if I had to guess, the Vi Interceptor plus the whole Drifter, giving themselves those two longer buffs instead of just the ear buff. But check it out, that
3 Urs.
Wait, they killed 3 Urs?
Yeah,
how much?
And it looks like they're all bad at the same time. No, they just all
What?
killed them at the same time, so it didn't stack.
Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning for that is. Well, either way.
I honestly think there's no reason. I think they just like nuke it. Right?
Yeah, you're probably
as I
right.
said earlier with that anima weapon around them, the only thing they don't want to kill probably is Vi, because it jumps around. And I don't think they want to deal with that, because then they would jump out of melee range to them, and you can't hit them with that pulse. So as long as you kill or Woe, I think it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, they are running the DK as well if they have to grip something, but that's probably not something he wants to... Well, can you even grip the Interceptor?
I don't think you can to see them at all.
Never mind. Then, yeah, you definitely don't want an Interceptor just jumping around, unless you can just kill it in the weapon buffs, right? So, also, the longer buffs wouldn't matter here necessarily as much, because if you kill the boss and you still have some buff left over after the boss dies, you're just spending it waiting for the angels to come down anyways, right? So, it wouldn't make too much sense to go for those buffs here.
Yeah, and we are 4 minutes 30 in the dungeon, and they're already walking up or flying up to the necropolis as well. They do have enough trash to be going up, and they have a lot of weapons left. I don't think they've used any weapons really, other than the Goliath buff and maybe a spear. You can see Gingy still has a spear on his back as well. So I'm not sure if they used something else on that pull just now on the boss. It is possible, because maybe the Kyrian pulse was not enough, but they're using an anima orb here, it looks like. I'm not sure if it's an anima orb or if it's just the animation of the Holy Priest. But yeah, it looks like Kyrian orb did a lot of damage here.
Oh yeah, definitely using the orb here. Now, this is really dangerous here. All these mobs are in raging range, and they didn't finish them off with the weapons here, so you have to be very careful with your tank damage. Your Clix has already popped that Pod Tender from Dreamweaver, so he's in a little state of not being able to do anything for 10 seconds. He'll be able to help out once he gets out of that seed. Man, now is just tanking these Stitchworks like they're nothing, though. Even though they have the Raging Affix, you can see him sometimes getting choked for 75% of his HP. But now that the Interceptor is down, most of the danger of the pull is gone. If that Tenderize goes off, it could be bad. No, they were able to finish it off before the Tenderize hit him. And, well, that's all the trash in the room dealt with. In one pull.
They pulled everything at once. They did mind control the Flashcrafter here with the Priest to make sure that they can keep him around. Because they, of course, want to use those cleavers to help them out with the damage. And they killed 2 Vi's there. So 2 haste buffs. Probably not intended, I would guess. I would guess they wanted to have an and a Vi, and then it just so happened that they killed 2 Vi's. Because I also don't think there's any reason to kill double Vi, right?
No, I don't think so either. I think stacking separate buffs is definitely the play. So I'm not really sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you might just be right. I think the play for most of these bigger pulls might just be blast everything down, deal with whatever we get, maybe try to not get the Vi, but if you do, you just deal with it. I mean, that just seems like it's what Echo's doing.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I mean, I do think that Woe, like, as long as it isn't Woe at this point, because in Necropolis you don't need the movement speed, you don't need the stealth for anything, right? So if it's Vi or it doesn't really matter. So I do assume that it's probably Fragnance's job to just focus them a little bit to make sure they die, while Clix and Gingy are just, you know, AoEing, because that's what they can do best. And maybe even, you know, Now and Salia helping out a little bit with the relics, making sure the correct ones die. And if it isn't the correct one that dies, then so be it.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to mention something that's a little bit weird about this dungeon. Then in the Necropolis, as a Destruction Warlock, your Rain of Chaos doesn't proc off of Rain of Fire. You can only proc it off of Chaos Bolt. So there's definitely a little bit less damage that Destrolock is capable of when you're doing AoE packs in here. So that might have been one of the reasons why that bigger pull they did at the start of the Necropolis was a little bit more dangerous for them, because the Warlock was doing maybe like 20 to 30% less damage. Not sure why that happens, but it might be something that comes back. It comes back to bite some of the teams if they have a pull that goes a little bit awry.
Yeah, I was wondering, the whole snapping the pull down, that still works, right? You can still snap the Necropolis downstairs?
I think you can, but it's not as easy to do, and mobs will tend to evade bug out more when you do that. That's why teams don't really do it anymore.
Yeah, because I was thinking that would be better, because then the Warlock can do the AoE properly. But I guess the time that it takes for the rogue to pull everything, and then things may be bugging out, so I guess it's just not worth it, even with the Warlock doing a little bit less damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's not like they're going to play any other spec in this dungeon, right? Warlock for the first 4 minutes of the dungeon still does more than any other class in the game, so you'll just take that as it is and try to do as much as possible. On to Sturgeon Stitchflesh, though, here, the big thing here is going to be try to they're not going to one-phase it, they're going to try to two-phase it here with the second meat hook. If this meat hook misses, that could be really bad for them, but of course, Echo, being the champions that they are, would never miss a hook in their lives. And all they got to do is finish off Stitchflesh here before he goes up again. And then I think they still have almost every single weapon available minus the orbs for the last boss.
Yeah, they have a lot of weapons left. I think that last boss is going to die so quickly. They don't even have Bloodlust ready yet. Still 1 minute on that cooldown as well. And I do quickly want to note something about Apes Together Strong, and it's their Warlock is actually playing Venthyr. It's a Venthyr Destruction Warlock in comparison to Clix, who is playing Night Fae, which I guess is the common Covenant to play as Destro Warlock.
Yeah, Night Fae is definitely more common for a number of different reasons, especially after the nerfs that happened to Destruction Warlock this past week, where they basically nerfed the amount of shards you generate from Inferno past 5 targets. It really takes a lot more to get your constant feedback loop of soul shards going, right? Of course, the way that Destrolocks are doing this is they're casting the Rain of Fires, which costs 3 soul shards. And they're also running a talent called Inferno, which gives you soul shard bits back whenever your Rain of Fire does damage. And the idea is you want to try to Rain of Fire as much as possible so you can proc more 4 sets, get more Infernals, get more Rain of Chaos Infernals, and just go crazy on AoE. It's a lot harder to do that now. Having that extra haste and crit from the Soul Rot buff that you gain with your class legendary is so useful to start that ramp up. That Dreamweaver is just kind of the de facto choice now. Venthyr is pretty nice for doing a little bit more burst AoE damage at the very start, and it also applies curses to everything, which is pretty useful from like a defensive point of view, but I feel like Dreamweaver is the more offensive choice in more situations.
They killed Vi again here. They also have Bloodlust back up, so this boss is going to be melting. Gingy had PI plus that Vi buff, so it's very unfortunate that he got chosen to go down here with that Exile buff. And I think it makes sense to kill Vi here, and Gingy actually dying on purpose so he can get a battle rest back up. But killing on a boss that probably takes less than 30 seconds, the cooldown reduction might not even matter for them at that point, right? Because the boss is dead when your cooldowns come back up 30 seconds later. So I do think killing Vi here makes sense for them, especially stacking that with Bloodlust and all those cooldowns that are available to them. And still, even though they were unlucky with Gingy being chosen, the boss is still just dying so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best single target damage choice is the Vi Interceptor. It's just that a lot of people shy away from choosing it because it does jump around a lot. And on that note with Gingy, the second he got Battle Res, the very first thing he did was throw his Kyrian Hammer at the boss to do as much damage as possible. So yeah, they just wanted to get this boss down as quickly as possible and not worry about dealing with that side phase. But with the Rhymebinder going down, that is going to be the first match of the series and this season, going to Echo. Very clean dungeon from them there. Sub 12 minutes. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that that's about the same speed as some of the faster Necrotics we had last season.
Yeah, that's insane. Sub 12 minutes, and this is also the first time that we've seen this dungeon on like Season 3 as well. So I do think there are still going to be optimizations that the teams can do, so it might even be quicker somewhere down the line when people figure out another better tools to do or more efficient stuff that they can do. So yeah, but wow, what a quick first run by Echo here, and clean as well. 0 deaths, except that 1 death on Gingy, of course, that was on purpose. And I do quickly also want to give a shout out to Apes Together Strong, because of course they lost this, and there was, I would say, they probably were a couple of minutes off, right? But they had 0 deaths, and they had a pretty nice route as well. Their route was obviously not as fast as Echo's, but they played it really cleanly. They had barely any deaths. They only had those 2 deaths at the very, very end that we just saw, and that's it. So yeah, really well played by Apes Together Strong as well.
I was shocked at what a huge disparity there was between the times, right? I mean, Echo finished that so fast, and like, do you think this is something we're going to see a lot of this weekend, where depending on what relics you go for, that can really greatly affect the time? Feels like it does.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say it's something we'll see all weekend long. I think this, unfortunately, is just kind of a case of
team diff.
1 seed versus 24 seed.
It's
going to be really, really difficult for Apes Together Strong to outplay Echo, I feel like, just because Echo is Echo. Yeah. But they did play a clean enough key to where if Echo did have any mistakes that popped up, Apes Together Strong could have definitely capitalized on that.
True.
That didn't look like a 24th seeded team to me.
Not at all.
I mean, that they were within one wipe of Echo, which is not typical of even like a 6th seeded team is often like 2 wipes behind Echo when we see them play against each other sometimes. But yeah, it is a really impressive showing from them. But of course, what Echo were able to put together there was really, 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 really strong. This first pull they have going into the boss of just everything except for the gatekeepers in the first room all coming together there. Drain Fluid's casting. It's on your rogue anyways, though, so who cares? Don't interrupt that. That's not worth a global from any of the real DPS in the group.
Wow. That's cold, man. That's cold.
Those Kyrian weapons, even more real DPS than everybody else. But look at those numbers. You got a Warlock doing 200k, you got a Hunter doing 150, you got a DK doing 70k.
Wow.
And then you've got a Rogue
more than
participating as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, that's more than my enhancement shaman does too. I know it's hard to believe, but yeah.
I'm doing priority damage, you guys. You don't understand. And then this pull onto the next part of the trash as well with the woe that they're sort of cleaving down as well, getting ready to just speed them up towards the next area of the dungeon. It's really well thought out, and it's a really good way to make use of this time while you're fighting Blightbone and you're doing efficient damage to Blightbone, but you're also getting multiple different trash pulls taken care of during the same boss encounter that effectively makes it all count as one pull, because you would have to kind of sit here and do this damage to Blightbone anyways. One of the weaknesses of the Destro Lock Survival Hunter is you don't have the strongest single target damage in the game with a comp like that, so it's really important to find ways to be doing stuff with bosses if you want to be getting value out of that. Then you can see just this pull onto the second boss as well. The Shackle Undead coming out from Zalia, keeping one of those more dangerous mage mobs CC. That one you don't even need to kill. Whenever the Necromancer dies, it dies as well. So really good handling of that there. And then this Boon of the Ascended. Boon is actually so good this season because when the Relic dies, you can literally just spam your button. You can see Zalia there, just every global is going to be one of those Kyrian globals, and actually providing a huge amount of damage and healing off of that as they get all that trash taken care of, and then they just have the boss to worry about after that. There's a really nice pull, and I don't think we've seen anybody doing this in previous seasons. This is I think a Season 3 special.
I mean, speaking of Season 3 specials, like, pulling the entire Necropolis is always, like, a dangerous proposition, but it seems like Echo's theme was just pull the world today.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the size of this pull. It's every single mob in this room, right, all at once, except for they're going to leave one of the collectors alive, and they're going to mind control it at the end. So when you mind control the last collector, it counts as though all the enemies are dead here, because now that enemy's friendly, unless you start the gauntlet. But keep that fleshcrafter that's off in the background trapped alive, and you get even more cleavers to throw, so it's even more optimization. As you do see, the pod tender actually did come out on clicks here, so this pull could happen even faster if that weren't to happen. You see they got 2 Vi interceptors as well there, so potentially not part of the plan, or potentially they're even at the point here where it's like, hey, don't even spend the globals killing relics, prioritizing those things. Literally just handle the mobs, and whatever relics we get, we are going to be perfectly happy with.
I mean, that kind of surprised me too, where it seemed like that was part of the plan, was to just kind of ignore the relics at times. It's like if you stack a couple Urs, whatever, you stack a couple Vi's, whatever, like, is it just you're doing that much damage now, or is it something that could maybe be optimized a little bit more, do you think?
Yeah, my guess is my guess is it could be a little bit better to, like, if you can kill the correct ones. But on the other hand, usually at the start of these polls, everybody has like 4 jobs they need to execute, right? It's like, okay, I need to kick this guy, knock this guy, stun this thing, right? And if I don't do all these things, pulling 30 mobs together all at once kills us, right? So on that priority list, dealing extra damage to specific relics that have fairly low health pools and are going to melt very quickly to the AoE damage may just be lower importance and something that makes the map harder rather than easier to do.
Isn't the Rogue the one that is seeing everyone else just pressing damage buttons?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Rogue is definitely doing like focus damage and getting important CCs that are needed. So maybe in a situation like that specific pull, like onto the second boss with 3 sets of relics, maybe you're just kind of hoping that one of them gets the right one, and they just somehow manage to get 3 Urs, unfortunately. That's such a unique situation, though, because you have Kyrian weapons literally just blasting everything with AoE, so your amount of control over what dies is... Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Unless you're on... I think they just got really unlucky there with which ones they managed to kill.
So the next map we're going to is going to be the other side. So this is one that I think a lot of people, whenever I hear people talk about the Woe Relic, it's always about the other side. Like, that's the one where it seems like you have the most obvious skip paths. But what do you think we're going to see skipped to the most often? I mean, we mentioned the Ardent Wild Zone. I know a lot of people are talking about going through the Mechagon Wing really quickly with it. What do you expect we're going to see?
I do think the most skips are going to be in the Mechagon wing, just because the mobs there are incredibly annoying and inefficient to deal with. Yeah. You have all the lubricators who need to be interrupted a million times, and then you have the line of sight mechanic as well from some of these mobs. So I do think that's the area where they skip the most. I also think they're going to be skipping the Raging, the Enraged Spirits as well, just because they're also inefficient and hard to deal with. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe I do think they're just going to kill Woe a lot, because that dungeon, the other side, is so big, and having that extra movement speed alone is also already going to be efficient, I think. So even if you don't use it to skip, you just kill it to get the movement speed, I think. That's
a good point. You do so much running in the dungeon compared to some of the other ones anyway. You might just want the movement speed for that. Yeah. How about you, Zyronic? What do you think?
I think Nagura just explained it perfectly. I mean, the dungeon just has so much travel time, not only in the wings themselves to try to skip trash, but between the wings, that I think Woe, like 90% of the time in this dungeon, is probably the correct choice.
Yeah, it's not even like you can't even mount in a lot of the in the passageways between the different wings and stuff. So that further enhances the relative gain of having the Woe cipher active during those times. So I agree. I think we're going to see a lot of targeted Woe killing, and then maybe some of the other ones during boss encounters. But yeah. I suspect it'll be predominantly Woe outside of boss encounters.
Well, it looks like we're about ready to get into it, so enjoy. We'll be back later.
Wow, that's 4 druids in Ace Together Strong. It looks like they have a Moonkin, a Resto Druid, a Feral Druid, and a Guardian Druid, plus a BM Hunter, actually. This is a BM Hunter. So I love to see this. I think they're just having fun at this point, right? It might just be... they're doing it for the content, you know? Yeah, I love it, though.
Doing it for the memes.
I want to see what the druids can do.
You know what? I respect it. Keeping an eye on Echo here. Very first pull of the dungeon. What did they go with? It's the Woe Relic, and we're going straight into Hekara's wing. We're going to be skipping past every single trash pack in this wing, except for the one at the end of the hallway that that needs to be killed to get to the boss. So they're going to only be dealing with that 4-pack. Although, in an MDI scenario, maybe they pull that 4-pack on top of some of these mobs. Yep, they're going to be pulling the last 3 packs together, actually, just to try to get, more efficient usage out of not only their damage cooldowns, but also the urn that's in this section of the game as well.
Yeah, unfortunately the door is closed at the end of this hallway until you kill the trash pack that stands in front of it. Otherwise, they might have just pulled it on top of the boss too. Because of course they did change bolstering that the bosses are not affected by it. So you can now pull trash on top of bosses if you can handle it. But you can see they are trying to kill everything at the same time as much as they can. I do assume that there's going to be some focus damage going on. You see Fragment's actually walking all the way back there, pulling the extra trash in as well.
Oh yeah,
so
they did.
Blind on a priest. So he's blinding the priest and maybe pulled the relic?
That
or
might
maybe
have
they were
been
encumbered with it and he had to Shadow Melt, because it's Shadow Melt on cooldown now. So maybe they accidentally got encumbered with it and he had to reset it? Not sure.
Yeah, I wonder what that was. Hopefully it seems it wasn't that big of a deal, because they're instantly back onto Hekar here. This is where they're going to be using their first Lust of the Dungeon. They didn't use it in the first couple of pulls. It is a tyrannical dungeon, so it makes sense for them to actually use it on the boss here. And Hekar, even though he's been slightly nerfed in the past couple of patches, it's still definitely a dangerous boss to get through, especially on tyrannical, right? Those blood barriers can be pretty annoying, and if you let these Sons of Hekar stack up too much, they can still wipe your group, so really have to focus in here.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Vi jumping around there being a little bit of a problem, so they make sure to finish it off before it causes any more issues. And now they do have the relic buff on them as well. That's when the Bloodlust is actually already over. So they use Bloodlust to finish off the relic and deal a little bit of damage to the boss. And now they continue that haste buff with the Vi buff. So just constant haste buffs on everyone. And you can see now the other relics are coming in. So they did actually plan this. So I assume what they did was they used the blind on the priest, and then when the blind ran out, it aggroed the pack. I assume that's how they're planning on doing it. So now that the blind went out, the priest is here now. You can see the high priest that Magnus had blinded before, and that relic as well. And I assume those mobs that are casting and need to be interrupted, they probably turned into Sons of Hakar now, unless they don't aggro. I'm interested to see what happened with those mobs. But we'll see in a second when they walk back here.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, this is embarrassing that I don't know this off the top of my head. Is it the priest that's the random patrol?
The sun.
Oh yeah, they're the Sons of Hakar, but since they're out of combat with them, they don't have to worry about it, and because they have the woe buff, they can just run right past everything. So actually, that's a really cool strategy to have that Drifter and High Priest just come in at the end of the pull. That's awesome. I mean, shout out to Echo for showing that off. Now they're skipping that major trash pull with the Death Speaker on purpose here. I wonder if that's just going to be saved for later, like for something to deal with Mwizala after they deal with one of the intermission phases.
Very possible. I do think the more they can pull on top of the boss, the better. Now it looks like they are pulling the Enraged Spirit on top of the Warlords pack here, which is a very interesting pull that we rarely ever see in the MDI. Either all of the spirits get skipped, and these Warlords usually get skipped as well, because they have so much HP, and it is a pretty inefficient pack to deal with by itself. So interesting to see that they pull this. I do think it might even be something that they adjusted, because now actually it looked like he fell off. Like he had died when they were skipping from the Hakar wing to this area. So it's possible that they maybe planned on skipping this, but since now died, they didn't have the time and just decided on the fly to deal with this? Not sure.
Interesting. I do want to point out one of the optimizations that Echo is making that a lot of players are going to be very hesitant to do in their live keys. You notice that the Warlock was casting a lot of Chaos Bolts there instead of Rain of Fires. When you're running that Inferno talent, if you're hitting more than 2 targets, you pretty much want to always be spending your Soul Shards on Rain of Fires to do maximum DPS. But because they're playing with the particular comp that they're running, it was actually better for their overall group comp for the Warlock to have it Chaos Bolt the higher HP targets down and just let their Hunter go crazy on AoE. That way the trash would all have roughly the same HP when they got low, and then they'd be able to AoE it down together. Just make sure everything dies at the same time rather than finishing off all the small mobs through your massive AoE and then having to do 2 target damage later on. That's just one of those tiny little efficiencies that probably only gains you maybe 5 to 10 seconds per pack that you do it on, but it's one of the things that sets Echo apart from some of the, not quite as good teams.
Yeah, and now that I see how they actually skipped the trash in the Mechagon wing, I think it might have been an intended pull after all with the Enraged Spirit and the Warlords, just because they wanted to get that woe buff to skip. Either you kill the Warlords and the Enraged Spirit there, or you kill the RFR plus the relics plus those smaller mobs. And it might just be more efficient for them to deal with the Spirit and the Warlords if they can just nuke it down without any issues. And that's exactly what it looked like. It is at 21 after all, which is the lowest level we have in the MDI, and it's also tyrannical. So maybe they just decide it's more trash percentage to do that pull, plus we get the woe that we need, plus, it's not an issue. So, interesting route for sure.
Yeah, and something that Echo is going to have to contend with when they do get to the Ardenweald wing is one of the things that's wiping HP together strong on the right side of your monitor there. Bolstering Ardenweald is still pretty dangerous, even on Tyrannical. When you're pulling 20 or 30 mobs and those bolstering stacks start ramping up, your tank just kind of has to get out. They cannot tank the mobs. Now, of course, bolstering was nerfed coming into 9.2. That bolstering stack only lasts 20 seconds now, rather than being permanent. But still, it's a dangerous affix once you start getting into the 5+ stacks territory. Your tank just kind of has to leave and kite the mobs at that point.
Yeah, that Ardenweald area, you can, because there's so many big pulls you can do technically, right? Bolstering doesn't really prevent you from doing really big pulls, but on Fortified, it's also on Tyrannical, when you have like multiple mobs, it's really hard to control your damage so they all die at the very same time. And even if one mob is on 5% when the other one dies, it's still just a lot more damage you have to go through. So you might be better off doing something in 2 pulls compared to doing it in 1, if that means you can control your damage better and actually kill them quicker and not have that many bolstering stacks, right? So we'll see how Echo pulls the Ardenweald area later, if they're confident in actually controlling their damage and pulling like really big, or if they just decide to do some smaller pulls, maybe being more efficient, especially because some of the classes they have some AoE that is not unlimited, right? That is capped, and then especially it makes sense to do maybe a little bit of smaller pulls, or only let the Warlock AoE, you know, just only let the Warlock hit them.
They could do that, but I think the reasoning behind having the Warlock be the single target player is that Hunter really doesn't have a choice. Their survival hunter is going to hit the bombs regardless of what they do in their rotation. So the Warlock is just going to be the class that takes the L. They still do great AoE damage pressing Chaos Bolt, but it's not quite as what it could be if you're taking advantage of that Inferno talent. Something else that I don't think we mentioned as well is when Echo pulled the Sentinel oils on top of the second boss here, that's another change to this season as well. Bolstering no longer applies to bosses anymore. That's a huge change for the bolstering affix. I mean, that's one of the biggest slowdown problems with bolstering we've had in the past, especially in the MDI. Teams can now just go crazy with pulling 10, 12 mobs on top of the boss, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in the Ardenweald wing here too.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do definitely think they're going to be pulling some mobs on top of Dealer Saxa here in that Ardenweald wing, as they now did kill that ARF pack that I talked about earlier that they skipped previously, and they got another woe buff to skip that trash pack in front of this Ardenweald area, and now they're just running through. I do think this is going to be some of the fastest the other side times we've ever seen in the MDI, because that woe buff just makes it possible for them to be so much quicker.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, you're going faster than mount speed with the woe buff, right? Like it's ridiculous how fast your character actually moves whenever you're out of combat with the woe buff. And you know, we were talking about maybe doing things in a couple of pulls. Neko's not going to be doing that. That's 20 mobs that they've stacked together here. They're going crazy with the AoE. Check out Clicks doing 100k. The cooldowns are coming up for Genji here, getting those right bomb procs here. They're going to be just shooting up the damage meters here, and once mobs start to slowly die, you're probably going to see now starting to kite out the rest of the trash. But they're doing a very good job of keeping everything relatively low. I mean, everything below 10% at the same time is pretty damn good.
Yeah, look at that damage. That's the Destro power, having that unlimited, or used to unlimited AoE. Of course, we did get a little bit of a diminishing return now with that recent change for Warlocks, but still just insane AoE damage the Warlock is doing. Now you can see Fragments on the right side just tricksing some mobs on top of now, as they're just gathering up another insane pool. This looks like, I wouldn't say this probably is the pool, where they actually used to Urn and stun them, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're just doing back-to-back huge pulls. They did, of course, kill that relic earlier, and you can see Clicks just having Infernal ready again. Just used Infernal, just gonna do another huge pull. But this around, Gingy also just doing 110k DPS.
You know, you just casually do it having two classes too close to 100k DPS. It's fine, you know. By the way, this is these two classes after their nerfs last week. Yeah. By the way, they'd probably be doing like 150k DPS each right now if those nerfs didn't go through. So, yeah, those classes, Destro, Warlock, and Survival were just kind of in a ridiculous state, and those nerfs were just very good for the health of the game.
And they're not even clicking the Urn, because Clicks is the Night Fae, right? He's the only one who could be clicking it, and that's like a long cast, right? So they're just like, we don't need this Urn. We don't need that AoE stun. That's just a damage loss and a time loss. Why stun them when you can just kill them, right? Because then they won't do any damage anymore either. And that's exactly their motto as they're moving on here. They're just finishing off those rune stacks that actually got bolstered a little bit, but no problem for them. And now we're probably going to see the rest of the trash being pulled on top of the boss after they dealt with that hatchling here. What do you think?
I wonder, because they're definitely going to pull trash on top of the boss. I just wonder how much they're going to pull on top of the boss. They did just deal with the, I believe that's the dismantler, right? The dismantler. Yeah, they're going to use that for cooldown reduction, make sure everything gets back off cooldown, and then once they've dealt with maybe some of the worst of the trash here, they'll be pulling the rest of it into the boss. There's going to be another just pack of mobs here. Yep, that Elder Horn plus the 2 rune stacks. I wonder if they'll also get the 3 invisible mobs off to the left as well. Yep, they did. There you go. The Barkbinder. Those Spriggans as well. So they have about 11 or 12 trash mobs that they're pulling on top of the boss here. And this is really going to help out with the damage that the Warlock and the Hunter can put out, while also being a little bit of a funnel for the Rogue too. So just the perfect scenario of AoE blast with them coming out here. Dealers that exit probably will get down to about 50% by the time this trash is dead.
Yeah, and there we go. They did deal with Vi this time, so they have in just a second, and then they're also gonna have Vi. So they have the damage the cooldown reduction, and the haste, plus the bloodlust as well that is being popped. And look at the amount of damage the Warlock and the Survival Hunter are doing, and the Blood Decay as well. I mean, now it's doing up to 100k DPS at some points here, so that's just crazy how much damage is coming out of Echo here.
Yeah, you know, I was actually kind of surprised when they did the nerfs last week and Blood Decay wasn't hit. Blood Decay is actually in the most ridiculous spot in the world right now. They have almost 100% uptime on their Dancing Rune weapon, which is just ridiculous, and the amount of damage they can put out, not only on AoE but on single target as well, it's on par with some of the DPS specs in the game. That class is absolutely busted right now. But check it out, 21 Tyrannical boss, no problem for Echo as they deal with all of the trash they pulled on top of the boss, plus the boss itself, in just a little over 1 minute. Insane.
That's insane, actually. 14 minutes in, and they only have the last boss left and a little bit of trash percentage, but very likely they're just going to be dealing with that trash while fighting the last boss, so it's not going to be a time loss at all. It's just going to be efficient cleave that is happening. Do you think there's any spec or any damage dealer in this setup that they're running that has issues killing the image? On the last boss?
So on a 21 Tyrannical, I think Warlock needs Infernal to do it. See, Warlock is such an RNG spec, and they're also playing an AoE spec rather than a single target spec. I'll actually, you know what I wouldn't be surprised if we see is we might even see a Blood Decay solo one of them and Zalia going with the Warlock. Unless the Warlock is just saving Infernal. But it wouldn't make sense to save Infernal, especially when you're pulling this trash back with the boss. So I don't know.
I think you're very right. It is possible that he maybe gets Infernal back if they kill here. Not sure if they pull the boss a little bit later, it looks like it.
Oh, with Vi actually... With Vi and a 4-set proc, Warlock should be able to solo it. He just has to actually use Pot, Blood Fury, and everything to finish it off by himself. You could get a little bit bad Soul Combat RNG. Like, Warlock is playing a Gamma spec right now. It could be pretty bad. You could get really bad RNG.
Yeah. Do you think a Blood Decay would be able to solo? Because I do think it's possible, right? I'm not sure what he would have to say for it. But yeah, they do have the Vi buff here. Now they're pulling the boss. They're killing... Looks like they killed Vi again.
Double Vi. Okay, I think that's fine. You can just extend the buff.
Yeah. I think it also might just be possible to leave Vi here when they move into the intermission and then kill it afterwards.
Would it not teleport to one of the players and start shooting them?
I don't think it does, because it actually does have a path to move. So I'm not sure. I don't think it does, because that actually happened to us once on accident, that we didn't kill it.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't Vi, it was a different one, so I'm not sure if Vi starts teleporting. It's possible.
Yeah, I could see a scenario where, like, Vi teleports to one of your DPS players and just starts shooting them because you're the only person in range, and your DPS player just dies without the healer nearby. Let's see what they plan on doing here with their group comp here. Okay, well, we have to wait for them to do this Master of Death first, of course. Once the Master of Death is over, though, they'll be splitting up into their quadrants. The Rogue and the Hunter are going to be soloing their own. Can we get a POV on the Warlock? Okay, the Priest and the DK went together, so Warlock is going to be soloing. He does have Infernal off cooldown.
Oh yeah,
he did use the Infernal. Okay, so that's pretty much the only way that you can solo without having good RNG as a Warlock, unfortunately. So he'll be able to solo it no problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any issues with that 3-minute cooldown, which is a lot less than 3 minutes most of the time, being used here. Yeah, there we go, clicking those totems, making sure everyone else has it done as well, and it looks like everyone else made it. Yeah, there we go, last image being killed on that right side there. And there's still one Enraged Spirit walking around, which probably is the side that Fragnance jumped to, because Fragnance being on the Rogue has Vanish and Shadow Melt and Cloak that can help him out in case he does accidentally pull that Enraged Spirit if there's a weird path that the Spirit is taking, but it doesn't look like he had to use any of that. And now they're pulling that last trash pack that they skipped earlier, finishing it off with the boss and getting another relic buff as well. Looks like they killed this time around, just, you know, switching up the buffs that they're getting. And yeah, I mean, what a clean dungeon as well. They have this one single death on now, when I do think he fell off. I'm not sure what happened there, but otherwise really clean by them.
Wait, when did he die? I don't even remember him dying.
It was after the mecha.
He must have fallen off. Okay.
Yeah, I think he fell off. I mean, with the WoW speed buff, you're just so quick, right? You can't blame him.
Yes, you know, DKs aren't used to going that fast, Nikura. That's really what it comes down to, right?
It's
They're
not
used to
their
waddling
thing.
around. Of course, Mizwala will go down here at 10.5%, so it's pretty much all she wrote at this point. It's going to be a 2-0 for Echo. Going back to the point you made about how fast the dungeon would be, however, I went back and looked at some of our times.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I need to look at the race between Fragments and Now. Look,
oh, true.
Now almost got Fragments.
Well, now beat him. Oh, no. Fragments
okay, sorry.
It was a 2-0 from Echo, of course, taking the first series of the season. But this is about on par with where our times were last season as well. I think in our grand finals we had some sub-18-minute times. This was a tyrannical dungeon, of course, which will kind of increase the time by a minute or two, but still, almost a perfect dungeon from Echo, not having any early hiccups like they had last season. I mean, pretty strong performance from them.
Yeah, the routes looked clean for sure, and poor Apes Together strong. I mean, hey, shout out to druids out there. Every kind of druid. You can all be bears sometimes. Somebody dies, someone else can become a bear. Like, there's lots of things you can do. You know, it's fun to be a bunch of druids, but Echo a little bit faster today.
I think the most important thing to take away from this, the other side, is buff druids. Right?
Oh, obviously, yeah. If 4 druids can't do it, who can?
No druid propaganda.
Definitely
on
buff
the
all of
official
them.
stream, please.
Yeah. Any spec in particular, Nagura, that you're a fan of? Maybe
no,
anything? No.
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific. Okay, all right. Just wanted to check. You know, you're not. Moon. Okay, sure. Oh, you've never.
I mean, if you look at.
You've never been really like specific about one spec before that you really enjoyed over another. No. So I wanted to check just to make sure. You know.
No, I love all of them equally.
Okay,
right,
that's good to know.
Okay.
It's on the internet forever now. Yeah, there you go. Well, Dratnos, you know, we were watching that, you know, while Zai and Nagura were casting, and yeah, well, a match happened, didn't it?
Yeah, I didn't have Kyrian Feral Druid on my bingo card coming into today, and my goodness, the egg on my face after that one. Yeah, okay, so the Apes Together Strong comp, very, very cool. I loved the one of each covenant, fun. One of each spec, Druid. Yeah. And then their hunter apparently had DM'd an admin and asked to get the Zookeeper title added to his to the character on the tournament realm as well. So I don't know if we were able to fulfill that request, but that's some important lore behind the scenes there. I did also like some of the stuff that Echo had going on and some of the changes. This actually is a pull I want to highlight. One of the things that's possible now that bolstering doesn't affect bosses is this sort of pull of trash onto boss. And so this season, you're going to see bolstering dungeons being done slightly differently than they used to be. It used to be if you wanted to pull trash onto bosses with bolstering, you had to do it at the end of the boss encounter. And on a fight like this, where you jump into a boss room, that's not really feasible to do. But here, now you're able to do that, and there's no problem, right? And so you're able to, again, find a really good way to efficiently spend this time while you're fighting a slow single-target tyrannical boss encounter, and also cleave down a bunch of trash. So that is a cool little adaptation that you can start doing. I mean, we have this 6 years of muscle memory of like, oh no, it's bolstering. Do not pull that into a boss, right? And that now is changed. So all of us, even in our own keys, can start relearning and maybe. I mean, obviously you don't want to pull 30 mobs in like Echo does in your weekly 15, but if you got one mob left, it healed up a little bit, just pull it into the boss. No big deal.
It's so funny to look at the Warlock here. It's like, you just know that he's just casting Rain of Fires. Yeah. The hands going up, just Rain of Fire, yep. Rain of Fire, Rain of Fire.
Yeah. Just jazz hands all day, every day. Yeah. Warlock, yep. You know,
I noticed something.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't see a Field of Blossoms go down. Was he playing Dreamweaver in that key? Well, actually, he pod tendered early
Sometimes
on.
you die, you know.
Maybe it was just the way the floor
the fields as well. When we're
the floor is very blue.
Yeah, you're right.
He was playing pod tender, yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a quick 2-0 for Echo. I feel like it's kind of what we expected, you know, going into this. No shade at Apes Together Strong. I mean, it was fun to see them play too, and they did keep up fairly well in the first dungeon, honestly. Like you said, only about maybe 1 wipe behind Echo, so certainly a respectable performance on Necrotic Wake at any rate. But I think, you know, yeah, you have that first dungeon, it's kind of like, all right, well, let's see what we can do in the lower bracket. Let's just show off our Druid comp, you know, make people sweat a little bit, that they know it's out there, they know we have the capability of running 4 Druids in 101 dungeon, you know, and then we just go to lower bracket.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much at the bracket matches in the lower bracket, but if you made me guess, I would guess they probably are playing Necrotic Wake again, and they probably aren't playing The Other Side again. Is my prediction based on how that went.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Whew. But that is Echo through to the quarterfinals. That's going to be tomorrow. We still have 3 more matches left here on day 1. Yeppers and Dwarf This. It's going to be coming up. That should be a pretty good one too.
So what you know, I guess we probably should wait to get into it a little bit, but like what can we maybe expect from Yeppers versus Dwarf This?
I do think it's going to be a very interesting match because they have the 12th and the 13th place in the time trials, right? So their times were incredibly close in those 2 time trial dungeons that they played. So I do think this might just be the closest game that we see today. So I'm excited.
Yeah, Sanguine, Miss, Necrotic Wake, Gambit, and Theater of Pain are the options for dungeons. We'll see what the bans end up being. But I feel like Gambit might be one people just want to kind of like take out of the mix a lot today, given that it's one of our higher keys. Kind of scary affixes. What do you think?
I think Gambit is actually pretty close between these 2 teams in time trials. I think because it's such a quick dungeon, it might be something that they might shy away from playing, because those fast-paced dungeons, if one thing goes wrong, you're just kind of out of the key if the other team plays strong. Quick note about Yeppers, though. There are some players on this team that are in high-level guilds, right? We've got Zatsi, we've got Lazzle, both well-known Mythic Plus players, so I know them pretty well personally, just as players, but I don't really know too much about Dwarf This, to be honest with you. So I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to give the edge to Yeppers here.
I mean, historically, you kind of have to, right? But we will wait and see what happens. For now, though, quick break, and when we come back, our second match of the day here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. We have returned. Dowie, your host here, along with Nagura, Dratnos, and Mr. X. Wait, what? I haven't seen you since the Overwatch League. It's been so long.
It's been a bit. Good. I've just been sat inside, still playing WoW. Pretty similar to what I was doing when we were on Overwatch League as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's just like old times. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think of the first series as we get into this one?
I mean, in that series, you expected that to go that way, right? You're like a number one seed against like a 25th seed. It just really, it's interesting how they're kind of comboing the relics, and even, you know, some packs taking double relics and then kind of staggering, killing them to, stack up those buffs. So I'm curious to see as we go through, you know, how many other, you know, groups get creative in doing that.
Exactly. Well, Dratnos, Nagura, we've got Yepers versus Dwarf this coming up. Some notable names on Yepers. Dwarf this, a little bit of an unknown, but I have to say a logo that stares, both logos in fact, stare deeply into my soul when I look at them in kind of very different ways.
I do love the logos, and
take
it also
that as you will.
Yeah, the two different aspects of the human personality, both on display there in those two logos.
The maximum intensity, though, coming from Dwarf this, for sure. They look more like they've got game faces on, right? I mean, Yepper is like, yeah, I mean, good players, sure, but like, maybe a little bit too happy, go lucky, I don't know.
Yeah, so Yepers is a team that actually has a couple Echo Raiders on it as well. A couple World First Raiders, Zatsy and Soul, are on that team, and we're both on Echo's raiding team. We also got Lizelle, who's played in some MDIs before also. Dwarf this, on the other hand, a bunch of new names, for me at least, that really cool thing about this team is they initially found each other queuing up in LFG and play keys together normally. So that's whenever you're queuing for LFG, always keep in mind, hey, this is the people I queue with, could be good. We could be on the MDI someday. This is the team that it embodies that dream.
I can't believe they get invited into groups.
Talk to them. So there you go. Talk to the people in your groups from time to time. You might just find your new best friends. Who knows? Here are the maps. The bans have come out. The bans are going to be Mists and Necrotic Wake. So that means we got Sanguine, Gambit, and Theater of Pain to look forward to here. I really like the Tazvech dungeon, so I'm happy we get to see that one. Nagura, though, what's your take on the lineup we have?
It's interesting that they decided to ban Mists and Necrotic Wake. So we do have a blind ban here, which means if both teams
if you're talking, I do not hear you.
I might be
muted. Is anyone else near Nagura? Here, Nagura?
So apparently, Apparently, you guys can hear me, but casters can. I'm just gonna let them.
All right. Well, we'll find out what Nagura's a little bit later, I guess. Okay, Zai or Dratnos.
Yeah, I think this is the spot.
I'm gonna phone a friend.
It's me and Dratnos.
Yeah.
We're still here.
All right.
Yeah, so that's good at least. I couldn't hear, which is a shame for me, but at least all the millions.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one. All right.
We're able to hear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the debut of Tazvech as well. That's going to be exciting to see. That's a dungeon that I love thematically, and especially Gambit. I actually just really love playing that dungeon. Those bosses, the trash too. The Murloc area, does have some things that are designed to get on your nerves, but
a little bit.
I'm sure these teams have got that conquered.
Mm-hmm. Well, both teams are really close in terms of trials on Gambit coming into this, but Dwarf this was actually running, not kind of what we've seen from a lot of teams thus far. They were running like the Resto Shaman, they were running a Warrior in that, so you think, you start to bring in the Warlock with the Infernals and maybe even, Holy Priest and a Survival Hunter. They can shave off those, 6 or so seconds that they kind of were over time in comparison to Yepers and close that gap. So I'm interested to see if we get to Gambit, when we get to Gambit, like how they kind of position their comp, if they run the same thing they ran in Trials or if they go with something a little bit more meta.
I mean, the only thing I do in Gambit for sure every time is I wear the little baby Murloc backpack.
I saw you tweet that, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of disturbed me the first time I realized what I was making this young Murloc witness as I went through the dungeon. But at the same time, I'm like, over the years, all the grief Murlocs have caused me, this is my time.
Doa really focuses on the lore in his dungeon, Jenna.
Yeah, you know me. I'm a lore
Immersion
player, right?
in lore, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't think that should be allowed. I think that transmog should be turned off in that dungeon. I have ethical problems.
It's a little
with
bit
that.
disturbing. Yeah. It is, yeah. It's like a close your eyes, little Murloc.
We do get to start off the... Oh.
Hey,
hello.
welcome back. Hey.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm just talking about Murlocs, you know.
Can you repeat everything you said when we couldn't hear? No, I'm kidding. It was so long.
It's funny because the broadcast heard everything I said, and apparently you were like talking over me, and there's like
we couldn't hear you.
Nagura.
We would never
Yes.
do
Like,
they don't know us well enough to know that we would never do anything like that.
That's my hosting style, though. I ask people questions, and I just immediately start talking over them. Like, yeah, well, you got your 2 words. That's it. Well, Sanguine Depths is where we're going to start things off. It looks like we're about ready to get in there. The General, waiting at the end. Yeppers versus Dwarf this. And again...
And the Yeppers logo, we only had it zoomed in on that very top bit, but there's actually quite a lot going on here.
It's even better than we thought.
I'm trying, like, what's the symbolism here? What is it? What could it all mean?
Donut is a kind of like, is the face being thrown through the ring? Is that kind of the thing, maybe?
Maybe.
Is it? It's kind of a stamp. I feel like there's a lot of like 90s like class notebook stuff going on with this logo.
Yeah, this is going to require some analysis for sure. So we'll get our top
Clearly.
minds on deciphering the logo there.
Speaking of lore, like whatever happened to the Naru in this dungeon? Stuck there forever.
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure that's the Naru that helps us like bind Denathrius's soul.
Oh yeah, she does,
after
right?
we...
But
yeah,
right.
So
but she's gonna be hanging out there
together.
for a long time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait till he comes back as a good guy.
Denathrius, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's only gonna take like 10,000 years, you know.
That's one of my favorite
that'd be good.
characters. Yeah, I'd be happy to get Sire Denathrius back in any form.
Maybe
Yeah.
not as a good guy.
He was a party animal. No, that's what happens in WoW. Like, bad guys become good guys become bad guys. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah, Illidan
No.
comes back every few years, yeah. No, actually.
That's true. Arthas becomes a little blue cloud. I guess that's the exception to the rule, isn't it? Oh, well. All right, here we go. It's time to get started. Enjoy the dungeon. We'll check back with you later.
Yeah, so Sanguine Depths actually has some pretty difficult affixes to deal with here. We do have the 23 level, we have Fortified, and Inspiring Grievous. I think Inspiring can have some issues, just because, of course, it won't allow you to interrupt anything. And then there's a bunch of trash which are really dangerous that have classes that do need to interrupt it. So this is a really big pull already here by both teams.
Yeah, both teams are opting to not play that Blood Death Knight, and they are instead on Vengeance in this dungeon. Historically, Vengeance has worked really nicely in this dungeon. There's a lot of great opportunities to get big value off Sigil of Silence, Sigil of Chains to group stuff up. So that may be part of what's going on here, as we do have our first Angel there over on the side of Yeppers. Dwarf this are using a different healer, though. We'll be not seeing any Angels from them, as they have the Resto Shaman in, which I believe is something that they also used in their time trials. So again, difference in composition here on the healer department between the two teams.
Yeah, very interesting to see that Resto Shaman, of course, maybe it's a comfort thing because they also played with set. Both of them also killing that Woe Relic to make sure they can use the movement speed and also the stealth just to go past the rest of the trash. And now they're playing the boss with a lot of the trash hallway as well. There are huge pulls coming out of both teams, both of them using the Bloodlust as well for this pull. And both of the Warlocks playing Venthyr, I just noticed.
Yeah, Venthyr Destro is unbelievably big, like, burst AoE, right? You're just leaning even more into that side of things versus the Night Fae a little bit more balanced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's... I mean, also the Venthyr lets you open the cages too, so you have an extra person able to do the Venthyr job in this dungeon. So I wonder what percent of the reason is each of those two factors.
Yeah, and look how close those two teams are. Both of them on 18% trash, and both of them really low on the boss too. Very, very close in percentage on boss. So interesting to see with the different comps they're running. Of course, it's only the healers, but you can see how much damage the Resto Shaman is actually doing on Dwarf this side, right?
Yeah!
Close to 30k DPS.
And a lot of this, I mean, the Resto Shaman damage is just phenomenally high. That is a lot of AoE coming out of the Vesper Totem. But they're also pumping a lot of single target damage as long as they're, you see those flame shocks and lava bursts being sent at the boss there. So it's not just pure AoE pad. There's also quite a bit of directed single target damage, as it looks like Dwarf This are now going to be U-turning and taking care of this pack from behind where they were, getting a little bit of extra count. Whereas Yeppers have finished this boss 3 seconds after Dwarf This, but they're going to be going forwards rather than backwards, so they're going to need to find some more count elsewhere.
Yeah, interesting. Usually you don't want to backtrack in dungeons, but if they think this is the most efficient thing to do, and additionally they will also get the Woe Relic. So they will get the movement speed, make up some time from what they've lost for backtrack. So we'll see what to do. They probably skip whatever Yeppers is dealing with right now. Possibly, so utilizing that stealth. And we also see Yeppers had to seed one of the inspired mobs. That Wicked Oppressor was deceived in the back by presumably the Rogue, making sure that they can interrupt the rest of the trash that they pulled there. And now they're because the Sentinel doesn't actually need to be interrupted.
Wow.
It needs to be dispelled, whatever the cast is.
Dwarf This, on the other hand, are just playing that inspired mob with the others. They're going to use Spiritling Totem to just stabilize from all those rack soul casts that they can't interrupt. And actually, if you watch the Resto Shaman here, just dodging in and out of line of sight to also reduce damage. So really, really good micro gameplay there that's going to make this actually look quite easy for an inspiring mob that is normally very deadly in this dungeon.
Yeah, that is actually crazy to see. I do think Resto Shaman has a lot of utility and spells that they can use to make those pulls possible, right? Something like SLT is definitely helping out if you can't interrupt something going off. So if one person gets targeted a lot by certain casts, then SLT can really help out. And now we do see Yeppers also moving on. They did pull some more trash there in the back, as Dwarf This was doing that speedy pull with the Woe buff. And now we see them activating the Lantern. So Yeppers does now have a 9-stack buff of the Lantern, soon to be 10. And then I assume they're going to be moving forward with that 10-stack buff, maybe trying to extend it as well, with maybe killing the Woe Relic here, and then immediately sprinting over to the next urn, to the next Lantern.
Yeah, it looks like that is the plan here for Yeppers, right? Getting that 10-stack extended. That Lantern is still open for a while. It was actually nerfed a little bit going into this season. The area, the radius of the Lantern, you have to kill mobs quite close to it now, but it does still stay open for quite a long time. So they are able to get that 10-stack, that 50% damage buff, and then extend it for a while, and they'll be able to take it with them wherever they decide to go next. Now, they don't have a Woe Relic here. They opted for the instead. So we'll see. That probably means they're not looking to make a very long skip. It's just going to be a Shroud for Yeppers. Oh, and they're not. They're just going to start pulling as well. They're not even going to really use the Shroud to skip all that much at all. And they are going right into this mini boss pull. You can see that big meatball, that Venthyr ability coming out from the Destro Lock too. The Venthyr Warlock ability looks so good. I'm glad it's getting a chance to see some play this season.
Yeah, so definitely a different strategy here coming out from Dwarf This versus Yeppers. You can see Yeppers, they don't put a lot of value onto extending that Lantern buff, while Dwarf This is doing exactly what I was explaining earlier. They killed that Woe Relic, got the movement speed buff, and now they're pulling a lot of trash on top of that urn, extending that 10 buff that they have, or at least that is the plan. They do have a hard time gathering up all the trash here because they have double inspired mobs in this pool. And those mobs are also hard to gather sometimes. So they did a really good job line of sighting everything, making sure everything walks in. And yeah, just huge amounts of damage coming out of the Survival Hunter, as well as the Resto Shaman.
Yeah, look at that Vesper Totem coming out there. Wow, that is looking compelling. You know, people were talking about this being a Holy Priest season, but that is a lot of damage being contributed by a Resto Shaman there. I don't know, that's something. Also, they also got an Interrupt. They've also got that Spiritling Totem, which I really good in this dungeon, again, because of the random damage on specific members of the group. Spiritling is so good at mitigating the lethality of that sort of damage profile.
Oh, and now they're also engaging Tarvold as well with that extended Lantern buff. They still have the 10 stack. And now they're just nuking down Tarvold. They also killed another relic, so they're gonna get that extra damage reduction. And they also pulled some extra trash on top here as well. You can see the Warlock actually putting a Curse of Weakness on all of these mobs.
Well, so
wow, I can't believe he's spending those globals.
It's not hard cast. It's the Venthyr ability. When your Venthyr meatball lands, it casts a relevant curse on each thing it hits. So all the casters will get tongues, and all of the melee mobs or archers will get weakness instead. So even more value on the Venthyr Warlock. Definitely definitely a really cool choice there.
Yeah, I was so surprised for a second. I was like, did he just cast 3 weaknesses on all these mobs when he could be Rain of Firing instead?
I have never been able to get a Warlock to cast Curse of Weakness without at least 5 minutes of argument beforehand. Yeah, it is a struggle.
Alright, so it looks like Yepers are doing a lot of trash pulls here, individual ones. You can see they got a 7-stack Lantern buff this time around. You can get the full 10-stack. But they are moving on to that other lantern that is in this room as well, so maybe they try to extend this one. Dwarfdust, though, they're on the same percentage if you look. They have 62% trash on their side as well, plus that extra boss that they killed. So it looks like whatever Dwarfdust was doing, like their strategy with the woe and extending the lantern, has been working out better for them so far.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Dwarfdust. They've really pulled ahead in the last few minutes, but it's certainly not over yet, as Yepers are now getting that 10 stack, and that might let them catch back up and slingshot ahead potentially as well. They do need to get engaged with that boss as soon as possible here in order to not fall too far behind Dwarfdust, because Dwarfdust, probably after this pull, will be ready to head downstairs and fight the next boss.
Yeah, they are going to be catching up on that percentage in just a second once they finish off this Sentinel as well on Dwarfdust side. Yepers, though, still dealing with some trash. They still have Tarvold that they have to pull as well. And I assume they are just trying to extend that buff one more time because the Lantern is still open. And you can see they are trying to kill those 2 mobs that I have described at the Vestige of Doubt as fast as possible, to make sure they get the extension, and then they will be engaging the boss too. Both teams still have 2 minutes on Bloodlust, so I wonder where they're gonna use it, if they maybe even save it for the last boss, or if they decide to use it for a bigger pull in the next boss room. As Dwarfdust has some trouble on their tank here, as the cheap death has already been procced on the previous pack, so don't want to go down here as they just pull a lot of trash again on top of this Lantern.
Yeah, the Vengeance 700 cheat death is really, really powerful. Lunty for Dwarfdust is also playing the Weave of Warped Fates, the Fate Scribe trinket, so does have another cheat death available in the form of that, although now you can see that that's also procced. So no cheat deaths left. Yepers also no cheat deaths left, as they are not using the Weave of Warped Fates. They are instead on Blood Spattered Scale and Codex of the First Technique. So different trinket choices actually coming out on the teams here. Really a lot of great tank trinket options this season, so it'll be cool to see if everything kind of settles down, or if we continue to see different tanks having different preferences.
Yeah, so it does look like Dwarfdust is moving on, leaving behind that mob there, because they did kill Woe. Doesn't actually drop combat, because they did have 1 scribe there to see it, or maybe they're just waiting for it to come to this boss. Yeah, that's also possible.
I'm not sure exactly how that behaves, but that could potentially be really really powerful. As you can see, Dwarfdust are getting right into boss combat. They've CC'd an Inspired mob for dealing with these other casters, and presumably once all the other mobs are dead, they'll bring that Inspired mob in with the rest of the boss fight.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, and they're wasting no time dealing with single mobs there. Just AoEing down everything as fast as they can, then breaking that Inspired mob, and probably also that other one that they still have from the upstairs room. And look how fast everything died. Just huge amounts of damage again coming out of the Survival Hunter and the Destroyer Warlock. But Yepers not too far behind, as they're now also in that boss room.
And one of the things I love about the new season Laphix, the Relic, really good at minimizing the impact of certain boss mechanics when it comes out. Like, that first big AoE damage and dot phase was completely covered by the Relic health regen for Dwarf this, so they didn't have to pop any healer cooldowns. Whereas here you can see they don't have anything of the sort, and so they're going to use Healing Tide, but this really floats them an extra cooldown and will mean that they can get through this boss, probably saving that Ascendance and that Spirit Link Totem. Meanwhile, on the side of Yepers, Soul going down on that Survival Hunter is going to take the Battle Res. And they still have another one left over, but that's another 5 seconds and a loss of damage for Yepers, who are already behind.
Yeah, and another difference in strategy here, as Dwarf did commit the Bloodlust for this big pull, and Yepers holding on to it though. So that will mean that later on, even if Yepers might be a little bit behind, they can catch up if they have the Bloodlust for the last boss, and possibly also pulling some trash on top of that, as we've seen numerous times in the MDI. So we'll see how that goes. But you see, Dwarf is actually dropping so low on this last AoE cast that is happening, but thankfully no one went down. As this boss actually does a huge amount of damage, even on Fortified. Some people even say that the AoE might scale with Fortified. And also the Grievous affix making it really hard for the healers to keep everyone alive.
Yeah, Grievous is... Like, Grievous Fortified, it's still more lethal than Tyrannical non-Grievous, in my opinion, on most boss encounters. Like, the boss encounters are shorter, so you'll have more cooldown coverage, but the lethality of the mechanics is still really high, so Dwarf did a really good job of not losing any players so far this run, as they are now into General Call Trash Gauntlet right here at the start, with all of this trash coming together, and an Relic is going to be their choice right now.
Yeah, and Yepers now getting lower in their boss as well, but of course taking a bit longer without that 10-minute cooldown being used here on the Bloodlust. So they're gonna have some trouble, but because they killed at least there's not gonna be any mana issues by the healer. And I do think Holy Priest is probably better to deal with this fight compared to Rest of Shaman, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, especially if everybody is stacked enough for you to hit them with a Sanctify, which you can see most of the players are getting in range of that there. That's going to basically AoE top the whole group, and then they just have a couple of spot heals to throw out on the rest of the group, and everybody is going to be just fine. Although you can see Zotzi actually going to go into Angel form here. That's a tactical Angel form for healing purposes. Don't worry, as we know the boss is almost over, and then we can just hit release and be right here. So we also have a death for Dwarf this, as they've pulled one of the Dreadbats actually down while they're doing this gauntlet before they continue with things here. So things going a little bit awry for both teams. Still Dwarf this with the lead. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see the boss 3 split was actually somewhat better for Yepers, but the boss 2 split, which to be fair did include more trash for Yepers, was still like 3 minutes faster for Dwarf this.
Yeah, and Dwarf is now moving on, as the Dreadbat has been DPS a little bit lower, and now they're gathering up everything. You can see the Warlock opening the Rune as well, the Urn, to make sure they get those buffs. And then, do you think they're going to be pulling onto the boss for the next pull? That seems a bit risky, especially with Inspiring. But we'll see, as the Yepers has more issues here as well. Satsi going down again, and Soul. And this might just be a full wipe. They do have the Battle Res on the Priest, but they decide to reset. But they didn't take the Battle Res, they're just resetting because they don't think they can recover, and now they have to skip again. They probably don't have the Shroud available here anymore, so they might have to Invis pot. So I'm not sure how they do the skip here, because I assume
hopefully
they have to just pull it.
Hopefully they have Invis pots, but maybe they damage potted because they didn't think they needed Invis pots. So it looks like that is exactly the case, as we are going to see this trash pull now being done. This is unbelievably painful for Yepers, because this is completely unnecessary count. They're already at 85% trash count. They need to kill all that count in the gauntlet anyways. So this isn't even going to really allow them to skip anything. If anything, it's like one pull or one bat or something is all that they don't have to pull as a result of doing this pull. And they also are going to have to still find a way to deal with the next pull that is between them and the gauntlet. And that one is even nastier than this one. So Yepers are so in trouble right now.
I think they can skip this, because the only one who does not have Shadow Melt or Feign Death is... Oh, they're not deciding
to. They're just going in, yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking they have 3 Night Elves, so 3 Shadow Melts, plus Feign Death on the Hunter. So the only one who can't drop combat is the Warlock. So they could have technically rest the Warlock.
The Warlock's
or
also...
have the Warlock walk past without getting in combat.
Yeah, the Warlock's Venthyr, so if you Mind Soothed all 3, the Warlock could Door Shadows over, and you wouldn't pull any.
Yeah.
So yeah, it may have been possible, but it's hard to come up with that on the fly in the middle of a run that you're already making adaptations with. Meanwhile, Dwarf This are getting close towards that last boss area. They aren't pulling any trash onto this boss. They're just going to be finishing off this trash pull with that Inspired Mob, and then go right into the boss at that clean 100% trash count. General Call, Fortified plus 23. Grievous still active, though. Particularly if players don't do a good job of dodging these dashes, this boss can still put out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, definitely. You do have that bleed effect on everyone, additionally to the Grievous, so lots of healing needs to be done here. They also decided to kill the as they wanted extra damage reduction again on everybody. And Yeppers, again, having some issues with that trash, as we did see another Angel pop up. But Dwarf This, yeah, I mean, they had such a clean run. The only death they had was on their Resto Shaman, and they used the Ankh to immediately get back up there in that gauntlet earlier. So nothing much lost other than the 5 seconds from that death penalty. So really well done by Dwarf This. I really like their route, their strategy. And considering that this is a pretty unknown team, unknown players, really good performance by them in this first dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that found one another queuing up in LFG, and now they're taking a game off of a team that has multiple world first raiders in it. So that is an incredible story here for Dwarf This. Very close time trial times as well. I mean, this is going to be such a close series, especially if you look at the first half of this dungeon. These two teams were neck and neck the whole time. Obviously, things have fallen apart a little bit here for Yeppers in the end, although I think in particular recently, like they've been trying to go big to try and claw it back, which is very volatile, very likely to fail, but it is still the best play when you are this far behind. So I don't count that against them. I think this is going to be a really, really great series, and the next game or two will both be very, very good to watch too.
I agree. I do think obviously they can be watching the stream as well. It is on a delay, so they won't immediately know how far ahead Dwarf This is. But at this point, they know that Dwarf This is on the last boss. So doing a Hail Mary pull, trying to somehow catch up in case Dwarf This isn't that fast on the boss. Does make sense for them.
Oh no! Look what's happening on the upper side. Actually, that Naru is way far up ahead because they pulled that big previously the first time when it was all part of their plan to go like far up. So now they don't have that shield unless they go up there again and pull everything. This is like a bricked instance. If this happened to me, I'm harking out. It's like I don't know how we get back from this. Oh.
Thankfully, Dwarf This does have the shield still, and they're just used it for that mechanic that General Kal is casting once in a while. And they're looking just fine. No issues on mana either on the Resto Shaman, so no problem healing those bleeds, healing the Grievous as well. And 1% and then they're gonna be winning that first dungeon. And again, just incredibly clean by Dwarf This. Well done.
Look at the celebration there as well from Konage there. As a well-deserved victory for Dwarf This. Very, very well played.
And there you have it. Dwarf This with their first win. Like you guys were saying, like met up in LFG. Here they are getting wins in MDI. It's pretty amazing to think about, actually. I've not heard that story before. Meeting up in LFG, forming a team of this caliber, but it was really good. It seemed like a very clean run with just a couple little deaths here and there, but overall a really solid first dungeon.
It was super interesting, like you guys had mentioned, that they went backwards at the start, like after killing the first boss. Like, you typically don't want to go backwards in a dungeon, but I think we'll have a replay of it. They actually ended up grabbing the woe, getting the speed, the damage reduction, and then pulling that inspiring pack quite large, and then using the spirit link as well. It was really interesting.
Yeah, they seem to really like using woe to just get through a lot of those big pulls. We've got some replays, that kind of thing too, but there was definitely a big difference in terms of the encrypted relic usage from both teams, it seemed like. Right, Dratnos? Or Nagura?
No, I'm gonna speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say the biggest difference that I saw was that Dwarf really tried to extend that earn buff by using the Woe Relic to get the movement speed and the stealth to move forward to get to the next earn to the next what is it called, Lantern, I assume.
Yeah.
So they extended that buff, and then they just kept on moving forward, extending that buff, which really helped them to get ahead in that Tarvault area, in that second boss area. And that really just sealed the deal, I think. Afterwards, of course, we saw a lot of issues by Yeppers, but even if those issues wouldn't have happened, I think Dwarf still had the faster routes, the faster strategy.
Yeah, no, this is the kind of at the beginning of the dungeon, like we were talking about, where they go back and get that Woe Relic. And I think it's, I had mentioned that they actually ran the Resto Shaman in their time trial, and it's like, well, maybe they were going to kind of conform and go with the Holy Priest. But the Resto Shaman was quite effective. I think, like you mentioned, the third boss is like really tough for the Resto Shaman healing compared to, like a Holy Priest with just the throughput. But being able to rock that second legendary with the, the Earth Ellie with the constant earthquakes plus the Vesper Totem, it's actually a ton of damage that comes out from Resto Shaman.
Yeah, and you got things like Spirit Link Totem for this moment right here, right? So now they have like, if this is the one I'm thinking of, there we go. Yeah, you've got like the Woe Relic, and you've got Spirit Link. Like, nobody's dying on this pull.
Right, these Dark Bolts are free casting on people, and normally this is a big death risk, right? Because somebody will be targeted by 3 of them in a row and just die. But with Spirit Link Totem, it just automatically balances that damage out across the whole group. So really potent cooldown. And we don't talk about Spirit Link Totem as generally being all that potent in Mythic Plus. It's really strong in Raid, but in Mythic Plus, you have to find places like that for it to be that good.
Angel activation.
Yeah.
There. But this sort of thing kind of fell apart a little bit.
And that's also where they ended up dropping the Naru and weren't able to get back to it for later.
Yeah, that is
I have never seen that
a
before.
brick scenario where the Naru is.
That is pretty rough. But win for Dwarf this, but we're not done yet. We're going to Tazavesh Gambit next. And I do feel like with the way the last one started, that this could still be like a series that goes to the third dungeon. It was close for quite a while.
Let me just say the Tazavesh time trials times we have from these two teams, 6 seconds apart, right? So this is, I mean, it does not get much closer than that. There's only a few seconds between them.
Dwarf this ran a warrior on this as well in the time trials, so I'm curious if we see them
warrior. What's that?
Come out with like a fury warrior or something, which would be quite interesting.
I mean,
and then there's also one thing that I want to say about the time trials is that most of these comps that they were running had classes in them that got nerfed from the time trials to now. They had warlocks and survival hunters. So that means that the times are probably not going to be as fast as we saw them in the time trials. But additionally, we do see that warrior instead of the hunter for Dwarf this. So it affects them less than Yeppers, because Yeppers was running the hunter and the warlock. So they were running 2 classes that got nerfed now, while Dwarf this only ran the warlock.
So do you think that is going to make a big difference? Do you think, Dratnos, that we're actually going to see a warrior come in on Gambit?
I think it's pretty likely that they will not change their plan in Gambit. It's a pretty rough proposition when you get a list of like 9 new dungeons and 2 time trial dungeons that you already have some experience with. I think you generally want to use most of your time in the other dungeons and use a good plan that you already have rather than relearning Gambit. So I suspect there's a good chance we will see that warrior, which should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I think like between the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Warrior, a lot to kind of control the Murlocs on Gambit as they kind of roam around all over the place and just grab random stuff. So I think they'll probably run that again. They ran the Vengeance Demon Hunter on that first map. I would not be surprised. Doesn't seem like they're going to deviate far from their time trial plan.
I mean, you always just want to stick with what you practice too. I mean, the worst thing you can do is like make a last minute change because it's like, oh, this is meta now, and then you kind of go out of that comfort zone at a time where you really need it, right? So I'd love to see it. We don't see enough warrior in M+ these days, it seems like. Especially not in the tank role.
Because they always just run in and die, though. That's why.
I know, but that's... Prot warrior was my thing. That's what I always tanked as, and like now I just, you know how
it used to be so good. When was it? That was it
BFA? BFA season
they were
2, 3, and 4.
Probably with the thunderclap.
Thunderclap.
Just thunderclap. Yeah.
The good old days.
I mean, it was good if you were playing a prot warrior. Probably not if you were trying to play anything else. Yeah.
No, the best warrior days where you can play prot in dungeons, and then you can also play prot in PvP. Those are really the best days, you know.
You're playing tanks in PvP?
Yeah, it's fun.
Wow.
I am not a professional World of Warcraft player, by the way.
Please don't.
I don't know if this was apparent yet, but yeah. Bring back gladiator spec.
That's just mean.
Yeah. That's right. Well, we are just moments away from getting into our next dungeon, it looks like. And so the question is, you know, what does Yepers need to do to sort of like tighten this up? Is it a matter of relics? Is it a matter of a couple less deaths? Like, what's it going to take, Dratnos?
So, I mean, we know that their time trial time is slightly better here. I think that strategically, I slightly prefer Dwarf This's plan in Sanguine Depths. In Gambit, of course, nobody has any idea exactly what each other team is up to. Even though they have similar times, they could have very different ways of getting to that time, right? One team may have a way better Murloc area, one team may have a way better second boss, and so I think that it'll just be about the execution of the plan, because we know that these two teams have plans that are about the same speed if done well. So what's going to matter is how close to a perfect run they can each put together, and almost certainly the winner is going to be determined based off that, unless a team has learned something or changed something since the time trials, which might have happened, but again, I don't think would have been a good use of time.
Dratnos, be honest with me. How much do you judge these teams by how closely they stick to your recommended dungeon strategy that we see in like the video?
Very much.
Yeah.
The more they do the more I judge them for
harsher the critique.
Yeah, exactly. Do not do
I was gonna say, because we know what your recommendations are, but you know, if we see this team ignore that, a little bit sus, a little bit more negative commentary maybe comes through sometimes.
I try to put some ideas out for, you know, people that are just getting new to tanking and stuff, having an idea of what's going to be a safe way to do this. So generally not the kind of stuff you're going to see at MDI. There's not a lot of pulls that are good in MDI and also good in a weekly 15. Usually if it's good in the MDI, it's going to kill you in a weekly 15. And if it's good in a weekly 15, it's going to be too slow in an MDI.
Well, because most MDI pulls are like 3 weekly 15 pulls, basically.
That's a good rule of thumb for sure.
It's a good way to put it, though, yeah.
Yeah,
you can't replicate that in your 15s. Yeah.
The Gambit, this one is also a 24, and then it's the Fortified with the Raging. So there are some nasty mobs in here already that kind of like rage towards the end. You know, really kind of you can think after the first boss, like that immediately pack, right? Those are pretty nasty here. So you're also dealing with explosives. So the bigger the pulls, the scarier those will be too.
I mean, that Murloc area with explosive is
It is.
There you go.
But it's still an affix, so
That's true.
Any healers in this chat right now? Like, are any of us
just get
healers?
can just heal us through the explosives if the healer won't. Yeah.
True.
Sure.
Yeah,
just more damage will end up healing us through, right?
True.
Well, if it's dead, it can't kill you.
If you have a warrior,
it won't spawn
your Spear
explosive.
Bastion,
Exactly.
Spear Bastion's gripping all the Murlocs in. They can't flee. You know,
Yep.
you don't have the explosives spawning far away. It's all coming
That's so.
together. Warrior meta.
Makes sense.
Warrior meta, yep.
We're going into the warrior meta now. It's gonna be good.
I do hope we see that warrior. I really, Spear is really good in that first. Like, no joke. That is a really, really powerful ability against the Murlocs. So, especially
and also
if
all stays in the
raging.
Vesper totem as well, right? So we have the synergy going on. The rest of Shaman and the warrior.
Yeah, and the Kyrian,
synergy.
Hunter. Maybe we can just have everybody play Kyrian for.
I thought I was the only person that cared about lore. Well, turns out
you do have the sigil change as well from the Vengeance that they're running as well. So you have 2 ways to kind of keep those Murlocs in place, or you know, as good of in place as you can. And then like Nagura mentioned, like the Vesper Totem, like everybody, it also does this like healing as well, right? Really kind of only talk about it for the damage, but between that and the earthquakes from the Earth Ellie, like you should be able to put out like tons of AoE damage from the Resto Shaman there.
Well, it's
I'm
more.
just really excited about the routing, just because the times that we saw in time trials in Gambit are just insane, right? We've seen 9-minute clears in this dungeon, and we know that it's a fast dungeon from live service as well. Like or at least you think it's going to be fast when you queue up for it.
Then you spent 20 minutes in the Murloc area, but it should be faster than that, yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they really plan to do. I mean, both of those teams have a 13-minute time, so it's not quite the 9-minute clear that we've seen from other teams, but 13 minutes is still incredibly fast for a 24, right? It's a 24 key. in 13 minutes. So I really want to see what they're doing in that Murloc area. Maybe they just pull everything and then skip the rest of the trash. Like, I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll figure it out in a second.
Well, there's been more time to practice since time trials as well, too. So there's been more time to kind of like, you know, solidify the plans, right? So maybe make some tweaks here and there. So you'd expect the times to be a little bit quicker than time trials. You'd kind of have to hope that. But it looks like we're getting ready to finally get into this Yeppers versus Dwarf. This our second dungeon of this series, Tajvest Gambit. And again, you know, some of the greatest logos in the history of esports, clearly.
Agreed.
Yeah. I can't tell if the dwarf face is kind of just like intense or like a little bit apathetic and kind of just like looking down the side like, all right, here we go again.
It's giving you the side eye. It's a side eye.
A little bit, yeah.
Dude, if you move your head, the eyes follow you as well. It's,
yes.
It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, I
wonder how many people
now.
in chat actually just started moving their heads.
I did.
It does, though. That thing's staring into my soul.
It's true. Well, enjoy. We'll check back in later. We'll see who takes this one.
Where's the warrior? Oh, no.
Wow. No.
Aww.
This is the worst day of my life as we have the first pull getting started here. Big Giant coming in with 3 Murloc pulls on the left for both teams. So they do have a similar idea here as to how to approach this. This is actually a pull you can even do on live as long as your key level isn't is probably not 24.
And look at the damage. On one side, Yeppers, we see the Survival Hunter doing up to 250 KDPS, while on Dwarf this side, it's actually the Dastro Warlock who's topping the damage. Oh, actually having some issues there on Yeppers' side as some players go down. Saw that Angel form pop up just a second, immediately releasing though, because they are of course at the entrance, so immediately releasing will put you right back there and you don't lose too much time. We do see Woe being killed for Yeppers, and that means they're either skipping a lot or just using the movement speed to move further, as Dwarf this decides to kill on their side.
Yeah, Dwarf this, it looks like are going to be getting a lot of Murlocs done at the start here, whereas Yeppers with that Woe movement speed, I mean, they are also still in combat here for a while. I'm not sure they'll have enough time on this Woe after this pack is done to execute something like a skip. Sometimes we see groups using Woe to skip most of this Murloc area and then like pull some of it into the next area, as Dwarf this actually having some deaths as well. It's going to be the Warlock and the Shaman going down. Looks like Ankh committed potentially there, as they are going to keep the pull going at least. Wow, the pull count is actually looking, the enemy forces count is looking pretty similar on both teams, even though they've got slightly different sets of enemies, I think, at this point.
Yeah, so that Goliath AoE cast actually one-shots the Hunter again. I think having those extra stacks, the increased damage taken from that AoE cast from the Goliath, actually hurting them there. They have it's a 24 fortified, right? So this Goliath is just doing a lot of damage, and it's raging as well. They do have a Dispel on the Hunter, but again, the Shaman just getting one-shot. It's just crazy how much damage this AoE is doing. So yeah, just causing problems there on both sides, dealing with these Goliaths. I think this might just be a difference between those unnerfed Warlock and Hunter classes coming into the time trials, where you can just ignore the Goliath because you just pull them and you just focus target them while AoEing, and they don't cast as many AoEs. Because you can see on the upper side that debuff, it stacks up to 2 times, and it will increase the damage taken from that very spell. So this is why they are dying, because the AoEs are just continuing to come out when they have the damage increasing them.
Dude, we were memeing a little bit before this map started, but look at the Covenant of Yeppers Warlock there. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Kyrian logo. That's the third Warlock Covenant we've seen in 2 matches so far. Very, very cool. How familiar are you with the Kyrian Warlock ability?
So I actually know exactly what it does. If I remember correctly from beta, it's an ability, a dot, right? And if you put it on a target and the mob dies while the dot is up, you will get 5 soul shards, right? And it resets the cooldown of the ability, I remember?
Yeah, I remember it doing something different if it did expire or if it didn't expire. There was like a different positive effect either way, but I don't remember exactly. It's like soul shards if it dies and cooldown reduction if it doesn't or something. Maybe the other way around.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, very interesting. I wonder what the thought process is behind Kyrian here. I wonder if it's like for a Soulbind for Mechanicos or something, or for File of Serenity, or if it's for single target damage. Maybe he's good at that. I don't know.
It is interesting for sure. I wonder on that thought process as well. Maybe Syra can talk about it a little bit when he comes back later. But another thing I did want to note as well is that we see more comp changes from the time trials to this comp now. First of all, Yepers is also playing Vengeance Demon Hunter instead of Blood Decay. And the reason why they do that is because they switched their Demon Hunter, their Havoc Demon Hunter. Because they didn't have a rogue in the time trials. They used to play Hunter, Warlock, and Havoc Demon Hunter. And now they switched the Havoc with a rogue and added the Vengeance Demon Hunter. And Dwarf this, of course, also switching that warrior out. So very interesting to see that all of those comp changes are coming in. Presumably because of the nerfs to those two classes.
All right, so it is going to cost Yepers 7 deaths, but they have reached 53% trash count, which means they are done with this Murloc area if they want to be, if they want to pull all the rest of the dungeon. And they are setting up to do basically just that. Meanwhile, Dwarf This are a little bit behind on that, but they are also getting that done. They have 11 deaths compared to the 7 of Yepers, so both teams escaping the Murloc area with far fewer deaths than I usually do. But that is an extra 20 seconds that will be in favor of Yepers as a result. Wow, look at that! Look at that circle micro from Yepers there. That really good way of baiting the laser in one direction and then just circling back right over it and minimizing how much space that takes up on the floor.
Yeah, and it looks like both the teams did already commit that Bloodlust in the first pull. I don't think we're gonna quite see a 13-minute time now with all of those deaths coming in by both of the teams. And of course the nerfs that I talked about earlier as well. So this is gonna be a little bit of a slower clear. But Dwarf This now also reaching the boss as well on their side. And you can see both of them have that 53% trash. So they still need to get quite a lot of trash percentage done after this boss too.
Yeah, that is something that you do, like if you're at 53, I think you need everything? Or maybe you can skip one, like that one Starseer at the top of the stairs, but we'll see exactly how they decide to handle this. Sometimes some groups like to skip to the first boss, kill the whole dungeon, and then go do Murlocs afterwards until they reach 100%, which is potentially a good strategy on live if you're interested, although it's definitely slower, but it can be a little bit less demoralizing since you leave the Murlocs till the end.
That is true. I just want to kill the Murlocs straight away. I have my cooldowns ready on pool.
Yeah, true. Come in with the with all of the pre-infernal and everything as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I don't want a Warlock in my key, because then he's taking away all my damage.
True. Do not like having anybody else in the group doing any damage. Only subtlety rogues to do priority damage while I AoE.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That would be the preferred group comp, yes.
All right, so unfortunately for Yepers here, we are going to see them having Hillbrand at 3% as it enters another sanitizing cycle phase. This is something you're hoping to skip if possible, and on 24 Fortified, you can skip this one. It does require some pretty good damage. You can see they left these ads alone as well, and now they have to actually finish them all off in order to deposit these runes in the correct consoles. So very unfortunate time loss there. That 3% on the boss is actually going to cost them something not that far off of like a minute as a result of this.
Yeah, we'll see if Dwarf This can actually meet the damage check for that skip, because then they might catch up the time they've been losing in that first area. So you can see the boss is on 17%. We don't have a timer on that next phase, but it probably is quite soon. So yeah, there we go. So they're not going to make it. They're pretty far off on that 14%. We'll also have to finish up the purifiers to access the consoles as well. So not too big of a problem for Yepers now that the Dwarf This also had the same thing happen to him.
All right, so I've had a Warlock expert sort me out on the Kyrian thing. Shout out to THD Lock from Liquid, who says the Kyrian Warlock ability is really good in this dungeon because the bosses all have ads, and so you can get the huge Chaos Bolt damage increase when a mob dies. Because of a conduit as well, and it fills your shard bar up too. So he wouldn't be surprised if the Warlocks are actually representing the top single target on these boss fights as a result of that, because all three of them do summon ads that are really good scouring type targets. So Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. On a 24, even if it's not tyrannical, the bosses still just have a lot of HP because of the level scaling, so having more single target does make sense, because the only really big pulls that you can do in this dungeon are, well, you can do a lot of big pulls anywhere you want, technically, but it's a lot easier to do big pulls in the Murloc area to start, and then later on it's much harder, especially in this area. There's lots of very dangerous mobs that you have to interrupt, and then also in the last boss area, there's just so many healing abilities that need to be interrupted, so many AoE spells that need to be interrupted, so doing big pulls there might not be preferable for them, so having a little bit more of a single target focused build does make sense for the Warlocks.
Yeah, on the other hand, Dwarf this are opting for the Venthyr option that we saw in the last dungeon as well, for the more AoE-oriented build. So, again, we'll see how it works out for them. I suspect this dungeon is much more going to come down to execution rather than those sorts of micro-optimizations, given that it's been so rough so far with the 18 deaths between the two teams. On the other hand, 18 deaths in the Murloc area, you might still then be able to do 0 outside of the Murloc area. It's just that much more volatile than the rest of the dungeon. As I say that, though, immediately we have an angel showing up for Yeppers. So, at least 19 deaths then.
And they do have a Battle Rest available if they choose to use it. They could technically just finish off... Actually, no, they can't, because they don't have anyone who can rest. Right? None of these classes can use a normal rest, so they have to use the battle rest to get him back up here, unless they want to wait and have him released, but that would be such a big time loss. So they just decide to use the battle rest here with the Soul Stone, and it looks like they're gonna just finish off this trash pack before they fight the boss. They want to go a little bit slower here, presumably because they already had so many issues earlier, so they just decide, you know what, let's go slow, not have any more mistakes, and Dwarf this just popping Bloodlust for this pull here to catch up a little bit, doing a double pull, which can be really dangerous, but utilizing the Bloodlust cooldown coming back up to make it happen.
Yeah, that is a big, powerful cooldown that they are going to need to be used well. I mean, this is their last Bloodlust of the dungeon. They need to catch up and overtake Yeppers with this, because Yeppers still have that cooldown available, potentially for Solia or a big trash pull into Solia, as they now start time capping Hooktail, an infinite pirate dragon that they... That's a lot of words you did not expect to be in that order before this patch came out.
Yeah, speaking about Warlock damage, look at Yeppers and Serrated doing so much damage here. Probably some AoEs, you can see the Rain of Fire just coming down there, but probably also a lot of single target damage. And yes, you can see those ads there probably being utilized to reset, to get the 5 soul shards there from that Kyrian ability, that Kyrian dot. So really cool tech by Yeppers as they drop the boss really low already in that first half a minute. Dwarf this now also on the boss as they finished off that previous big pull they did with Lust, and they're definitely catching up a little bit. There's still a difference in the death counters, right? You have 11 deaths versus 8, so they have to also consider that those 15 seconds difference, but there definitely is a possibility for them to catch up as well, also in the last boss room area. There's a lot of difficult trash there to deal with.
Yeah, this is something that they will need to go well for them. They actually probably need something to go a little bit wrong for Yeppers at this point as well, because Yeppers have got 30% of the boss health and 15 seconds of death differential advantage, plus the slightly better single target on the Kyrian Warlock. So yeah, I mean, it's not insurmountable at this point. If they can do the last room in one less pull, that'll probably be enough as well. This is going to be a really close finish, though, between these two teams.
Yeah, I agree. This is a really close dungeon. Both of them having some issues. Their Hunter going down, unfortunately, on Dwarf this side. They probably are going to be committing that Battle Rest here, because they still have 2 available for them. Unfortunately, the Warlock is getting dragged by that chain at the same time, so having a hard time casting that Soulstone right now.
Yeah, that is rough. Oh, and now the frontal actually is going to hit no enemies and 2 allies there for Dwarf this. That's not how that one's supposed to look either, as they're going to get another shot at it. The Shadow Fury, really great Shadow Fury coming out from Heated there, is going to do tremendous work towards helping clean up the ad situation for Dwarf this, but Yeppers are already walking into Solia's room. They are already getting started with how big is this pull going to be? A Starseer and 5 accomplices? something like that. Yeah, five smaller mobs. That is going to be quite an impressive pull if they're able to make this one work out. It's not the whole room all at once, but it is half the room, basically.
Yeah, and these pulls are so dangerous, as I've talked about it multiple times already. You have these Star Seekers spawning these pulsars that are just like pulsing away in the whole group until you kill them, and then you also have the frontal, which is really hard to see even if the mob is by himself, but if there's other mobs on top, then it's just even more difficult to see where they're wondering where the frontal is going, and that definitely one-shots you in a 24-45. You're gonna watch out for that. And then all of these other mobs have dangerous casts that need to be interrupted. They have heals, lots of things that, there we go, the heal coming through, being interrupted immediately. Well done, as they're now moving on. The 2 bronze just jumping into the next pack.
Yeah, those bronze, sometimes they can be a little bit of a plague, where they like knock mobs out of your CC and stuff, right as it's about to come out. So one thing that a lot of high-end Mythic Plus players will have, they'll actually have a tracker that like alerts you when your bronze about to spawn, and they'll have a macro that cancels the stacks if it would spawn at an inopportune time. Especially on something like a Sanguine week, that can be a really good piece of tech. Not really something you need in a non-Sanguine dungeon like Gambit in particular, but it is an interesting quirk of bronze initial knockback.
Everyone's having some issues with all that AoE damage coming out there, but everyone is alive as they finish off that mob as well, getting that cooldown reduction on everyone. Serrated also having the Infernal out here, so going to be doing lots of damage again, as you can see. And once this trash pack is dead, they only have the boss left, and they also saved their Bloodlust too for that last boss. While Dwarf Disc don't have that available anymore, so Yepper's definitely looking really good here. Actually, they still have a little bit of trash, I just realized. 4% left. Not sure if there's still some mobs in this room, or if they have to go back afterwards.
I think the first pack on the left of 3 mobs is still available, because they did 5 with 1 Star Seer, so is it there, or is it absent? Have they already gotten that too? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, you see right off in the distance.
That was the assassin. That was the assassin that's...
No, but look in the mist wall.
Oh
there.
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, there's some mobs over there on the side that they can go and grab. Probably like one of the things about Solia that can be frustrating is as she phases into her P2, you can't deal any effective damage to her. So that could potentially be an opportune time to grab some trash and at least have something you can put some good damage globals into.
Yeah, and the other pretty frustrating thing, I guess, for this boss is that the relics spawn when you pull the boss. But of course, with this with the extra phase where the other boss spawns, the boss being immune or not taking a lot of damage, you kind of want to use your cooldowns because you want to kill her, right? But then you also don't want to use your cooldowns because of that phase I just talked about. So pulling those extra mobs in makes a lot of sense, because we did see Serrated immediately drop the Infernal as soon as they finished off to make sure he's utilizing that cooldown reduction as well.
Okay, so yeah, you can see Roth getting ready now as the boss is pushing phase to go and grab these accomplices and that Ritualist. And they are going to need to make sure they keep the Ritualist kicked. The Reinvigorate cast and especially the Rift Portal, both very, very lethal things to let go off for too long. So they're stopping all of those casts and getting the mob now pulled over. You can see they have a world marker set up for where they want to fight Solia here. And by fighting the boss here, it makes it very easy to dodge the incoming projectiles, because they're all coming from the same direction. So instead of having to look around your character on all sides, you know that all the relics are on the same side relative to you, and you can just dodge them. And then when it comes time to do the to go and hit the relics with the next Hyperlight Jolt, you can move the boss back to the middle, which you can see they're doing right now.
And this is actually a strategy that I do think everyone on live servers should adapt to as well, because I see a lot of people dying to this mechanic, because as you said, it is actually difficult to look around your character all the time to see those projectiles coming in. And then additionally, you also, if the further away you are from them, the further they're going to be spread out. So it's also going to be easier to dodge further away you are from them. So I really like the strategy from Yepers. Worth this now also on the boss. They are trying to catch up. They have the 100% trash already on the board. While Yepers actually has still one mob alive there, right? That's going to be the one percent that they need in the trash.
They actually left that until Scouring Tithe came off cooldown so that Serrated could hit it with that Tithe.
Yeah,
so really beautiful thought process, especially with the Kyrian Warlock having those extra mobs during this P2 of Solia, which doesn't actually spawn ads, right? She only spawns them in P1. So they made their own ads by pulling in that pack like that. A really, really, really clever strategy from Yepers there, and that is going to create a lot of extra boss damage for them. As you can see, they are nearly done with Solia here, whereas Dwarf this just starting P2. Certainly a close match. And we are, I think, going to be going into a Game 3 now as a result of this. Yepers are going to be able to tie things up as Solia finally going down. If they can avoid these Novas, which they can, they are going to be able to get that boss taken care of. Wow, this was a great showing from Yepers.
I have already forgotten you.
Yeah, unfortunately some more deaths there at the very end, but it doesn't matter as they finish up the boss. 10 deaths on the clock here as they have a 20 minutes 27 clear, and we're going to be moving into this third dungeon. Wow, well done by Yepers.
I am grateful our paths crossed. More Walker.
Yeah, the 20-minute time.
You can see the camera reaction.
You know, especially in a dungeon that you have like a 13-minute time trial time in. Obviously you're not too delighted with the time, but the Murloc area just does that to everybody, right? That just happens sometimes in Solia's Gambit. And hey, you know, they kept their heads on straight and they played well even after having the first part of the dungeon go badly for them. And that's really important because sometimes the first part of the dungeon also goes badly for the other team, and you need to be able to still convert when that happens. And Yepers have done just that to take the win here in Game 2.
Yep, that's right. Yepers ties up the series. We're going to go to dungeon number 3. And yeah, if anything stood out, it was the number of deaths in the Murloc area. But like Dratno said, I mean, like, that's even the best players in the world. Like, that just happens. Like, that area is just tailor-made to kill people. And both teams suffered a lot of deaths. It actually ended up being super close.
Yeah, I mean, most of the deaths at that beginning were from the combination, which is just absolutely nasty, of the Fortified with the Raging and then the Goliath stacks just one-shotting people constantly coming back in. I think we have some clips of just people getting 100 to 0'd. Yeah, I mean,
like
the Resto Shaman just dead instantly. There's nothing you could really even do about that.
You just saw reincarnate and you're like, I didn't die. What are you talking about? There's no death. It didn't happen.
I mean, there's something you can do against it. You just have to kill them up quicker, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be... You just have to focus that mob down first, right? Not let it get all stacked up.
I mean, I don't know how I could do any more damage. I crit all my Chaos Bolts.
Yeah, it's a healer thing, right? Just heal through it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's that ultimately it is the healer's job to keep people alive, so I'm just saying, somebody dies. It's definitely not the DPS's fault. That's for sure.
You can see the hunter go down here.
Yeah.
No.
The hunter goes down, and then I believe they miss a set of like ads with the breath there.
Brutally murdered. Yeah.
It was.
That's why they couldn't rest him, because he got knocked all the way into the water, so that they couldn't actually rest him either.
It could have been closer if not for that. Like, that was like the moment, I feel like, where Yepers kind of secured the win, was when the hunter went down on the side of Dwarf this. At that point, yeah, if you can't res him still, it's there's not much you can do about that. But it was a fun one. It's great to see that we're going to dungeon number 3. I like to see when things are close. And I should also mention too, signups are open for the Last Chance tournament. We're going to mention that as well. So you have the opportunity to be out there playing against some of these teams. If some of them don't make it, whatever teams don't make it through have a chance to jump in that as well. So who knows? Maybe you could qualify against them. Best of luck.
I think in that
Don't
one,
die
you
with dragon.
Yeah, you will definitely need it.
I'm
That
not
one,
gonna
I
be
think you saw
qualifying.
the difference between a 21 and a 24. Like the time trial keys are all the 21s, and going back and looking at it, those were tyrannical as opposed to fortified. So you can really just kind of like blow up, like Zerg those mobs at the beginning. And the first boss, even on tyrannical, like isn't too tough. You can kind of just like blow your way through that, where the fortified Goliaths and I think all of the raging up Murlocs definitely hurts way more, especially on a 3 levels hierarchy.
Yep, that's right.
Going into that, when I was talking about teams not spending too much time in Gambit and using as time trial strategy, but when the Keystone level gets bumped by 3, that can be a trap, because all of a sudden that Goliath is now getting its 3rd stomp off when it wasn't in your 21, right? And that is killing people. So definitely something that teams will have to look out for if they elect to go into Gambit in future. However, that is now in the rear view mirror, and in the front view mirror, we have the Theater of Pain on 23, also fortified. But we got bolstering and quacking the duck affix here.
Hey, ducks are really big in WoW right now.
Apparently,
people are excited about ducks
never
lately.
Before seen, but it's been an M+ affix for years.
That was one of the things when they were announcing that. Like, that there were going to be ducks in Dragonflight, and they had never had ducks before. I think everyone collectively went, we've never had ducks in WoW before, and they thought about it, and they're like, oh, I guess we've never had ducks before. Oh, okay. And then they went on with their day. But it was a moment that made everyone pause and think.
I like ducks.
Yeah. Ducks are cool. I have nothing against ducks.
I have nothing
guild
against
that has,
ducks.
I'm in a guild that has ducks in the name.
Matt Mistrucks Morello 2022.
Yeah, I think they're a great addition coming up. The quaking affix, not.
Is that one? Okay.
Yeah,
you got it
that
wrong.
one.
Yeah, sorry.
They're very. It's very tough to distinguish between the two.
Quacking is season 4 as well. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Whoops, that's
really.
I spoiled that one. The ducks are coming.
No. It's really like the bolstering and the fortified that's really tough in here, right? Those will be like Theater of Pain already has like really tough mobs like across the entire dungeon, and obviously like limiting some of those big pulls with the bolstering is going to be tough.
Mm-hmm. I
agree. I actually think some of these pulls are going to be really difficult. There's also a lot of pulls where you kind of want to pull trash on top of bosses. So if you have to deal with bolstering, of course the bosses won't get bolstered, but if the mobs themselves get bolstered, plus the boss on a 23, it's already difficult, plus the quaking as well in those tiny corridors that you have to handle. I do think... I actually think whichever team plays this dungeon cleaner is going to win. Because I don't think it's about speed necessarily. Well, obviously it's about speed, but I don't think you have to do anything like super crazy in this dungeon. I think you just have to be clean.
Yeah, I'd imagine both teams talked about that going into this one.
Production distracting us right now. I mean, when I think about Theater of Pain, I always think about that the ancient captain, ancient commander pull.
Oh yeah,
you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah,
we
that's you just skip it, right?
That is
good.
That pull is unbelievably banned. We are running past that with a woe relic or a shroud or something. There's
a difference between 15s and MDI pulls.
Yeah,
some you just don't do.
Yeah, even in 15s, if you could skip one pull in theater, it's that commander thing is so. It's so dangerous, and then with bolstering, you have to kill the commander early, right? Because it reduces the AoE damage taken to the other mobs, and then all of them get bolstered. You got those arbalists just blasting you. It is... Yep. Do not do that. Run right past it.
Or if you have a DK and they want to take it, and kind of parade it around the rest of the dungeon.
That's an option too, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we do see blood DK, so maybe, right? I mean, that's a possibility. It does seem, though, that... the Dwarf they've run Vengeance the first 2 maps, so probably would have to switch up the tank. I'm curious if they're even thinking about Holy Priest or if they're just going to rock Resto Shaman the rest of the way, but you could maybe see them pull that if the Blood DK wants to grab it early and kind of keep it for most of the dungeon.
Yeah, you also want to have a Necrolord in this dungeon, right? And we haven't really seen Necrolords in the comp they've been running, so I wonder if they maybe...
The only Warlock Covenant we haven't seen this far.
Yeah, maybe that.
True. Any Decimating Bolt enthusiasts? Not really that great for Destro, right? That's a demo thing only, right?
I think so.
I assume it's the tanks that are going to go Necrolord, right? Maybe, that would make the most sense.
Yeah, Kyrian, if you're playing Blood DK or Vengeance Demon Hunter, is both really fun, but Necrolord is actually a playable Covenant for both of those tanks also. We have seen... even Necrolord DH in previous MDI seasons, so definitely this is a dungeon where you might want it.
Wasn't Resto Shaman running Necrolord for a long time too? So if they stick with Resto Shaman, that might be...
Yeah, it is a damage loss to drop the Vesper Totem, but it's probably a damage gain to get that banner, so you may elect to do that, especially if you really want your tank to stay Kyrian, so... They may decide to do that. Yeah, I'm curious. And we've seen the teams have come to different decisions on Covenants several times already today. So it's definitely something that is not an established best choice for this sort of thing.
Well, if you at home are curious about digging deep into what people are running, what items and gear they have, we do have an inspect tool as well, which there's a link to in the YouTube description and the chat bot. So go check that out, because it is very useful in case you want to see, you know, what everyone's running as far as their conduits, as far as all that good stuff. Oh, hey, there's a graphic of it right there. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? It's beautiful, isn't it, Nagura?
It is really cool. Checking out, you know, the legendaries, the conduits, the trades. It's actually really nice, especially if you want to, you know, if you see something that you haven't seen before. Like me earlier, when I saw the Warlock putting Curse of Weakness on mobs, I was like, oh, this is something new. So then I could check that he's actually playing Venthyr, and that is what the ability does. So go ahead and check out that companion.
Sure enough, thanks to Wowhead for that one. And, you know, if anyone ends up running Enhancement Shaman, I will be all over it. Because I'm curious. Okay, break it to me gently. What are the chances we're actually going to get to see an Enhancement Shaman any of these weekends? I feel like it's better than it's ever been before.
Yeah,
we did see 4 druids.
Before today, I would have put the chances as higher than a feral druid. So by that logic, it's guaranteed at this point, right? At some point, we'll see it all.
Does not make me feel any better, I'll be honest. So here we go, into the Theater of Pain. Yepers versus Dwarf this. The winner of the dungeon wins the match and moves on in the upper bracket. Loser of the dungeon goes down to the lower bracket. That's kind of how best of 3 works. Let's get it going.
Ooh, interesting comps here as we see 2 monks. One Windwalker monk on Yepper's side and a Brewmaster monk on Dwarf this side, with the warrior as well as the damage dealer. Very, very interesting. Why do you think they're playing the Windwalker monk here? For the physical damage increase?
Yeah.
Or is there some other reason?
Monk is also a great way to get Necrolord. Actually, both teams are opting to get their Necrolord from their Monk player. So it definitely could be that combination of those effects. Yeah, no Warlocks to be seen for either team. We also have the Fury Warrior, the Night Fae Fury Warrior for Dwarf this. Historically, we've tended to see Kyrian for that Spear of Bastion, but Night Fae offering a lot of value as well on a slightly longer cooldown, but the knockdowns from that can be very big, especially for the Spirit area. If you want to pull all 12 souls all at once, put them in an Ancient Aftershock, and they aren't going to do anything to you during that whole time. So, I mean, this is so cool. This is such an exciting difference in the comps here. We also, for the first time this series, are seeing that Blood Decay get busted out by Yepers, which is, I think, expected to be the most common tank of the weekend, but they had both been running Vengeance in the other 2 dungeons. Now we have that DK finally making an appearance here, and yeah, the Brewmaster is so exciting too.
And look at how much damage Lascelles just did there on that Windwalker monk in that first pull. They killed that boss so much quicker. Of course, they also didn't pull the 3 mobs in the back there, so that is something you do have to consider. So there's a small difference in that first boss split, but they do have 5% less trash as well. So now it looks like they are moving on to that big pull immediately. So they're just gathering up everything here, nuking it down, using the Hunter cooldowns to just completely blow this pack up.
Yeah, Survival Hunter, but here comes Lascelles. Spinning Crane Kick, getting that crit bonus as well from the Hunter Resonating Arrow. He's going to use that to just ascend here, nearly reaching 100k, which, you know, that's a small number compared to what we see the Warlocks and the Serve Hunters put out sometimes, but that's on much bigger pulls generally. This is only 12 mobs, and so this is some really impressive damage coming out from the Windwalker here. Rogue also serrated, beating the tank better than they usually do, so, you know, good damage coming out from all the damage dealers on Team Yepers.
Agreed. They also did kill off Woe, so they're getting the speed plus also the stealth here, and just skipping past that bridge pack. That is usually a pack that teams either pulled in with that first pull to make it even bigger pull, which is very dangerous. Otherwise, they have to solo the pack, which is very inefficient. So having the Woe buff here to just completely skip through this area makes a lot of sense for them. And now they are pulling that Butcher pack. Looks like they also pulled the small mobs as well, but skipped the gas bag that is patrolling around that bridge.
Yeah, that gas bag is potentially going to be pulled later, although they could skip past it now. They've triggered the small mobs jumping down, right? So they will be able to shroud past the gas bag if they can avoid getting ticked by its AoE. We'll see what they decide to do here. Yeah, that's going to be the the option they've chosen to go with is the Shroud quaking at a kind of nasty time, but they have gotten through. And they are going to be going into their first boss, or their second boss rather, which is going to be Gorechop, plus 2 extra trash mobs. Again, something that you didn't used to be able to do with old bolstering, but with new bolstering, with the fact that it doesn't affect bosses, these sorts of pulls are back on the table, and that has gone a long way towards speeding up the bolstering APES in dungeons.
Oh, very interesting thing here by Dwarf Dis. They actually had they going to the Shackled Soul side with the Soulbinder, right? So instead of what we usually see in the MDI, what we saw in previous seasons, is you could go to the right side to kill those 2 mages. But they actually went left here to the Shackled Souls and the Soulbinder, and now moving to that Guardian pool. So a little bit of a difference here in the routing as we're used to. And yeah, completely different strategy between those 2 teams. It's completely going to different wings as well. So it's going to be hard to compare the teams. But eventually they're going to be meeting up at that point in the dungeon, and then we can see which team is actually doing better.
Yeah, it might be the Zav wing, or it might just be the last boss. Those are the opportunities where we might actually know how fast these teams are relative to each other, because since they're taking totally different paths through this dungeon, it is going to be very hard to directly compare. The run, however, is looking clean from both teams. They are both doing such a good job of quickly getting to their next pull. Where our first death is going to come in here on Zatsy, but they have a Blood Death Knight, which is instant cast, ranged battle res. A very, very potent tool there for Yeppers, but for the next 5 minutes, they have no more safety net of that battle res.
It just looks so funny how the angel gets carried along in the chain.
Yeah.
Amazing. But they are, of course, going to be fine finishing off the boss here. It's already on 4%. But yeah, not having that battle rest available for them is going to be something they have to keep in mind moving forward. Especially because sometimes the respawn, the graveyard, is really far away. Like, for example, if you're in the wing where Dwarf Dis is right now, you spawn all the way at the entrance, so it might be a hard time getting back. Maybe you even skipped some of the Shackled Souls, so you need to somehow commit an Invis Potion to get there. So yeah, definitely don't want to have any more deaths on their side. Dwarf Dis, though, they are now dealing with that with the next platform on their side. They also kill here. I think it makes a lot of sense to kill because Woe doesn't really help you that much in this area. Because the movement speed and the stealth doesn't really do much, right? You're restricted by how much you can pull and how fast you can move anyway because of those platforms. So killing here makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, the Woe, I mean, the damage reduction, the slight movement speed, like, it's nice quality of life, but the is such a powerhouse buff for those 10 seconds that it's active that it is pretty hard to get away from. Dwarf This, now they're going to be fighting these 2 mages by themselves. I don't know if this was part of the original plan or if these were supposed to come into the big mob at some point, but it does seem a little inefficient to be just fighting 2 casters all by themselves, although maybe this is a time to let some cooldowns recover so that they can have them going into either the boss or the next pull. Meanwhile, Yeppers have started heading towards the Zav wing. Unfortunately, Lizelle going to go down and Straighted is going to pop Cheat as the Whirlwind was not fully dodged out of by either player.
Yeah, and they tried to not bolster by having the conscripts there seat a little bit in the back, but then it died anyway, so having that extra damage there, a bit unfortunate. I don't think they bolster each other, the mini-bosses, right? So they're fine pulling them together, if I remember correctly.
I think so. Also, bolstering is only what, a 20-second debuff now? It can be efficient. I mean, even in the past, it could be efficient to even have things intentionally get bolstered rather than, like, slowing down your pull too much. But let's see here when this dies. I saw the bolstering animation play, but I didn't see Harugia get bigger, so it may not have affected her. Yeah, as are they... What's the plan with the bridge pull? You can see a skull marker has come out on that captain, so... Does that skull marker indicate kill, or is that just getting auto-marked or something and they're going to skip past it, I wonder?
I mean, you do have the Blood Decay, right? So technically...
yeah, you could control it.
What Matt talked about earlier, just control the big mob, kill the other ones, because the other ones do have the same HP, so bolstering shouldn't be a problem at all. And yeah, I mean, having that pet as well is going to help them out later too, I would say, for Xaf maybe.
You could pull it right now, potentially even. You can see Roth, he's sort of cheating towards that pull. Is that what he has? He does, yeah. Control Undead's going to come out, so that's a really, really really heads-up call there from Matt earlier, as this is exactly what they are looking to do. They're going to have that captain on their side, and they are going to take care of all of this trash with Harugia here, while Harugia is low on health as well. That's going to minimize the impact of bolstering, right? Because Harugia should die right around the same time here. Is not going to get a huge amount of extra effective health from those bolster stacks.
Yeah, and Dwarf Disc, though, on the other side, as you talked about earlier, we won't see how close they are to each other until the last boss, because they took completely different routes. Yepper's now going into that staff wing. It's going to be very hard to compare, as Dwarf Disc is now finishing off Kul Tarok, and not sure which wing they're going to next, but they still have 2 wings left.
I am worried, even though you can't make a direct comparison, I am worried about an 8-minute Kul Tarok split. I don't think that is blazingly fast. So my suspicion now is, even with the 2 deaths on the board, Yeppers have found a faster strategy, but we'll have to see, and it will come down to whether they are able to do that Kul Tarok wing dramatically faster than Dwarf Disc or not.
You can look at the percentage, though, I guess, right? If you compare it, both of them are on 49%. Yepper's got those 49% from 2 wings, while Dwarf Disc got this from 1 wing. So that is a little bit of a difference, but still, Yepper seems very quick in this dungeon so far. Dwarf Disc having no issues at all dealing with the rock here, as they're also pulling some Shackled Souls from the entrance area to the swing up. Just to get some extra percentage. Again, the boss doesn't bolster, so that's not really an issue for them. And just getting some efficient cleave, efficient trash as to deal with the boss.
Yeah, that sort of thing is really, really good for saving some time and for getting all the count you need, because it adds very little difficulty to Kul Tarok to bring 1 soul in, right? You just interrupt it, and it comes under the boss, and you cleave it down, so you get that count effectively for free, whereas 1 extra soul in that big soul pull is very scary, and so very, very good for them to pull what they could. It looks like there were 2 that they couldn't quite pull into that boss, and they are just going to have to take with them as they now decide which of the next 2 wings they want to attack.
Yeah, and both of the teams also have that Bloodlust available too, so that is something they have to think about, where they're going to be using it. I assume there's not going to be a 3rd Bloodlust, so either they are completely saving it for the last boss, or they just want to try a really big pull somewhere. Looks like Dwarf Disc definitely losing quite a bit of time, unfortunately, with those 2 Shackled Souls that they didn't manage to pull into the boss. So this is not something you do want to see. In an MDI, right, you don't want to kill off 2 Shackled Souls. That is, of course, pretty inefficient, and they can't really drag it into the next pull because of bolstering. But now they're gearing up for a really big pull. Looks like they're also getting the patrol from the bridge. So this is a huge pull. They also killed Woe here to get the stealth afterwards and the speed buff. But yeah, let's see if they can execute this properly. Bloodlust being also committed for this.
Yeah, Spear of Bastion would be really good here, but Ancient Aftershock is also really good for stunning all those mobs in those micro stuns. They also have the Earthquake doing a similar job here. So most of these mobs aren't really going to get to do much of anything. They all get randomly interrupted by that Earthquake, and previously by the Aftershock as well. They're now going to be basically all taken care of, so Dwarf Disc getting a lot of count in not a lot of time. Meanwhile, Yeppers are starting the Banished Souls section. They are going to be pulling, it looks like, half of them, and then they'll be running through afterwards and getting the other half.
You do have to worry a little bit on Dwarf Disc side, because those mobs are really bolstered here. They have the Horror and the Butcher are really bolstered, and they killed Woe pretty quickly, but it looks like they're still fine. Because Woe is such a long buff, they actually still manage to skip here. But sometimes it happens that you kill Woe planning on skipping something after the trash pull, but then the trash pull takes so long that Woe actually expired once you're done. Well, it didn't happen for Dwarf Disc this time, as they did manage to skip.
Yeah, the Woe buff, one of my favorite things over the course of this affix on the PTR was the Woe buff going from like a 20-second buff to a 30-second buff to a 45-second buff, all the way up to a minute buff. They just really wanted to make sure that if you wanted to use it to get that skip, it was going to cooperate with you, and that is exactly what that effect does now, and it is so cool. All the different ways you can use it, and all of the little extra flexibility it gives you because it does last for so long.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a very nice change that they did, and it's utilized so much even in the MDI, right? So that is awesome to see, as Yeppers now in that last wing that they have to deal with. Dwarf Disc now getting closer to that to Gourd Chop. They still have a whole wing left. They still have to do the whole Xav wing after this. And they're also dealing with the gas pack, which is something we haven't seen Yepers deal with. Gas pack having so much HP, and also having to watch out for the bolstering, right? Because those Sludge Spewers, they have a lot less HP than the gas pack. So you can see them just being stunned there by the rogue on the outside, and just trying to not leave it down to make sure the gas pack doesn't get bolstered.
Yeah, that's something that you can see. It has cost them a bit of time. Heated is going to go down there as well for Dwarf This. That's their first death of the map. Meanwhile, Yepers are on 2 deaths, but neither... I don't think this dungeon is all that likely to come down to those 5 seconds. It does seem to me like Yepers has a bit of a lead at this point of... I mean, I guess they are behind on count, but they do have an extra boss killed, so it could really still go either way, as Dwarf This are on Gorechop, getting ready to start here. This is actually very much could still come down to the wire, as Yepers still have a lot of trash to get through in this section.
And Yepers is still just carrying around this ancient captain, as you can see, right? Yeah. Everyone has this buff on them basically as well. You can see this symbol that looks like a Fury Warrior symbol. So that is from the ancient captain as well. They're mind controlling. I do think they can even just get it to the last boss and then eventually kill it off at the end to just get the extra percentage that they need as well. So getting some efficient percentage at the end. We'll see what they decide to do with it, as they're dealing with a lot more trash still. You can see Dwarf This is still ahead in trash percentage, but by only 6% at this point. While Yepers is ahead a whole boss kill. So they definitely have to hurry up on Dwarf This side if they want to catch up some time here. Gorechop on 50%, but this boss takes so long at 23, right? Gorechop definitely a fight where, you know, you get gripped around, you need to dodge here and there, you need to walk out of those puddles so you can lose some damage, especially when you pull trash on top and a lot of the damage dealers are just AoEing them down at the start.
Yeah, it's tough to make it a direct comparison because there were slightly different plans involved here, but the boss 2 split for Yepers was the Gorechop wing, and the boss 3 split for Dwarf This is the Gorechop wing, right? So when we see that Dwarf This are going to end up being a minute and a half slower on their Gorechop wing, to be fair, they did run to the Gorechop wing from farther away, so that might make up for some of that time, but I don't think it makes up for all that time. I do think Yepers are just going faster this dungeon.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you, as they are now dealing with that, one of the, it's not the last platform, there's one more left after this one, and they also deal with those mages as well. You can see they dealt with them a little bit cleaner as Dwarf This, because Dwarf This had the Bone Soldier, the big mob, already down when they pulled those last 2 mobs, while Yepers still has it alive, but it also bolstered on 40% or something. But it doesn't really matter because they have to kill those other 2 mages anyway. So they should be fine. And now they should be around equal HP, so they can just kill off all 3 at the same time.
Yeah, both groups actually on 80% trash count. They both have the same number of bosses dead as well, so still is very, very close between the 2 teams, as Dwarf This now getting started with the Xav wing, but Xav wing is a shorter wing than the Kultharok wing. Yepers do still have a trash pull they need to take care of before they can pull Kultharok. You can see, oh, Zatsy, I love that little life grip there. Life grips the tank to that portal because you're waiting for the tank to take that portal before it's safe to press it yourself, right? So life gripping that tank means you can get this pull started sooner. That's what you're waiting on. And anytime you can speed up whatever it is you're waiting on, that's how you gain time in a dungeon.
Yeah, and then you see Yepers just holding on to the Bloodlust for quite a while at this point. Dwarf This possibly could even get another usage there at the very end on the last boss, depending on how quick they are here at this point. So that might be an advantage for them as well as they're moving on here. I do assume that Dwarf This is not dealing with the Captain Pack at all, because they don't have that DK, they don't have that mind control that they can use, and they're probably just gonna use Shroud or maybe kill a Woe to move on here. Unfortunately, the Warrior rocking that pot here. Good that he's playing Night Fae, right?
Yeah.
Having that Dreamweaver is so bad.
All part of the plan. All part of the plan. If we, obviously, you know, you make a calculated decision to take the extra damage because you know you're playing Pod Tender, and so it is safe to do so. So, yeah, that's That's going to happen there for Dwarf this. Meanwhile, Yeppers, no Night Fae members at all on their team. They've got the other 3 Covenants represented as they are now getting started with Kultharok. Soul is going to cast Misdirection here and go and grab these 3 Shackled Souls with that Serpent Sting, bringing them under the boss. The Misdirection is important here because when they teleport up, they're going to be evading for a little while. And so they are going to teleport. Actually, one of them is onto Zatsi from that healing aggro, but the other 2 will be starting off on Roth. And that makes it a lot less likely that they will randomly either kill or cause a lot of damage to whoever they are attacking.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like Dwarf is not really catching up that much time there in this area because those mini bosses just have so much HP. So really a tough time to get them done quickly as Yeppers only has Kultharok left. They have that 94% trash, so they're missing a little bit. But they left those 3 mobs upstairs, right? That the Dwarf has already dealt with, and they have the captain as well.
If they need to, I actually don't know how much count you get from those 3 at the start of the dungeon, but that may be
4%.
enough. Okay, so then they will need the captain as well, but potentially they can release the captain. Maybe while they're waiting for more Dretha RP, they can kill it or something like that. That could be an efficient time to do it. I'm not sure. We'll see how they decide to handle this last little bit of the dungeon. They do have to finish off Kultharok first. Dwarf this have got 100% already. They are started on Zav now. So they are 70% of a boss's health behind, but they are 6% trash count ahead. Very, very close dungeon run as both teams are on 2 deaths as well, so that is completely equalized as well between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and Yeppers definitely doing a good job here. Even though they have those 2 deaths on the board, it didn't really cost them a lot of time at all. As they were also... we actually see Heated go down for Dwarf Dis, unfortunately. As they didn't manage to finish off that banner before that combo came out. But we do have an engineering rest being used by the rest shaman here, getting Heated back up. And they should be able to recover. Still have an additional battle rest in case something else happens. But Yeppers not having any issues at all on their side, as they're about to finish off Kultharok, and then it's only the last boss in their way, plus that there's 3 trash mobs and the captain that they have to do. Looks like they actually release the captain now and do exactly what you said. So one of the team members, looks like it's Zatsi, the healer, jumping down, making sure they start their RP of the last boss, while the 3 damage dealers and the tank are finishing off that captain. And they don't need a healer, it's a Blood DK, right?
Yeah, they're actually able to bring this with them by using the Death Grip and jumping down here. So they're going to be able to kind of walk towards that portal while this is happening. And this isn't really all that inefficient as well because oh no! Soul actually going down to Quaking, it looks like there maybe, or maybe a Fervent or something out of that Ancient Captain. As now you can see Roth actually fairly low on health. Yeah, it might have been Shield Bash that hit him because Roth was out of melee range. So that is probably what ended up going down for Soul. They are now coming upstairs. Oh, the Quaking. Very, very dangerous there for a second. But Roth is going to be stabilized by Zatsi as they now get this last trash pull with them into the boss, potentially. It is safe to do that with new bolstering, so that is something it looks like they are interested in doing. Yeah.
If they want to commit. Sometimes on the last boss, you do want to save the Bloodlust for 50%, because then those echoes spawn and it's just a little bit more chaotic. But it looks like they're not waiting at all. They're just using the lust, cleaving down that trash pack with the boss, and also killing that relic as well to get that cooldown reduction on everybody. Plus the plus the HP and mana ticks as well, which are nice too, additionally. But Dwarf is just unfortunately having more issues on staff there. Just lost 2 additional players still after that first death that we saw earlier, and now they don't have a battle rest left for their Dead Warrior. And unfortunately, the pot had already triggered Dreamweaver pot tender on the previous trash pack, right? So very unfortunate that Covenant doesn't save you twice. Well, at least not within 10 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Dwarfus. A lot of time lost on Zab the Unfallen. They are going to get started on Mordretha soon, but it is already entering phase 2 at 50% health here for Yeppers, so they have a long way to go. Dwarfus probably need Yeppers to wipe at this point, given how far ahead Yeppers are.
Yeah, Yeppers is doing an incredible job here. They did definitely make quite a few mistakes in that very first dungeon that we saw earlier in that Sanguine Depths, but they recovered really quickly, so that is really good to see that they didn't, end up playing worse because they made mistakes. They just, immediately recovered after that dungeon and played a really good Gambit and now a really good Theater of Pain. So that's the kind of caliber of players we talked about earlier, having those world first raiders in there as well. Just being able to shake it off and just keep going really shows how good they are. As they are about to finish off Mordretha, Dwarf now also managed to reach the boss, but unfortunately it's gonna be a little bit too late for them as they're trying to catch up with that Bloodlust being popped as well. But Yepers is getting closer and closer to finishing off the boss.
Yeah, sub 10% now on Mordretha for Yepers. Not too much dangerous left here. They've handled the last charges. They're going to get gripped in here, but they don't even have any circles spawning. And that is going to be it for Mordretha, and that's going to be it for this series. Yepers taking it 2-1 over Dwarf this.
Wow, and it was close in the end. Like, Dwarf this putting on a pretty admirable performance, and it was kind of I feel like it was the little things in the end that ended up costing Dwarf this, like a couple deaths here and there. You know, I don't know if the composition had much to do with it, but that was tight.
Yeah, we were wondering if we were going to see, you know, how both teams really going to figure out how to get the Necro into this, to kind of the compositions with the banners and whatnot. And both of them opting for monks, one the Brewmaster and one Windwalker. So really, you know, even seeing the warriors come out, some different stuff here.
And look at the Windwalker damage as well. 27k effective DPS topping the damage on the Yepper side here. So really nice composition choice here for Theater of Pain.
Yeah, that's interesting. It is cool to see a little bit of variation between comps. You know, it turns out you don't need a Warlock for every single dungeon in the game. So yeah, for now at least, we'll see what other teams want to do with their approach to it. But the monks seem like a good choice.
Yeah, because you have the Blood DK on the side of Yepers, you're also able to kind of take control of that captain. It's a reduced effect, I believe, once you kind of take him into your own effect. I think it goes down to 2% damage buff and a 5% reduction of AoE damage, but still, it's something, right?
You take those, yeah.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. Yep. Well, Dratnos, in the end, what made the difference? What was really what gave Yepers the win?
I think that their pathing and their pull pacing in this dungeon looked better to me. I think some of that can certainly be attributed to the ability to do that pull in the Zav wing, because they had that Blood Death Knight, they had that control undead. But yeah, I mean, I think just their routing looked maybe a minute faster. But they were also able to execute it to within that pretty high degree of precision as well. Whereas we could see Dwarf this also looking good for most of the dungeon, did end up having it fall maybe 30 seconds apart in that Zav wing at the end there. So,
yeah, you
know, sometimes it goes that way, right?
Yep, certainly does.
Yeah, and I do think there were some issues that they maybe didn't plan, or maybe the routing was not, they were not too comfortable with the routing as well for Dwarf this, because we saw those souls that they had to finish off after Kulturak, right? Which caused them to lose a lot of time there. And then they pulled the gas back in that Warchop wing that we saw Yepers actually skip. So there were definitely quite a few differences in that routing that really just ended up being in favor of Yepers in the end.
Yeah, that was the one that I think you mentioned it during the cast, Naguro, when they pulled the gas bag. They ended up having like a wipe, I think. One player died during that, and then also it's just a really difficult. We see the angel being dragged. It's just a difficult pack to deal with, especially on bolstering, right? With the the lower HP mobs coming out.
Mm-hmm. New Zav.
And then they also had a lot of issues on Xav here as well, right? On Dwarf this side, and not having a battle rest anymore for their last player that went down there. And I do think
this was a fun move.
Yeah, the Shining Force to bring it downstairs, because I don't think you can get line for the Death Grip, so you do need a knock if you want to bring it downstairs, and then you, of course, can recontrol it, which you can see is exactly what they do there. This is the Zav that we saw from Dwarf this, though, like you were talking about, where that banner's not dead yet. You know, how do you get out of all of these different abilities? And the answer is, well, maybe you don't.
You kind of don't, yep.
Yeah,
kind of just die.
Anytime you have like a DPS die there, and then they send the two players down, and you have the banner spawn up top. Yep. It's not a good time.
It's tough. I mean, especially when you get that second banner then at that point, and then it's like you're just getting overwhelmed by Vexology. That's another word for flag.
Maybe they should have brought the Warlock anyway, because Warlock can just stand in that cleave and it's fine, right? You just use one of your 5 million defensive cooldowns that you have, and you just stand in it.
That's true. Do I detect a little bit of bitterness there in that statement?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, Warlocks are fine.
Moonkin speaking,
The
Bark
Warlocks
Skin,
are
1 minute cooldown.
Bark Skin.
Yeah, you got Bark Skin.
20% DR, okay.
Bear form, infinite
Yeah, go
cooldown.
bear form. We saw it
Always
earlier from the
available.
4 Druid group.
Yeah,
Bear form
Yeah, I think they
effective.
had a
Try
few
being a
deaths,
shaman.
1 or 2.
True.
Bear form
I
didn't
will
help
say-
them as much.
I think Dwarf This are going to be a force in the lower bracket with the way they were playing there. I mean, that was
Yeah.
a
They did look
really,
good.
really strong showing. So I would be very scared if I were sent down to the lower bracket against them. I think they are gonna put up a run down there for at least a couple of series.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems like
I
they
mean-
have a bunch of different comps they can play as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think when you go into like kind of the banning phase of trying to get rid of some of the dungeons, you really don't really have a great idea of what they're going to run or what they have planned for some of those other dungeons that we haven't seen yet.
Yep, that's right. So definitely something to watch out for in the lower bracket as Dwarf This heads down. It's kind of appropriate, really. I mean, being dwarves, that they go like deep down below and try to dig their way back out again. I mean, that's like, I can't think of like more of a dwarf thing to do, honestly.
It makes sense.
It's they're
Planned this
just
all along.
they're playing the lore game for sure. Yeah, that's right. Well, we got Baldy versus Witness Cuties coming up next. Remember, Witness Cuties is actually another guild in the same, another set of players from the same guild as Apes Together Strong. So Apes Together Strong, we know, going down to the lower bracket. You know, Witness Cuties obviously wants to continue in the upper bracket if they can, but if they go down, excuse me, maybe an opportunity for an inter-guild battle.
I think if Witness Cuties wins this game and then loses their next game, and Apes Together Strong wins their first lower bracket game, I think they would get sent to the same match in the
Yeah,
lower
they
bracket.
both need to win
so
one, I think.
I have my chart in my head of how these two teams can play against each other.
I want to see that match just because of the potential shenanigans we could see.
Yeah.
Like a 8 druid, 4 druids on each side, maybe. Just kind of a full send between some guildies. I think that would be quite fun.
It could be
I'd
good.
love to see that, but I do think they're gonna have a little bit of a hard time to win against Baldy here for Witness Cuties.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Full send. Oh, there you go.
Oh, here we
Let's
go.
read this out. Yeah. Do you want to read that first, Matt?
Oh, no, you go do it. You're the host.
All right. Sure, thanks.
You read the graphics on the screen now.
Sure thing. To declare that in a perfectly calculated situation, the call is to throw all cooldowns and damage at the target, comfortably defeating an enemy. Or see also full team wipe, which often follows a full send. It's true. It's true. The graphic doesn't lie. Yeah.
Strategy of cooldowns of early and often, just as possible and as early as possible.
Look, if they're going to give us an relic that's going to reduce my cooldowns, I'm going to press my cooldowns. That is a trade offer I'm willing to accept.
Yeah,
Blame
clearly
the
that's the
seasonal
intent,
ethics.
right? Yep. Exactly. Well, we're going to mull that over as we go for a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Baldy versus Witness Cuties. Don't go anywhere. Mythic Dungeon International comes back in just a few. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Dowie here along with Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic. And guess what? This is the first time we've seen Tettles all day. How you been?
Yo, what up? It's been an interesting day of MDI matches. That last series was quite close between Yeppers and Dwarf This. That was I'm interested to see how Dwarf This does through the lower bracket, and I'm very interested to see how Yeppers does through the upper bracket. I think that both of those teams, like if they have a clean and consistent run, they're going to be putting up like almost world-class level times, but their consistency was what was definitely holding both of those teams back, I think.
Mm-hmm. We're halfway through the day now, so Zyronic, what stood out to you? Any big surprises?
You know, not so much. I think it's gone just about as I would expect. Echo played like we expected Echo to play, and our match between the two middle seeds was very competitive. So far, we're on track for exactly what I've been expecting. I think this lower part of the bracket is where things could definitely deviate a bit here. I don't think Baldy's going to lose, but I'm really interested to see what happens in that last matchup of the day.
And we also had a remake, right? So everything as expected?
Oh, we actually got everything.
Really true.
Yep. Pretty much. So Witness Cuties is a team that people might not be as familiar with. I'm just looking up a little bit more information, but it said apparently their background, this is what they gave us. They said, we assembled the 5 cutest players on our server and all play in a guild called Witness. We knew that already, but just no synergy as far as like strategy goes. It's all about cuteness level, and they will ban Halls of Atonement. Baldy will ban Spires of Ascension. That leaves us with Plaguefall the other side and Streets.
So do you think they're going to have Ayaya in all of their names?
I don't know. Maybe
they have
they
to.
better not.
I think they're legally required to, aren't they?
Yes.
It's in the terms of service, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So I actually do know Tobak the tank in Witness Cuties. He's a known and plus tank on EU. Been playing some dungeons with him. He even carried my Warlock alt, Nagani, through some keys some time ago. So shout out to Tobak. So I'm gonna have to be rooting for Tobak here, unfortunately. I mean, that's just what you gotta do if you get carried on your alt.
Yeah, and
caster bias there, but
also
I don't know if
bias, I guess.
I don't know if I'm in favor of Warlock enabling, but I'm not one to judge.
So something that's interesting, we didn't really talk about Baldy much, but they have 4 of the same members from the Complexity team from last season that made it to the Global Finals, and then now they have Lapon tanking instead of Scott. So this is going to be a very good team. I think that this Baldy team, they are the 6th seed, and so they are slightly favored to make it out of this bracket. But man, this first group, this Cup A is very competitive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked, but I just like, we try to get some information out of these teams, before things start, so we can like share a little bit of background and all that kind of stuff. But the only thing we got from Baldy was from J.B, who said, team background is just, I'm bald and my team reminds me a lot.
They remind him a lot, and they also call pretty much everything in game Baldy as well. Like when they got to the jailer in progression, they called him a Baldy too. So it's not just JB. It's
a pretty obvious
everything.
one, I guess,
They've also started, they have this ongoing bit that every single time JB dies, since Holy Priest is super meta, they take a screenshot of him in angel form. And I wonder if they're going to do that mid-MDI match.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure.
That's the swag move, yeah. You got to do that, yeah.
Well, it's gotten so bad that JB has put a cancel or a macro in every single one of his buttons, so they can't take a picture of his
Oh, no, wait a second. What if he needs to heal, though?
Wait. He probably took it off. He doesn't have that on the tournament.
Well, what if he did?
He has to stick to it. Yeah, he needs to keep it.
I mean, do you just take one for the team there? You're just like accepting that you're just gonna, wear those angel form activations proudly, I mean, what do you do?
So would you use the selfie cam to take a picture of the angel form, or would you use the print? Use the print screen?
That's next level. Cam.
Yeah, you got to use the selfie cam. Yeah,
the swag selfie cam to make sure that you're in the middle of it while you're tanking the pack.
Selfie in MDI with the angel over the shoulder. Yeah.
Use selfie cam, then also use the in-game Twitter function to post that screenshot to Twitter mid MDI.
Yeah, exactly. This is what it was created for. Yeah.
Okay, if there's ever a team that's gonna screenshot their healer being dead mid MDI and post it to Twitter mid run, it's gonna be Baldy.
Well, it has to happen now. If they're listening right now, like, I mean,
please.
come on. You got to do it. You got to do it.
Gotta do it.
Yep, that's right. I mean, if the healer doesn't die, you lose your opportunity, but, you know, and that's fine. But if it does, you know, go for it, I would say. It's my own opinion on that. Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, we're going to get into the map pretty soon. We're starting things off with none other than everybody's favorite dungeon, Plaguefall. I've never met a person who isn't just totally in love with this dungeon. Everybody's favorite.
Yay.
Hate it.
People love poison. They love lots of stuff to avoid on the ground. They especially love it when it's tyrannical, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it should be a good one.
Yeah, so it's 23 tyrannical bursting volcanic. I do think Plaguefall is a really interesting dungeon though for like the MDI format, because we've seen many different kinds of techs that the teams have been using. You know, with the spell stealing of the buff from the mages, which I don't think is going to happen. We haven't seen many mages today, but I mean, maybe we see mages in Plaguefall. If any team's going to run it, it's going to be Baldy, right? With Fired Up being a mage main.
That is true. In addition to that, Plaguefall is one of the dungeons that we normally, like season in and season out, see pushed to the highest dungeon level. So for it to be on a 23, it's easily doable in time, but the question is, like, how do you adapt some of these strategies and make them like super efficient and super fast? It is bursting volcanic Tyrant, so those two affixes are pretty free, especially whenever you're running a Holy Priest for like that Mass Dispel and bursting stacks. But what are they going to do about just like, I think that part that's after Globgrog is the part of this dungeon that's always caused MDI teams so many problems.
Yeah, true enough. We've seen a lot of iterations of Plaguefall strategy over the years now as well, I suppose. Even like the cursed Plague Boar tech too, which I suppose isn't in there as much anymore. But the dungeon has began, so enjoy it. We'll check back with you later.
Oh, so we do have a
so
mage.
We actually see the mage on Witness Cuties, not on Baldy. So I did make the wrong call there, but we do see the mage. So very interesting to see. And two monks again. We see a Windwalker monk on Baldy's side, and Tobak actually being known to be a Brewmaster player. Has been playing Brewmaster in live service for a long time already, so it does make sense for them to bring that here as well.
I'm kind of surprised that we have a Windwalker monk on the side of Baldy, but Windwalker monk, while
Necrolord, right?
Okay, that seems like that makes a lot of sense. That it would be for the Necrolord. You are able to get the Necrolord buff. Okay, so on both sides, the monks are the ones that are the Necrolord. I'm surprised. Okay, so since they were running fire, Necrolord is actually a very popular Covenant for the Frost Mage, but Witness Cuties with the Fire Mage, it makes sense that he's that Fey Covenant.
Yeah, very interesting comps here. I mean, I guess the Hunters and the Warlocks are no surprise to anyone.
Yeah.
And this Priest as well. But yeah, interesting. It also looks like Tobak is playing human race on that Brewmaster.
Interesting.
Which is also an interesting choice. Oh, JB actually going down on Baldy's side after the Bloodlust, so that is a bit unfortunate for them. I assume there was some issues because they did a really huge pull, as they pulled a bunch of these mobs here on top of the boss as well. So having all of those bursting stacks go off can be really dangerous. They also decided to kill one and one Eye relic here, so that means they'll have the cooldown reduction and also the haste buff in just a second whenever they manage to finish this off. It's hard for them to finish it off because it jumped away from the boss, so no one really wants to cleave it down, but there we go.
Something that's also important to note, you were talking about the racials on the side of Witness Cuties. Baldy's running 5 dwarves, which I think is a really smart pick into this bursting. You're able to dwarf racial off all of those stacks for those massive pulls. In addition to that, they can rotate between dwarf racial and mass dispel, like I was talking about right before the game started, to be able to get rid of all of those bursting stacks. So there's a lot of cooldown coverage just for that one affix. That it's not always an issue, but during this boss room and then during the final boss room, those are the two parts where you're like, okay, I'm really glad that I have all of these tools available.
Yeah, and do you actually know, is the Warlock playing like a Mecha Gnome, or what is that icon?
That is the Mecha Gnome.
What does that ability do? Like, what do you get from Mecha Gnome? I don't even know.
It's like a cheat death. I'll pull it up exactly. Hold on. It is like kind of like a cheat death effect, though. Their damage ratio, from my understanding, is not that bad. Racial. Hold on. I'm currently Googling it to read exactly what it is.
Well, in the meantime, Baldi did manage to finish off that first boss. I hope they managed to get a screenshot from JB dying there.
Okay.
Of course. But now they are gathering up a really big pool again right after the boss. And Witness Cutie is now done as well, so they're going to be doing the same on their side too.
When you fall below 20% health, you heal for 15% of your maximum HP. It cannot happen more than once every 2.5 minutes. And then their combat one is every 5 seconds you increase your primary stat by 4, stacking up to 8 times. So the racial is really good damage. Ooh, Toback goes down for the side of Witness Cuties. This is a very scary pull to be losing your tank on. They do also have that Cauterize proc, but they look like they're going to be able to kite this out potentially, Nagura.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. So they still have that Plague Rock and also the Spine Breaker that Toback has to try to get back somehow, but getting aggro back on such a pull is really difficult. You see ABG also proccing that pot as well as also that Cauterize. Thankfully, Mage has 2 cheat deaths and they play Fire, so that is really good for them. As they're gonna be able to recover here. So really nice recovery by Witness Cuties. Now, neither of the teams have a Battle Rust available anymore. So that is something they have to look out for, as Witness Cuties did kill Woe, but is not utilizing the stealth or the movement speed buff here, as they're just pulling those slimes straight away.
I've been surprised to see how many teams have been killing Vi this weekend. I didn't expect Vi to be killed almost at all with the Warlock and the Surf Hunter being in the meta, but we saw Baldi kill the Vi Relic on the first boss, which shocked me. It's no surprise here that they were using
and as well.
That was a great use of Relic for Baldi right there, just to be able to skip all those tentacles. Those tentacles, they do give 10 enemy forces count per, which during live you'd rather just use these Plague Borers to blow up the tentacles because you're trying to take it slow and steady. But during the MDI format, those tentacles just aren't super efficient, and killing them one by one doesn't make a ton of sense. I really liked that Woe skip there.
Yeah, that was definitely very efficient by them, as they don't need the Woe buff anymore now. They did finish off the as well, and now they're using those last 2 Plague Borers to finish off the Slime Pack, the right side trash pack in this boss room, which is another really efficient thing to do because of the damage reduction that the slime applies to the mobs around. So really good, really well done. Unfortunately, it looks like it didn't go onto the slime, or maybe it just doesn't do as much damage, and that's why they still have to finish it off. But yeah, Witness Cuties, they're struggling a little bit, and if you look at the trash percentage, Baldi actually is really far ahead in trash. Those first few pulls that they did was a really big percentage pull, while Witness Cutie is definitely going a little bit slower when it comes to trash.
Oh, interesting. So Baldi is using the speed taunt from that Windwalker monk to get that Spine Breaker grouped up, and now they are mass gripping all of these mobs right on top of Dr. Ickis on the left side of your screen here for Baldi. This is an incredibly scary pull. Hey, look at this again. They have the Vi Relic. They've procced this twice on bosses now. Maybe they just value that haste that the Vi Enforcer gives after they kill it a little bit more than potentially the CDR that the Relic provides.
Yeah, very interesting. And this is a very dangerous pull, SJB. Toback going down on Witness Cutie's side again. They don't have a Battle Rest anymore. So this might be causing disaster for them. But the mobs are pretty low, so they might be able to finish it off. But very unfortunate. Baldi, though, not having any issues with that huge pull they did on the start there on Dr. Ickis. That is something that we haven't seen that many times. That so much trash is getting pulled on top of the boss without, you know, having the Plague Borers help you out with the explosions. So really well done here. And the Warlock utility being really useful for this boss with the Banish, right?
More often than not, I've seen groups, they'll like banish this, and then out of this banish, they'll normally like throw a trap right at it, like we see on the screen here, and then the Warlock will immediately banish that congealed slime on the next side. Ooh, that trap ended up getting broken. I think it was maybe by the DK dot. I'm not 100% sure. That's kind of unfortunate. And then so they'll banish this congealed slime, and whenever the mobs are banished, they don't apply the damage reduction debuff, even if the mobs are nearby the Plague Bomb or the boss. And so that's why the banish is very nice, and it does last 30 seconds. They can drop it at any time. That Warlock utility for this boss is super cool.
Yeah, they are ignoring that last bomb here, but not sure if they're gonna make the damage, actually.
Oh, no.
Also still pretty high. They're using the shell here by Lepan. only fired up going down, so yeah. Actually had a lot of utility here to be used, defensive utility, to survive that explosion, except Turtle not being ready or fired up on the Hunter, so I do think JB knew, oh, the Hunter is dead, you know? Without Turtle, there's no way so I'm just gonna throw the Guardian Angel on myself, and he did manage to survive that, and yeah, not too much time lost there. Managed to get the rest up immediately after the boss was dead, so no issues at all, as you're now moving on to that next big pull.
Hunter's very commonly known for being incredibly durable.
Oh yeah.
All right, and so I'm surprised that they're not. I'm surprised that they're doing this trash pack. I really do enjoy how they skipped that tentacle on the left side, because we were talking about this earlier. They're not the most efficient mobs, but this trash pack is not one that we've seen. We haven't seen it overly done in a bunch of different MDI seasons, but it comes down to like how much trash you want to be skipping during that Globgrog area, which we did see Baldi elect to. They did miss some of the mobs, which were common in the previous 2 seasons of the Shadowlands MDI that we've seen. And right here from Baldi, if they're going to pull all of this trash into the boss, I wouldn't be super surprised, because the power of Blood Decay this season.
So you think it's the power of Blood Decay or the power of Warlock?
I think it's the power of both. I do think it's both. But Blood Decay is insanely good this season, and with the Mass Grip, you're able to get all of the mobs grouped up a lot faster than you could in seasons past, just with that Mass Grip utility. And now that you have enough damage, like you said, from the Warlock and the Serve Hunter. But Shakib is even the top damage on this pull. It's not even the Warlock and the Serve Hunter.
True.
That Windwalker, maybe they need to nerf Windwalker Monk. People keep complaining about Destro Lock, but Windwalker Monk is seeming pretty good still.
Agreed. As they're now also pulling the boss into this. They did kill Vi there. So let's see if they kill Vi again, or if they decide to kill Looks like this time around, just because they already have that haste buff, so it just makes sense to get both of them, right? And stacking the cooldown reduction with the haste is very powerful. So there we go, having the and also gathering up all of those assassins as they just walk around very slowly, gathering up all of them. Witness Cuties, of course, a little bit behind because of those issues they had earlier. They're just now fighting Dr. Ikis. But they also did that similar pull that we saw Baldi do with the Spinebreaker hack on top of the boss. So still doing pretty decent pulls, just unfortunately lost too much time there on the trash packs earlier.
Yeah, so if you look at the split ones between the two teams, Baldi was a little bit ahead, but it seemed like Witness Cutie was within striking distance if there was a mistake. But Witness Cutie's mistakes with those few deaths that happened, that's going to cost them almost maybe even 3 minutes on their boss 2 split, which they're hoping for the side of Witness Cuties that Baldi has just a massive failure here. And the run back is very far from this point to the dungeon if something did happen on the side of Baldi. But these guys are MDI veterans. I expect for them to be able to close out at least the Dominant Venom Blade. The last part of the dungeon can be a bit tricky, but without the crippling slow that was applied to Mordretha that we had last season with the Tormented mobs, we've seen a lot fewer issues just on Mordretha.
Yeah, it is also 23 Tyrannical though, so you can see some of those abilities do so much damage. You can see Shakib, actually, okay, he took no damage there as he had a defensive available, just as I say it, of course. But earlier they did drop incredibly low whenever there was no defensive available, so yeah, still a lot of damage that needs to be healed. But thankfully, both Bursting and Volcanic not really doing anything to make the boss fight worse, as long as you dodge the volcanoes in the ground. So yeah, not really causing any issues other than just the tyrannical damage that you have to deal with. And it looks like they are dealing with this boss pretty quickly. 2% left, and then they have enough to just move on. They're on 84%, so they don't have to do any extra trash here, can just move on to the last boss area.
I'm kind of surprised that they don't want the red slime into the last boss. It's like a very common strategy on live keys that you bring that haste buff into the final room, and you kind of plant on top of it. But I guess it's really inefficient time-wise to be doing something like that, even though it increases your damage and it makes killing the final boss easier. Just getting that mob set up does take a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, I agree. It might be viable on like even higher tyrannical keys, but on a 23, especially when you have so much damage output, you probably just still need that extra haste buff. And usually you have to move out of the puddle anyway after the first phase, or even when the first ad spawns already, because when the first growth spawns like on the other side of the room, you're gonna have to move out of the puddle. You still have the buff on the player, on the Necrolord player, but you don't get like the double buff anymore. So that is something that they decided is not worth it. And this room still can be dangerous with the affixes, right? With that bursting, but JB having that master spell for whenever those smaller mobs die, really helping them out here.
Yeah, and they're probably going to save their dwarf racial. They're going to save it for the boss because the bleeds from the rain, or the dots from the rain are quite scary. And look at this, Baldi again with the Vi Interceptor. I think that this Vi Interceptor makes a lot of sense because they're about to get another set of relics off of this boss. And so I do... You talked about it a couple of times, just doubling up on the relics that you're going to kill. Baldi probably going to... Oh!
That was an accident.
A Woe Drifter has spawned.
Whose job was it? Whose job was it to focus the...
Who targeted the Woe Drifter? I'm looking. Pull up the damage meter. We gotta see. Who targeted the Woe Drifter?
I think the problem was that no one was targeting the correct relic. Everyone was just AoEing.
Yeah.
That was probably the issue. But they're already in that first... They are gonna have such an easy time dodging these tentacles. It's amazing. Just look at them go. And they also have the damage reduction, which honestly is the safe play, right? Having the 1 minute long damage reduction on the whole group is really nice. Of course. I mean, killing the boss quicker is also nice, because then you won't have the rain going off multiple times. But they have a damage reduction. They also have a lot of dispels as well, right? Because they have the monk as well that can dispel diseases. So really nice on a really nice comp for Margrave.
Yeah, I think that plus all of the dwarf racials, it just makes this boss relatively trivial. Ooh, they do get one full rain cast off, and Lip here doesn't even need to press his dwarf racial. This seems like just a safety play. If the boss is going to last a long time in the final phase, then it can be a little bit scary, especially on this keystone level, especially on that tyrannical affix. You may end up having to dodge some of the tentacles, but whenever these guys are scaled up to such a high gear level, they're probably like the 276, 270, they're probably like 278, 279 level on some of their gear, because they're able to even get like Mythic Jailer, Mythic Ragalon, Mythic Lords of Dread loot. And so that's going to help them, like, they're just going to smoke straight through this boss, even though it is a 23 on Tyran.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the dwarf racials being used now on that last rain. And of course, still using those dispels as well, the double dispel that they have with their comp. And yeah, incredibly clean by Baldi here for their first official showing with Lepan as a tank. Really well done, those 2 deaths. Were one on Fired Up as he didn't have a defensive available for the explosion, and then one on JB and the very first pull. Other than that, really clean, and Baldi takes that first dungeon here in Plaguefall.
I don't know about you guys.
Baldi.
I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed shot on the JB Angel.
Oh.
I'm disappointed in myself. Not the team. The team was great.
You were looking forward to it. I know. We were chatting like during the game, and you were ready. Finger was on the print screen key. Sorry, or whatever way you take the screenshots. But it was a pretty clean run from Baldi overall. But that woe buff was like giving me anxiety on the last boss, because it's like I would probably run too far into a tentacle that was coming down. Not be used to it. It's freaking me out.
Same, actually. Yeah.
But there you go. Obviously, damage done. It's going to look a little bit funky because that Witness Cuties didn't finish the dungeon off. But a lot being done by Baldi there. 34k effective DPS for Liplock. Wow.
That's... For a dungeon that kind of kills itself with some of those Plague Borers, that is a large amount of DPS that Lip was able to put out there.
Even JB doing 8.4k DPS on that priest, that is... That's a lot. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of the value of the H priest isn't even in their own DPS. Okay, so holy priests, whenever they're able to press their damaging abilities, can do a pretty high amount of DPS. But a lot of their damage potential comes through that Night Fae Covenant with the fairies, and then additionally PI. Very good on multiple targets here. The Warlock and that Serve Hunter both will argue tooth and nail as to who should be getting the power infusion. And at some points, it's probably a good decision to give it to either one of the two. It's like it just kind of depends on like where you want the cooldown coverage, maybe where you want the power infusion 2 minutes after the fact, and like what is going to be the pivotal moments in the dungeon that you need to be the most consistent on.
Mm-hmm. We've got some replays to take a look at from that dungeon again. Pretty clean affair by Baldy overall, and on the other side, the Witness Cutie side of things, it was a little bit rough from time to time, but let's check out some of these plays from Baldy.
There's the Angel. Hold on.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you missed it. You missed
it. Again.
I was waiting for it to be in a good spot, but...
You even knew it was coming.
That's the only reason I threw the clip in here, because I wanted the screenshot, and I missed it again, so I'll have to watch the YouTube restream playback later.
It's ironic being toxic.
All in all,
toxic, man.
Baldy playing pretty good, and they showed off a little bit of how you can use the relics in this dungeon as well. I mean, they only have about 10 or 15 seconds left of that woe buff here, but you are able to use it still to skip most of this gauntlet and not have to deal with any of the tentacles. Just something that everybody can integrate into their live key runs as well, because you are able to get that relic buff there if you want it. It lets you skip probably 2 minutes of the dungeon that you have to worry about killing off tentacles with plague boars. It's just a nice skip in general. And then, of course, just making sure that JB can be as useful as possible after they blow up all of this trash, instantly dispelling all of the bursting stacks off of his entire group. Just a nice little useful thing to do. They played this dungeon pretty well. Yeah, there were a couple spot deaths here and there, but I mean, this is kind of the dungeon we're expecting from this team. The tank replacement didn't seem like it was too big of a deal for them. Yes, Scott is as Chad a tank as it gets, right? But Le Pen, everyone knows him for being a Chad tank too, so they both played... I mean, Le Pen played really well this key for being the first time he played with this team.
All tanks are Giga Chads, that's just a fact.
No,
please invite me. Please invite me to keys. All tanks are Giga Chads. Please invite me to keys.
Don't let the
nice
player in your keys, guys.
Don't let a Moonkin player in your keys.
All tanks are so unbelievably attractive. They're the smartest people I know. Please.
Okay.
That's getting creepy, honestly.
This just reminds me of like tanking Karazhan as a Boomkin, like way back in like BC, because you could do that for a little while with the PvP gear with all the bonus armor. You could do it.
Yeah.
I tanked Kara as a Boomkin.
How many years ago was that, Doa?
Some Moonkin tanking. It was a couple years ago. Yeah. I did that too. It was fun.
That was a couple years ago. Most of yours were probably like 3 or something at the time. I don't know. Probably not. Oh. The versatility of the Boomkin, been known for years, right, Nagura?
Yeah, I actually love the hybrid kind of thing going on that Moonkin has. I do wish we would see it more in the MDI, but can't have everything.
We had 2 seasons. Yep. I'll take that. That's more than most expansions for us.
That's true. Still no enhancement shamans, but you know. No patch is perfect. But if we were ever going to see it like this, they're better now than they've been in a long, long time. But still probably not what you want to bring to MDI.
Melee's tough
really
to bring.
Really good in raids.
They're great at raids.
Yeah, they're good in raids. But I'm only doing M+ right now, so invite me to group, please. Invite me before Tettles.
Dude,
there you go. Baldy up 1-0.
You're not complimenting tanks enough.
I put in my time. I tanked myself enough. Now I just want to live the DPS life. Is that so wrong?
No, that's perfectly fine.
That's fine. You put your time in.
Exactly.
You need to make sure to always blame the healers when things go wrong.
Yep, exactly.
Well, that's always just
and you can do that with both roles. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we're going to the other side next. It's going to be, excuse me, another tyrannical affair as it was before. But last match we saw was very, very close. This one seemed a bit less close. I think Baldy was kind of the favored team coming into this one, but do you feel like Witness CUTIES has a chance to tie it up possibly? Sai?
I would probably say no. I think if I had to put like a percentage chance, I'd say Baldy's probably like an 80% chance to win the second match. The thing that I'm personally interested in is comparing this run from Baldy directly to what Echo did earlier on. That's a number 1 seed versus number 2 seed comparison for the bracket today. So that's the main thing I'm focusing on. That being said, Witness CUTIES didn't play bad in that last dungeon, right? They're still in a situation where if Baldy does make some pretty major mistakes, Witness CUTIES could take this to the other side and put us into a game 3. I just think the chances of that happening are pretty low.
Even with it being bolstering in DOS, like bolstering Tyrant DOS is with explosive. There's a lot of potential for massive collapses, right?
There is.
It's not a very forgiving set of affixes for sure. Yeah,
I think there's also an opportunity for the teams to have watched what Echo did earlier and possibly like change a little bit. They're not going to change their whole route, but if there's like a thing or two that they saw, maybe the thing that Fragnance did with the blind and then getting the relics into Hakar at the very end, there was like a cool tech that we saw them do earlier that is something they could technically have adapted. Because I mean, it has been like an hour or two ago at this point, so they could have had the time to do that. Which might give them an edge if Witness Cuties actually changed that and Baldy didn't. We're gonna have to see.
Yep, that's right. I'm secretly kind of hoping this goes to the third map because I want to see what people are going to be doing on streets, but I think we've got that for one of our first ones later, so we're probably going to see it either way, but we'll see. This one seems like a 2-0, but you never know.
The first match tomorrow is the streets, yeah. So it's a non-bannable map, so we will definitely be seeing that we'll definitely be seeing that tomorrow as the first game.
Yep, that's right. Each team can ban a map, but they can't ban the first one of the day. So
exactly,
that's the one you really need to prioritize and nail, and then go from there. What do you think is going to be our most banned of the weekend?
Quarter Stars.
Quarter Stars.
Oh yeah.
It's just so it's just so outside everything else basically. People don't want to deal with the Apex. They don't want to deal with the dungeon that they can't necessarily do on live at the moment, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, there are a bunch of teams that actually have a decent amount of practice in the Quarter Stars. Like the Incarnation guys, they had to practice it for the TGP.
Yeah,
the Echo guys had to practice it for the TGP. Baldy, those are a bunch of just old people, so they played Quarter Stars before.
Sure.
So there is potential for the court to go through just based off the fact that there are 3 teams here that have like extensive experience with that dungeon.
Maybe that's one of the ones you just let go through because you think the other team hasn't practiced on it as much too.
Or it catches 2 bans.
Yeah.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, also that catches 2 bans. Yeah, in the case of the same dungeon being banned, then we just play out the first 3, basically. Yep. But it seems like we're ready to go into the dungeon. So let's see who takes it. Can Baldy get the 2-0, or will Witness Cuties give us a third dungeon? Let's find out.
Yeah, so Witness Cuties just kind of sticking to that mage in their composition. So I guess it wasn't a specific Plaguefall thing they did for Spellsteal. They just kind of like playing that mage. It is nice to have the intellect buff, especially when you're playing such a heavy spell damage comp with the Dastro Warlock, right? So it does make sense. But Baldy having that other typical comp that we know with Hunter, Warlock, and Rogue, and then also the Blood Decay and Lapan plus that Holy Priest. So definitely a comp that we're going to see often in this MDI season.
Yeah, this is a very standard composition. Baldy doing something very intelligent and skipping that first trash pack while Witness Cuties is playing it. And Witness Cuties is going to the right side where we see Baldy going to the left. So immediately we're diverging paths between the 2 teams. The side that Baldy's going to is something that we've seen as pretty standard across most of the MDI seasons, where this left route has been just super popular with the MDI teams because of how the Bloodlust timing normally ends up working out, just how the dealer pulls end up favoring just this left side strategy. And in addition to that, both of the teams immediately killing that Woe Relic. Movement speed, especially for the MDI in this dungeon, I expect the teams to be killing Woe Relic pretty much on CD if they're going to have to be running from point A to point B in any meaningful capacity.
Yeah, definitely. We did see Echo, though, earlier not go to that Ardenweald area first, right? They did actually go to the Hakar wing first, which is something that Witness Cuties is doing now. So very interesting to see the difference in the strategy and the routing as well. But they didn't adapt to that strategy that I talked about earlier, where you skip that priest pack and then pull in the relics later. So they are sticking to their strategy and route that they came up with themselves. But Baldy, they are finishing off their first Ardenweald pool here. Some of those muffs are actually pretty bolstered. Never seen such huge muffs before in my life. But it looks like they are just shrouding here, interestingly enough.
Okay, so I wonder how far they're going to be going. So they're kind of positioning nearby this urn, and it makes me think that they're going to. But it looks like they're positioning around this dragon. Oh gosh, what are they going to be doing here? This is a scary explosive pull, though.
So Echo, oh no, Lip is actually getting disoriented by one of those casts that literally never go off unless only 2 people are in combat with them.
Yeah.
Benders. So they did manage to interrupt it though, and Lip is alive. But the one thing I wanted to say earlier is that Echo actually didn't use to earn at all. Because the only Night Fae that they have is the Warlock. And that would be a big damage loss to have the Warlock actually just click and press the earn. So why even press it, right, if you don't need it? So that looks like something that Baldi is also doing. They're just not even feeling or clicking the earn at all. They don't need that stun. It doesn't do any damage, right? It only helps it survive. And Lepan doesn't need that. Lepan is totally fine, as you can see.
Yeah,
so yeah, they're just
Chad.
skipping right past that.
All right, and so Baldi and Witness Cuties both still have their Bloodlust available. I think that Witness Cuties, they have engaged a car. They made it down that wing. They're delaying their Lust, maybe saving it. Okay, so they delayed it a little bit. This is a pretty smart strategy from the side of Witness Cuties. If you end up delaying your Lust somewhere in the range of like 10 to 15 seconds, it allows you to have a little bit better coverage during those blood barriers and be able to break straight through them. If you do break that shield the moment that the first tick of that blood barrier goes off on Hakar, then it immediately comes out of that, and you don't end up having to get through all 3 of those ticks of that shield that go on the boss. And so that's a strategy that's it saves you a decent amount of time, just making sure that you're playing it perfectly. Ooh, Fire going down instead of Baldi. That's really bad.
Yeah, Baldi doing a huge pull here as they pulled all of this trash into the boss, but Fired Up going down, so he lost the Bloodlust that has been popped already, and he also possibly lost parts of his cooldowns as well. So they have to watch out for that. Everyone else has to make up the damage, and by everyone else I mean Lip on the Warlock, who has soloed the whole trash back basically. So good job, Lip.
Look at boss damage. Look at boss damage. Shakib is helping. Please look at boss damage. Shakib is doing things.
Fired Up. Even though he was dead for half the pool, he still managed to be second on the damage meter. So good job, Fired Up.
I don't think. Okay, that makes me think that he didn't lose his coordinated assault. Then, if he was able to come back and. Okay. Well. Okay. So what you just saw is Shakib bombed his whole entire group. So for those who don't know, if you jump at the right time whenever you have the bomb, you can try this at home, by the way, but don't tell people that I told you to do this. If you jump at the correct time with the bomb, you don't have to go up with the portals. It'll blow up and it won't hit your group. But if you jump at the wrong time, it will bomb your whole entire party, and you now see that everybody from Baldi has that debuff on them from getting hit. So, again, if you're gonna try,
alive, right? So Shakib did nothing wrong.
Just heal, just heal. Shakib says as he jumps up and misses the bomb.
Okay, screenshot.
Zyronic, screenshot.
I don't see a selfie cam. I don't see a selfie cam anywhere, so they're doing it wrong.
Yes.
It looks like they're just gonna finish up the boss. This is not gonna be an issue for them that JB goes down at the end. He can even wait with releasing. Okay, it doesn't look like he's waiting, so he's just gonna instantly release. They are moving back, and I actually think they're gonna be dealing with some more trash here in this area because they only did 34%. So it's possible that they deal with more trash. Maybe even kill this relic group here, get the woe buff with the movement speed, walk back. Right? I think that would be. Something that we also see on live servers a lot, just getting that extra movement speed here.
I don't. Oh gosh, I'm not in love with their pathing, what they're doing here. It just like how they've broken up these pulls. And I think that I don't know where Witness Cuties is relative to this. So this left side in this Ardenworld area is typically a longer. You spend a larger portion of your time in this section because you end up getting somewhere in the range of like somewhere between like 45 to 60% of your count, depending on the season in this area. And Witness Cuties going right side, it is a longer. You do end up spending a large portion of time just clearing up that hallway because it's so slow, and so it's hard to compare the two. But I like the Witness Cuties position right here.
Yeah, the fact that they're finishing off this Enraged Spirit by itself is definitely going to cost them a bit of time.
Yeah.
We saw Echo earlier kill that spirit with the Warlords. So in one pool. Lepan actually going down there on Baldi's side. As they had a lot of bolstering stacks on those birds. They did manage to finish them off. And they also have still some time left on that speed buff as well. So yeah, they had to use the battle rest. So no more battle rest for 3 more minutes. It's something they're going to have to look out for. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate bolstering management there on that big pull that they did at the end. Witness Cuties, though, finished off that Enraged Spirit and now dealing with that Warlord's pack, killing off the Woe Drifter again to get that extra movement speed.
I after having them seen them kill that Woe Drifter and just how much time they were able to make up by backtracking a little bit, I do think that route was a lot better than I initially anticipated, just seeing like how much time they were able to save by that. But it looks like now one of their members got locked behind the two of their people got locked behind that Enraged Spirit, and oh man, it's in a bad spot for them. So now they're having to wait for it to pat a little bit further down the stairs, so they're able to move it while pulling some of those mobs that they're trying to group up, so they don't pull this solo like you were talking about.
Yeah. So they are pulling the Warlords plus the relics on top. They need to finish off Woe here. Need to make sure that that's the correct relic they kill to get that spot and then buff afterwards. But because of that unfortunate positioning, as you said, it takes a little while longer for everything to walk in. But the most important thing is finishing off the Enraged Spirit to make sure they're not getting a lot of pulses there. But they have bolstering as well, and of course the Spirit died a lot quicker than those Warlords, so they do have that bolstering buff on them. And this pull is just going to take a while longer. But they're just dragging it along, now aggroing those Bone Soldiers too. So, yeah. Definitely scary on Lepan. And lots of damage on the tank here from those Warlords and the Bone Soldiers.
Yeah. How have you felt about the relic optimization on the side of both of these teams so far?
I think it was fine, right? They always killed Woe whenever they needed the movement speed, and then killed or Vi if they wanted extra damage. So I do think both the teams did a pretty decent job. And now you can see, of course, Baldy just skipping everything. Slip is the fastest one with that Night Phase Soul Shape, so he's the one deactivating that area. Lepan actually getting hit, but as long as he didn't pull anything, he should be able to move forward. He looks like
there are mobs that global combat. If you're not careful, there are mobs that can global combat your whole entire party. But it depends on what was happening to him.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe he also just pulled the Sentinels. Yeah, he did. The Sentient Oils. So yeah, now the Sentient Oils did aggro or snap towards the boss, so they're getting the extra percentage here. It just make a lot of sense. It can be scary because there's so many casts going off. The boss casts, plus you also have the that you have to deal with, so extra damage on a tank. Plus you have to soak these beams, and all of these castings to be interrupted. And it's bolstering too, so if you kill one earlier, the other ones are going to do a lot more damage. So definitely not easy to do this pull, and you can see everyone is dropping incredibly low here as well.
It is a great pull, but you have to be able to pull it off, and it's going to be a lot more boss damage from the Subtlety Rogue to be able to just pump straight into the boss by adding those Sentient Oils. But like you said, it is incredibly scary. This is a big change to bolstering also on this patch, because you are able to pull as much trash realistically as you want into a boss now, since they changed it to no longer bolster. They changed ads to no longer bolster bosses, which was a change that I'm a big fan of. I gotta admit, I love that change. So
yeah, that makes bolstering a lot less annoying to deal with, because you don't have to always think about that kind of thing, and you don't constantly have to think about, oh, we can't chain into the boss because we're gonna bolster and whatnot. So it's a lot more fun when you're allowed to pull trash on top of bosses and get some efficient cleave in. But now we see both teams actually are on the same boss here in that Macagon wing. Except Witness Cuties killed Hakar first, and Baldy killed Dilar Saxa first. And I will definitely say that the Arden Wield wing takes more time than the Hakar wing. So I do think Baldy is ahead here a little bit, even though Witness Cuties is of course a bit quicker on this boss because they reached it earlier. But yeah, Arden Wield is gonna take the most time from all of those wings, especially because they skip everything in that Macagon area.
I think that there are a few optimizations that Baldy has done just with like their initial pathing through the dungeon, their Woe Relic optimization, and then pulling those Sentient Oils into the boss that have helped them kind of gather just a little bit of a lead over Witness Cuties. I do think that Witness Cuties is in a position to where if they have like a perfect run through here, Baldy has a couple more mistakes, because you do see that there is a 3-death differential. If Baldy has just a couple more of those deaths, I think it could become problematic for them.
I also think because as you said earlier in the Ardenweald area, I think Baldi's strategy wasn't as efficient as we maybe saw from Echo earlier. So if Witness Cuties maybe has a better Ardenweald area as well, there's another possibility for them to make up time there. But we're gonna have to see, as Witness Cuties is finishing off the RF pack, and they also killed Woe again. So they're gonna have that movement speed one more time to go to the next area. The only area they have left now is Ardenweald, of course. So they're gonna be walking there. And Baldi still has to do the car wing as well. So I assume Baldi is gonna do the same pull that Witness Cuties just did now to get that Woe again.
That is unfortunate for Witness Cuties. Okay, we didn't pull the drill. Everything's fine. They ended up wasting some time though with those robots that end up like global combating your whole entire party. And I think do they have a death to that as well? Yeah, having one death there, just like losing some of that death differential is not great. And then, like you were talking about earlier, the inefficient solo enraged spirit pull. This is just another one of those things that Baldi we did see, even though Baldi is doing a different route. The way that they were just dealing with the enraged spirits was just more efficient whenever they were pulling them.
Yeah, so this enraged spirit, I think you should just skip, right? Of course, this is their route. Like they planned on not skipping this because they had the Woe buff, so they could have just walked past. But they decided to pull it. So it is their plan. It wasn't just an accident or whatever. But yeah, I do think not killing those enraged spirits, if you can avoid not doing it, then it's always just a better thing to do, just because they have so much HP and it's really hard to pull other things on top. We saw Baldi do that, but it was kind of messy, and they weren't in the correct position because they patrol around, and yeah, it can just cause issues. But Baldi just completely skipping past everything here as they go into the car wing. But they are pulling that first priest pack. We'll see what relic they kill here. I assume they don't kill Woe, unless they want to go to the boss quicker.
Ooh,
yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
My goodness. Oh, oh my gosh, this is such a scary Ignore the bad joke, it's fine. This is actually an incredibly scary pull. You do see Baldi electing to use that urn. A bunch of these mobs are grouped up. They need to make sure that these Deathwalkers die. These are the casters that you have to CC, otherwise they transform. And if they don't end up getting killed off, this could be a problem for Baldi. Other than that, it's just like making sure the Hoodoo Hexers get interrupted on their heal. Aside from that, this is kind of a fine pull for Lapan, making sure that he just rotates through his CDs perfectly. He does have that dancing rune weapon up. His health, honestly, not even moving. And Baldi does this huge hallway pull, and they make it look so easy, Nagura.
Well, the High Priest is coming in. They have to succeed because it's getting bolstered if they don't.
Oh!
Looks like no one's throwing a CC at it. Oh, they're just gripping it in. Okay, they're just bolstering it up.
Interesting.
But they could technically also just, if they succeed now and just wait for the bolstering stacks to disappear, and then they can just cleave it down with the boss. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They're just moving on. It's going to slowly walk into the boss, and then they can cleave it down. No more bolstering that they have to worry about. But yeah, they are in the car already. So really quick run by Baldi here. Witness Cuties now are in the Ardenweald area, but there's a lot of time they have to make up. If you look at the trash differential that they still have to make up for, plus dealer sacks that they still have to kill. So yeah, Baldi definitely looking good. And one thing I wanted to mention is that this is the first Night Fae priest we see. Raph on Witness Cuties actually playing Night Fae Holy Priest, while almost all other Holy Priests so far have been playing Kyrian to be included. So very interesting choice. Do you think it's because it's a Night Fae dungeon and they want an additional person to click the urn so the Warlock doesn't have to do it? Or do you think there's just like really big value for like fairies or something in here?
I think there may be big value for fairies because they're playing that Fire Mage. Fire
True,
Mage
yeah.
With the CDR from fairies actually gains a pretty substantial amount of damage. But at the same time, Boon of the Ascended on AoE is also quite powerful. I think that overall it's not super clear like which one is always better. Typically, the healers are going to default to that Boon of the Ascended because that AoE value is just so high. And at the end of this, we can kind of see the difference between the two healers and how much throughput they were individually able to output. Obviously, it's not going to be one-to-one since it's hard to put like a number on the fairies, but if it's like kind of close, like maybe within a few hundred DPS, hey, maybe that maybe those fairies are a little bit better than the Boon of the Ascended.
Yeah, it's really hard to know the value of fairies, right? So of course, it's the mage's damage that gets increased, and you don't really know exactly how much you're gaining, because it could be a lot, technically. If the cooldowns work out like a lot better, and you get the combustion up for exactly the full speed you want. Yeah, Baldi finishing off car here. They still need 13% trash, so they're gonna have to find it somewhere. There's a lot of things they skipped earlier. They still have an Enraged Spirit patrolling around that I assume they're skipping. But they still have that first trash pack at the start of the dungeon that they skipped. They're probably going to deal with that with the boss after the intermission phase. But that's not enough. They need to find some other trash as well, additionally.
They do have that, yeah. I wonder where they're going to get the count from, because it's not... They do also have that pack at the very beginning of the dungeon that they skipped, too. Maybe that's enough, but I don't think that these two packs...
I think that might be it.
Because
like this pack here, plus the entrance pack, I think that might be enough, yeah.
Because the teams have been getting teleported to there. I don't remember what the exact count is, that you, or the percent that you need to be at before you get teleported back to it is. Is it going to get 13%? I'm not 100% sure on that. Well, I guess we're going to see. I would trust the professionals here, as I have not participated in MDI in a long time.
I think the entrance packs gives like 6%.
Okay.
Or 4. 6 or 4.
Well, we're gonna hope that it's
95, so
we're gonna hope it's 6. What are these? I really hope it is then.
One thing that we saw earlier as well was that the warlocks had to commit their infernal to the intermission image to be able to kill it. So we'll see if Lip gets his infernal back for that, but should be no problem, as they also killed here. And he's already back to like 48 seconds at this point, because Warlock things, right? So definitely should be fine. They both had Vi and again. It looks like they're trying to delay it a little bit, killing the but they probably want to make sure they kill it before the intermission to make sure there's no weird things happening with the mob. Make sure it doesn't like snap or do some weird stuff.
Yeah.
So they need to make sure it gets done quickly.
So, in previous seasons, you were only able to really commit like 1 minute cooldowns to this first phase on Waizala. But with that relic, now you're able to commit even like 130 to 145, even potentially 2 minute cooldowns at the very beginning of Waizala, because you're getting that CDR. It allows you to have more potent cooldowns and not have to sit on them for longer whenever you are dealing with these reflection ads. And Bloodlust is coming out on the side of Baldi to make sure that they are going to get through these ads consistently. It is a 21 Tyrannical. These images do scale with Tyrant. Not many ads spawned from bosses scale with Tyrant this season, but these are some of the few exceptions. Baldi making sure that they're being consistent with they want these Shattered Visages to die. They've popped that Lust, and they're going to ensure that all 4 of them get killed off, hopefully.
I wonder if everyone used Bloodlust, because they didn't pop it before they went to the platform. They popped it on the platform.
Yeah.
So we don't really see, like, we just know that Bloodlust has been used. We don't know if it was on everyone, or if it was maybe only Fired Up who used it and no one else. But interesting. And also one more thing I wanted to note is that relic that they killed was actually a waste on some of their players, because Lip had his Infernal ready as they killed the mob there. So not too efficient with some, or with that last at least. But again, they have another that they're killing off here, and they finish off that last trash pack that they had left at the very start of the dungeon. They also need to make sure they're dodging combo from the boss at the same time. Yeah, that was a very clean trash kill. They still have that Warlord alive that they have to deal with. That is pretty bolstered too, so they're gonna have to watch out a little bit for it. We do have the Enrage Dispel from Fired Up or Shakib as well, if they need it. And yeah, Sela 3% left. Really clean run, but in comparison to Echo, I think Echo was, if I remember correctly, was less than 20.
It was 1842.
18. Yeah.
Which
so
that's a stark contrast. I do think that there are some things that like Baldi maybe lost like a minute in this dungeon to just like minor mistakes. They also had like really bad pathing. They were a little bit slow in their Ardent Wing, so they had not great pathing on that Enraged Spirit. So if they made their Ardent Wing just maybe like 5 to 10 seconds faster, they would have better pathing on that Enraged Spirit, which would have also have saved them another 15 seconds. So I think that there is like a minute that is easily achievable there. But really good job by Baldy, able to secure map 1 in the other side. They had a couple deaths, but overall, pretty good run.
Yeah, very decisive victory for Baldy, it seems like, here in the first map.
Or map 2, sorry.
Yeah.
Said the wrong map.
It was map 2. They did 2-0 them titles.
It seemed that fast, and it's a 2-0 victory exactly for
Playfall's not a
Baldy.
dungeon that I recognize as a legal map.
I believed you for a second there, though. That's the thing. I was like, yeah, it did just feel like a map 1.
Yeah.
It was that fast.
I like to forget Playfall exists sometimes. It's fine.
No one's gonna blame you.
But I think that's a good takeaway from this series. Is yes, Baldy played really clean, right? They played well. There's nothing really to look at the key and be like, wow, that was a bad key. They only had a couple spot deaths here and there, and most of them weren't that impactful. But you do have to actually go in and be like, well, that was clean, but it was 4 minutes slower than what we saw from Echo earlier today. And we always go back to this one tweet from JB from like literally 3 years ago, where he talks about you prepare dungeons for every other team, but then you have to think about what that'll do versus Echo. And if you figure out a poll and it gets to the point where it's clean enough, you have to think, okay, but would Echo be okay with this poll, or would they go even crazier? And
well,
goes to show.
In addition to that, Baldy is the 6th seed. They are the 2nd seed for this group, the 6th seed overall coming into the weekend. We also have Evolved, which is the 7th seed overall, and it's like, what is Evolved going to do in the other side? We also saw Yepers. Those guys have like Race to World First competitors on their team. We know that, like, I think that their consistency was not great in their matchup versus Dwarf this earlier, but if they can get their consistency up, how are they going to do if they have to encounter a DOS? Incarnation also made an insane run in Global Finals last year. They got 4th in the MDI Global Finals. What are they going to do in DOS if they're going to prepare super hard for that? And like, are they going to put up like a world-class level time as well? And so like, if you're Baldy, I think that there's like a minute, maybe a minute and a half that's like easily achievable. They could easily make up a minute and a half there, but is that enough? It's not even just like, how is it going to do versus Echo? Are they going to, like, is that a DOS that is capable of getting like a top 2 seed out of this group? Because this group is the most stacked one we have by a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we're in for a lot closer matches tomorrow, but at the same time, you know, even whatever 2 teams make it out of Group B are still eventually going to make it. They're gonna have to face the teams out of this group too. So you're gonna have to face the reckoning from Group A at some point in the future. But yeah, Baldy looking pretty clean overall, but it looks like it's kind of Echo and everybody else as we check out some of these replays as far as the actual time goes. This was a neat little trick though.
Yeah, it was weird because as cool as it was for JB to grip the Mammoth here, it's like, you could have just levitated everyone at the start of the key. But you know what? Whatever, we'll give him the clip. It looked cool doing it too. And then, of course, they take the gateway on the Mammoth, so only one player has to click it. Now, This wasn't exactly a full-on clean run from the Baldy guys, right? This death from Fired Up right at the start of Dealer's Ixa here, on a higher key level, maybe even on a fortified key level, this probably would have killed the poll for them because their tank wouldn't have been able to have his cooldowns up for the entire poll. And would have been an issue for them. But the fact that you have a Destro Warlock that's capable of pretty much soloing the trash on his own is pretty useful. Now, again, 21 Tyrannical, so the trash dies pretty quick, but still pretty impressive to see that Destro can do 200k DPS after the nerfs and essentially solo that pack on his own. But then, of course, we want to cover this as well, because this is something that we started seeing in the Great Push last season, but teams are starting to integrate this into their MDI-style pulls. We saw it earlier today from Echo, and the Baldy guys did it here too. They're snapping those Sentient Oils up into the Mana Storm's lair, and this actually helps out with your single target focus damage from both the Destro Lock, actually all 3 DPS. Get a lot of extra damage from this, because it lets you funnel those AoE classes into more single target damage. Snapping is something that we don't see that much, too much in Shadowlands, but in the few spots where we actually see it being used, it's pretty impactful.
Absolutely. Oh. Well, hey,
wait, we have another
curious, here's what Snap Pull means. It's a pull that utilizes clever line of sight and positioning to make enemies teleport to you. There you go. That's the obvious one. But did you know it's also a pull that breaks your tank and team in half? That's true.
I've been there. I've been there.
See also Angry Toast Atal Dazar.
Do you know the lore on that one, Doa?
There you go. No, I wasn't playing as much during that particular one, so
There was a specific route for Atal where somebody went the tank went left side and pulled a bunch of the trash that nobody ever wanted to really pull, and they would MD the tank. Like they would have like a hunter or a rogue, and they would like misdirection the tank or tricks the tank before they would run off to the side, and then they would pull Razan, and Razan then would snap every mob plus the tank to the boss, and it was an incredibly cool pull.
We saw someone. It was Angry Toast.
It was our lowest-seeded team, and they did a double snap, and everyone was like, "Wow, that's cool!" And literally every top team integrated that into their route afterwards.
That's crazy.
From the lowest-seeded team.
Bring it back. Bring that dungeon back.
Agreed.
Maybe.
A Tal'Dazar? Maybe.
Would love a Tal'Dazar.
I love the Tal'Dazar.
I never saw that one, but
Freehold.
I did.
I'm in on Freehold.
I don't know about
Bring
Freehold.
it back. I'm in.
I don't know about that one. Well, it was a 2-0 for Baldy
Freehold.
over Witness. I wasn't as much of a fan of it, but that's one of the cannons, right? Like that's one where my.
That's Tal'Dazar.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking Tal'Dazar then, because that was one my teammates would always.
Yeah, I didn't like Tal'Dazar.
Never mind. All right.
We hate Tal'Dazar in this house as well. Yeah.
Freehold is
okay.
Okay. All right. I had my dungeon names mixed up. Yeah. Now you see where I'm coming from.
Oh, I understand that one.
There you go. Baldy with a 2-0 victory over Witness Cuties. So, maybe do we have a chance? Now, did Witness Cuties have to win this one in order to go on farther, then drop down to possibly face their guildmates? Or is there still a chance in the lower bracket? I guess there's still maybe a chance.
There is still a chance that both Witness Cuties and Apes Together Strong have to win 2 matches. They have to win their elim match tomorrow, and then they have to win the elim match after that, and then they can meet. But it is a very difficult task. Yeah, let's look at this. It is a very difficult task for them to be able to meet there. Yeah.
Okay, well, Apes Together Strong just have to beat Dwarf this, and then Witness Cuties just has to beat whoever drops down from Evolved versus Incarnation. And that, no matter who goes down, that is probably not going to be very easy.
And the issue is, like, just to put it into context, it's the 24th and the 18th, or the 24th and the 19th seed. Those 2 teams are.
Yeah. So
I want to see it happen, though. I believe in it.
It would be cool, but we'll see. I mean, now I suppose we can kind of look ahead to our next match too: Evolve versus Incarnation. Like, we've seen Incarnation a ton in things like the Great Push. We've seen great play from them in that particular event. How do you think they're going to do today, though?
I do think it's going to be interesting because Incarnation is usually a team that performs incredibly well in the MDI and also TGP. But this time around, their seed is 18. So they didn't try that much for the time trials compared to how they usually do. Probably because it was so close after the raid came out that they just didn't have the energy to put so much time into it. But they might have changed their mind now for the actual tournament. And Evolved being the 7th seed, they think they're playing against a 19th seed, but I don't think Incarnation is actually an 18th seed, right? Like they're playing much better than that if they want to. So I do think this game can be really, really close if Incarnation, did actually try and practice a lot, which I think they did.
I mean, it's one of those things too, where you do well enough to get into the event, and then then you put in all the practice, right? Because there's been a little bit of time since the qualifier.
I feel like we focused a lot on Incarnation, and we haven't really given enough credit to Evolved for being an insanely consistent team as well. Like, a lot of their players have been in past MDI Cups and done pretty well, getting high, top 4 placings very consistently. And none of those seasons were seasons where Shelly got to bring out his Warlock, except for last season. And every time it happened, he played insanely well. I mean, all eyes on Shelly for the next matchup, I think.
But one thing, though, that I saw in one of the dungeons, Shelly played Rogue and Maskin played Warlock.
Really?
So he wasn't even the one playing the Warlock.
Shelly.
Well, we'll find out soon, because we will be back in just a moment with Evolved versus Incarnation. Don't go anywhere. The final match of the day coming up here on the Mythic Dungeon International in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe here, along with Tettles, Dratnos, and joining us once again is Matt, Mr. X Morello, as well. I see you've all kind of color coordinated. Like, Tettles has sort of a beige thing going on. Dratnos has elected to go with the color blue, and Matt has a bit of a maroon thing going on. Was this planned in advance, or did this just sort of happen? No, really?
Dratnos tried to convince us to wear blankets today, but
that's true. Yeah,
I didn't have a blanket on hand. Yeah, there you go. That blanket actually kind of is closer to color matching than
I brought mine too.
Is everybody about to get a blanket but me now?
My Green Bay Packers colors ones. Actually, little Susie made this for me for my birthday.
I have my 5-pound dog's blanket behind me, but that won't really cover much of me.
Wait. Okay. I was wondering if the blanket was 5 pounds, but I realized your dog was probably 5 pounds, right?
Yes.
Right. All right. Because I was like, why did you weigh your dog blanket? But I get it now. It's all becoming clear.
You don't do
I
that?
usually don't.
You know, just
Unless
weight
it's like a weighted
randomly?
dog blanket.
Yeah.
You know, weighted blankets are popular these days. I don't know. Well, get comfy in whatever sort of like clothes or blanket or fabric is around you right now, because it's time. You love that segue. It's time to go into Evolved versus Incarnation.
Pretty sure
that's right.
Broken.
I've been broken for a very long time.
It will be a good one. Incarnation is looking pretty strong here, but remember, Evolving has evolved to become Evolved. They finished evolving at this point. But what will their final form be? We're gonna find out what dungeons we're going to too. Looks like Evolve banning Halls of Atonement, and Incarnation did ban Tazavish. Gambit leaves us with Spires, Plaguefall, and Theater of Pain.
I'm not surprised that Evolve banned the HOA. That's the Incarnation staple, where they'll just bust out some random stuff with their strategy. They were the people that implemented the triple shard pull in the global finals whenever people
I remember that
didn't really think that was like a doable pull, and so I'm not super shocked
there
that
it is.
they were.
There it is.
Dude. Yeah.
They're so on the ball with these. All right. Do you want to read this one, Tettles? Go ahead.
The majority of the trash count in Halls of Atonement is near the start of the dungeon. Instead of just slowing down MDI teams, they just pull it all in one go. We even tried to increase the key level to no avail. See also Bear Pull and Warlock DPS. Mostly Bear Pull. Let's be real here. It is a Bear Pull.
There's Bear Pull. Okay. Yeah. All right. So the Bear Pull, a pull where the tank gathers an abnormally large number of enemies for the group to AoE down. Yep. These high-risk pulls are often calculated. However, many bear pulls originated in full YOLO. Do we have a card for that?
Bear does not need to be. A bear does not need to be present for there to be a bear.
Pulling its heddles.
I gotta
go, man.
All right. Falling over in some novel and crazy way. All right. Defending, putting Echo as a dark horse.
They were a second seed. They were a second seed.
Never forget. Never forget. Second seed is not dark horse. Second seed is like almost first seed. That's almost like the best.
No, they were a second seed out of their group.
Not the favorites.
They'd only won the last 4 MDIs before then, so.
But they were a second seed out of their group.
Who could have seen it coming?
Doing great for Dark Horse today, by the way. Dominating their 2-0 match. So certainly a team to watch. Maybe just might go far in this tournament. We'll see.
I believe it was also Incarnation getting rid of the Gambit, which like they were 2 minutes behind Evolved in terms of the trials. And from what we saw, I believe in the Gambit earlier, with the fortified, bolstered Goliath one-shotting, I think probably on the 24, they definitely didn't want to deal with that again, especially after not having like as good of time trial run.
Probably true. Gambit's kind of erratic in that way, and that like that room with the Murloc, not room, the big open area with the Murlocs, the Giants, like somebody's gonna die. We saw, I think, a combined total of like 18 deaths across the two teams when we saw it earlier today. So
might have been more than that. I think across both teams, I think it was more.
I feel like I looked at it at the end of that segment. It was like 7 for one and 11 for the other, but I could be wrong. I'm not a numbers guy, believe it or not.
And then the Halls of Atonement, right, was a 24 fortified Sanguine Grievous. I mean, that's a nasty one. A nasty combo. Not that a 23 Tyrannical Plaguefall is like easy with bursting, but I think you take your chances with that over the Halls.
Well, you can't skip it too, right? Wasn't Plaguefall our first one? no, Spires is their first one.
Spires
Yeah,
is
Spires.
the unskippable,
Yeah. Spires. Well, there you go. Spires of Ascension, Evolved versus Incarnation.
I'm looking forward to this one. This is two teams that have some really, really great players on them. You can see Evolved. They have Shelly there, known for Warlock gameplay. Really made Warlock look really good in a lot of seasons when basically nobody else was playing that class. And this season now everybody's playing it. Meanwhile, Incarnation, they actually have a Zuna on Warlock. Zuna was a player for Team Ambition the last time we saw in the MDI, but came over here to join the other 4 members of Incarnation for this one. So that's the stage being set here as the first pull underway now for both teams.
Yeah, and they're both pulling pretty similar packs, right? It just looks like Evolve starting a little bit lower down on the stairs, giving them, I guess, a little bit more kind of room pathing upwards with the Sanguine, as opposed to, looks like Incarn kind of going the opposite way. That was, I believe, a Stormy knocking, I think it was Dorky up in the sky. That got a little scary.
Yeah, that was almost a disaster there for Dorky, who's probably used to playing Goblin for Goblin Jump on the live servers and does not have access to that on that Dwarf. Does need to be careful. They have managed to deal with this first pull, and even though they pulled up closer to the top of the stairs, which it looked nice at the start, they are ending up dealing with this pull a little bit after Evolved, who are already now making their way into the second pull of the dungeon. So already Evolved have gained a little bit of a lead here at the start.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer for, like, Evolve to get those mobs down the staircase. Like, they're quite slow here, especially, like, with the range casters that you gotta, like, kick and then move in. But I think it gave them, like, a better path upwards with the Sanguine, as opposed to kind of having to path down like a U towards the bottom. So, looks like Evolve gonna be dealing with this, gonna grab her here, reset some of those cooldowns going into the boss.
Yeah, where Incarnation also choosing to go with the kind of the default choice that is made in pulls where there's not a reason to pull something else. The is particularly nice because it is less threatening. It just does that slam and it makes your tank take some extra damage, but it doesn't teleport around, shoot DPS players, or do a cast that needs to be interrupted like the Vi and the Woe do respectively. So a little bit easier to manage generally, and the buff is just always really nice. Health regen, cooldown reduction, really good in combat, and really good to help you get ready for your next combat.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Evolve ends up pulling that a little bit towards the end into the boss. It's a little bit safer for them because they still have that Divine Hymn up, where I believe Yuumi had to use it on the pull prior, where, you know, Dorky kind of got knocked up into the sky, where you don't have that big healing cooldown, although Blood DK doesn't really need it most of the time. So they're their own healing cooldown in a way, being able to just heal themselves through pretty much anything.
Yeah, this boss, you can kind of see we have the runic power tracked for the Blood DK.
Yeah.
No matter what their health is looking like, if that runic power bar is looking healthy, they're probably fine. It's when you see them at like 30% health, no runic power, that they're actually in tremendous danger and they need a lot of help. So the 4 set and the amount of haste we have in this patch makes it generally fairly easy to maintain both the health and the runic power resources, even in really high-level dungeons like this one.
And this fight and a lot of pulls in here, I feel like a lot of the dungeons so far we've seen are great for Destro, but like this pull in specific, right, with, you know, being able, you see the Chaos bolts just flying at both targets. It looks like Evolve going to get through this boss a little bit faster here than Incarn. Incarn at about 30%, so they've actually made up a little bit more time than I thought.
Yeah, the first pull, I mean, you know, we're still looking at 0 death runs between the two teams.
Yeah.
Evolved have this split at 342. I think they've probably gained something like 30 seconds in this first part of the dungeon, that's quite a lot of time to gain for the same exact pulls and bosses as the other team, right? That's something that is probably pretty worrying for Incarnation, but definitely not out of it just yet, as Evolved are now looking to set up a pull.
I'm trying to figure out what Evolve is trying to do here. Okay, so they're gonna... Oh, is he gonna... yeah, I believe he kind of misdirected to the tank. They're gonna go all the way down with these mobs?
They pulled from the other side as well.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna grab all of this stuff. The turtle needed to be used there, because when those hats come out of stealth, they'll stun you, so you need to immune that. And then, yeah, misdirected and pulled everything, and now they have all of the trash in this entire platform from both sides, basically, in this AoE. You can see Shelly just ascending there with those Rains of Fire and the Survival Hunter pump as well. Beautiful Shining Force is going to move all the mobs out of that Sanguine puddle, and this is textbook management of that Apex.
Yeah, they've done an excellent job and probably bought themselves a ton of time on this pull. And I mean, could you get a better pull, right, for Destro and Survival, just stacking up those mobs on top of each other? Pretty much just Chaos Bolts, then Rate of Fires coming out from the Warlocks. Now, we'll see what Incarn decides to do. It looks like they have the Warlock gate set up on their side, so not going to pull from both sides, or at least from what we see here.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be... Oh, no, they went and pulled the other stuff, and then they just ran over here. So they're going to be lining in this spot instead. It is still, I think, all of the same enemies, but yeah, they are a minute behind, and they are going to do it in this different spot. You can see one of the unfortunate things there, those skirmishers just instantly jumping away as soon as they're getting in close.
Look at this pull from Evolve, by the way. I mean, you're going to get both of these Goliaths. The first pack, you're probably going to get the next pack flying on in, right, as they kind of path this way as well. So those Goliaths, if you miss one of those interrupts on those fists, it is pretty much GG for the group here. But looks like they get so they're going to get some health back here rather fast.
Yeah, that is a very powerful effect to just keep you up in the middle of these dangerous pulls where, you know, there's some raid damage going out from some random casts, especially depending on how well your tank has everything fixated on themselves. But they have really done a good job of managing that. Now they're just finishing off that last Goliath into this last Ether Diver as well. Meanwhile, Incarnation still mopping up this previous pull. Looks like they're running back towards the first boss room now.
It's a little bit like the pathing we talked about, you know, on that first big pull they did, right? Where they kind of like pulled it all the way to the Angel and then kind of worked their way backwards, where they pulled all the way to like the kind of the Flight Angel here, and then now working themselves back, where it looks like some of those mobs definitely had to get healed by the Sanguine, as you see Sanguine at the top of the healing charts. It looked like probably they could have gotten caught in that corner and had no knockout.
Yeah, something like that does happen with the skirmishers. They can be pretty uncooperative when you try to move them, because they are those ranged enemies that will be pretty happy to just throw spears at you. But Evolved are now going into this big pull. This is generally a pull where they'll use that Kyrian Spear if they do decide to get that far pack of Ether Divers, which doesn't look like they actually are doing. Those far patrolling Ether Divers aren't coming in just yet, so maybe we aren't going to see a Kyrian Spear committed to this pull. Instead, they're just going to deal with it using their damage cooldowns. That actually does look like what is going to happen here. Shining Force, again, great technology against that Sanguine Affix.
Yeah, now you saw the PI used there, I imagine, on Shelly on the Warlock, be able to pump some extra damage in, as they have really pulled ahead here, as looks like for Incarn, we have an Angel out there, Angel form activated, so take a little bit of a look at once we get through that pull for them. But man, Evolved looking so good here in the early stages.
Yeah, Evolved just need to navigate this Sanguine Affix, kill off these last few enemies. They do now have that Ether Driver patrol in. You can see the Boon of the Ascended is pumping out some healing here, keeping everybody alive as those last Ether Divers now beautifully getting kited and taken care of. And they are now ready to skip past this little 2-pack. You can just run around the side here and avoid pulling either of those mobs. And then you don't get the Angel for the flight here, but if you just jump off at mount speed, you'll actually land in a spot where you get pulled up to the next platform. You need to make sure you are mounted and you jump before you get off the edge, though. Otherwise, you'll just get pulled back to your old platform.
Otherwise, it was useless.
Yeah.
You are hitting a point, though, in the dungeon where the hard trash is starting to get out of the way for Evolved, right? Like, you know, the packs that they've kind of already dealt with are some of the hardest packs, because towards the end, you can use that woe to kind of skip all the way to that third boss and maybe avoid some of that. So looks like maybe some players didn't really kind of end up, whether it's in that shroud there, could have been like a kind of a rogue Braum pull, so to speak, where it looks like there's a few players that made it on through.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how they were in combat. Maybe the patrolling 2 mobs got them in combat or something, or maybe they just ran too close to an enemy. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. Some kind of proc or
because I believe Braum, if you're targeted, will like do either it's like a heal knockback or something. So you might have had somebody end up because you know, Alex is playing Kyrian here, so could have potentially ended up with that.
Definitely a possibility. Yeah. Now they are into that second boss, though, and they have opened up this lead against Incarnation. They're 15% trash count ahead, and they're already working on this boss, while Incarnation still clearing the platform before this boss. So probably something like 3 minutes now in favor of Evolved as they get that buff and are just going to keep on blasting Ventinax. they have those two puddles spawned right next to each other as well, which is going to make it fairly easy to dodge these projectiles during this recharge phase.
Yeah, you have to make it easier on the Warlocks and the Holy Priest here with not great movement abilities with some of those puddles where you can kind of give them the space needed where they have this boss, pretty far down in terms of health, right? At 40% already. Probably get a little bit of the next phase and just kind of be on towards, that third boss where, they have opened up a huge time, which is kind of crazy as well because Incarn doesn't have like a lot of deaths, right? They haven't wiped. It's just kind of seemed like some of their pulls taking a little bit longer with that Sanguine in effect.
Yeah, I would say it's just not as clean, but there's not been any disasters. There's not been like one specific pull. It's been just like every pull has been a little bit worse, and it all does add up as the first death of this boss fight is going to come out here for Evolved, I believe, on their Rogue. The other two deaths were of course during that skip. They are going to commit that battle res. They do have another one available, both teams on one battle res for the next 9 minutes or so.
Yeah, and Masking was one of the players that died on that pack when they were trying to do the skip, so he actually ended up proccing his cheat death then, so not having it here for the boss, which is pretty unfortunate, as it looks like when they were just trying to do that skip, something happened, took two players out of, put two players into combat. So it looks like they'll be able to deal with this boss and then move on. Most likely you're looking at a woe skip coming up next for Evolved.
Yeah, so there's the Hellion that they'll be able to get to that does generally have a relic pack there. So often it's a good idea to collect that woe, especially on the live servers, and then you can just skip right ahead to the boss. However, in an MDI setting, teams may elect to do something more ambitious with their time rather than just fighting a single mob for a woe relic skip.
Do you think they would probably pull two of these packs together?
Well,
not all the way up the stairs? They
are unbelievably dangerous enemies here, so
yes.
I'm not sure what they're going to want to do. We know they don't have Shroud for another couple minutes, so I'm actually very curious. I have no idea what the answer that the teams will have settled on is going to be for this season in this area of the dungeon.
This, this one mob right here is pretty difficult on its own.
Yeah.
Not fortified here, right? So tyrannical, but still, pulling it with this next pack, it looks like that's what they're going to do, which this could be a pretty dangerous pull.
Yeah, this is indeed
see everybody's health
scary.
chunk down pretty quick.
You can see the Boon of the Ascended doing its best to keep everybody alive here. They're going to have a nice Ascended Nova to top them out of it as well. That weapon getting knocked on the ground by the Dispel, too. Very important to make sure you do that to keep the tank alive, and a DPS player can go pick it up for some extra damage at some point. The Divine Hymn now going to take everybody over the finish line here as these Hellions are nearly dead. Now, I think they still need to go and pick up that Kyrian Spear as well. One of their Kyrian players needs to go and get that done. Probably their healer. Yeah, you can see the healer ducking off to go and grab that spear while the rest of the group are going to go and get the next pull ready.
And they still have, yeah, they're going to use the gate here. Well, sometimes, those mobs kind of at the top of the stairs get a little funky with some of their casts, and AoE do kind of put you in combat, which I know on the live server can definitely hurt your run. So it'll be interesting as they just kind of pull these mobs around the pillar. It's pretty standard from what we even see on live. So they're going to get their count above 80% here.
Meanwhile, Incarnation are going to finish off the second boss, so their boss 2 split a minute behind, and their boss 1 split another minute behind. So they're only 2 minutes behind here. That is not insurmountable. That's like one wipe on a boss, and they'll be right back in this thing. But Evolved certainly in the driver's seat right now, and if they can handle this boss, they basically only have they'll have some trash that they do need to take care of before they can head upstairs, and they'll have those 3 angels that we'll see which order they decide to do those in, or if they want to do all 3 at once, which is definitely something we've seen teams try, fail, and succeed at.
Yep.
And then they'll have the last boss, and that's it. So the dungeon almost over here already for Evolved. Not much time left on the clock for Incarnation to claw this one back.
Well, like you said, Incarnation is only really like one mistake behind Evolved, right? Like they're going to be able to try and do that pull that we just saw Evolved do. I know it's getting the woe and then skipping to this point. If Evolved had a death here or some kind of, whether it's like a wipe, a setback, they're in a lot of trouble because then Incarnation can catch up. But after this, Evolved will probably just need some of the mobs from behind them right now, get behind that pillar, and then, like you mentioned, go up top and finish off those angels and get to that final boss.
Yeah, that's going to be a fairly short affair if they do it correctly, but it's very dangerous as well. This whole area, especially those 3 angels, even when it's not fortified, even when there aren't other affixes like Grievous interacting with those mobs, they are still just so deadly. It'll be interesting to see where Evolved elects to use their Bloodlust as well. Typically, if you see 3 Angels, that's where you're going to see the Bloodlust and the Kyrian Spear. But it is tyrannical. Maybe they'll try and find a way to get some extra value on a boss encounter instead.
And Incarn still trying to get down this Goliath and the Hellion as you see Junkrat get really low. Looks like they do get woe, so they're going to get the damage reduction. Just got to finish off these 2 quickly and then get up the stairs, make their way to that 3rd boss. But Evolved getting it down rather quickly. And I think they probably do invest the lust to try and get those Angels down, would be kind of my guess. Whether it's like the 3 alone, the 3 on their own, or because really, on that boss, I guess the 2nd phase would be your lust time as you kind of pull that final boss here in this dungeon.
Yeah, good gateway. So looks like now they're looking to potentially move towards their next pull. At only 81% enemy forces, they are going to need to find another pull before they can head upstairs.
They could grab this pull, these relics in the front here, because there is that one pack that does have relics right there. Yeah.
The danger here is you do not want to Sanguine Heal the boss. Under no circumstances will you be killing any mobs under this boss before it dies. But the boss is about to enter its recharge phase, right? A couple more blasts and it'll be out of energy, and they'll be able to have it rooted in place. And then as long as they can be careful, they can do some good cleave onto some trash. That's exactly what they're setting up here. You can see that's the last bolt that the boss can fire, now entering the recharge anima phase, and they're going to actually spear this bolt. They're spearing it off to the side, but I think this is only their first spear of the dungeon, as they are also cleaving down the main boss. They do need to make sure none of the orbs are going to reach the boss, but you can see Shelly, or you can see the camera catching that the balls aren't close.
Yeah, they get back. And that Warlock Gate buys them the separation between the boss and those balls to give them the time to cleave some of these down. That is a really nice pull there from Evolved.
These 4 mobs all have dangerous casts, though, and you can see it looks like what they chose to let off was actually a heal, so the mobs are going to stay alive for a little while longer. As long as they can keep this under control, they should have enough damage to finish it out soon, but you can see those Greater Mending casts, just so many different casts. Beautiful Shadow Fury from Shelly, though, is going to keep them all from getting the cast off, and Shining Force will serve 2 purposes there, both an interrupt and displacement out of that Sanguine Puddle.
And it looks like Incarn has actually chosen to go the opposite way. Instead of doing this towards the end of the boss, they've actually done it towards the beginning, which could get really dangerous, right? If you end up dropping some Sanguine pulls right underneath the boss, give him even a little bit more health back, it could be really bad, as you're gonna lose 2 players here.
No. Yeah, we have Junkrat and Yoda both down now. 1 battle res is available, but that's 1 fewer than they need, as Azuna also going into his pod tender. So Incarnation may elect to continue this boss fight. They are certainly losing a great deal of time on it. Meanwhile, Evolved getting upstairs, ready to decide how they want to attack these 3 angels. Looks like a misdirection's coming out, and so all 3 are getting pulled all at once. You do have 1 more spear, I believe. You can see the Bloodlust is deployed, and there's that Kyrian Spear as they now blast all of their damage into these mobs. They need to kill them very quickly, because if they don't, they will instead soon die.
Rain of Fire can definitely do that. Shelly is above 100k DPS at the moment. And I wonder on the Incarn side, I wonder if they actually thought the boss was going to, going to regenerate a little bit early, because it looked like when the poll came in, they were trying to line it up with the first one where he calls the orbs in, but it ended up not kind of lining that up right, where you ended up getting some of those mobs in for an extended period of time right before. But Evolved going to deal with those angels. I mean, that is just that is a really tough pull to do, and they made that look easy.
They've done it. They've killed all 3 at the same time as well, which is very important. Otherwise, they will full heal and you will die also. So they made that look pretty easy, actually, but it is not anything of the sort, as they now get started on the last boss here, Devos, while Incarnation just barely getting under 50% on the boss before. They are going to be losing a lot of time on this split, and they need Evolved to somehow wipe probably multiple times Devos at this point, which is not impossible. It's not a free boss or anything, but
no.
I think it's one of the easier ones in this dungeon compared to the difficulty of, especially when you're pulling trash onto some of the others. So we'll see.
And they're going to try and stack here as well with the 2 range in the party, right? With a 1 range, the Warlock. You're going to try and have those kind of run throughs hit that back wall so they can get as much DPS onto the boss as possible. And we're already going to go into that first phase here shortly, when they're going to have to throw the spear. I know I've been in plenty of groups where the spear throw ends up being an issue, right? The boss just moves at an inopportune time, but looks like Incarnation's still working on that boss down to 19% at the moment. Like you said, they would need probably maybe even 2 wipes here on Devos to make up that time.
Yeah, that is again still not impossible. Evolve do have to play this fight well to escape here, and on Tyrannical it's such a long encounter as well. These spears do a lot of damage, but you only get 2 of them, so you do need to do so much of the boss's health. This phase in particular takes so long. This between the 2 spears, you have to do so much of the boss's health. Before
this is when you would typically see like a Lust on live if you're not going to do all 3 angels at once. But these groups just have so much damage potential with all their players, even with the Holy Priest doing a considerable amount of damage now. And even the dot that goes out during that phase, right? Like, it's pretty healing intensive, where the Holy Priest can deal with that better than some of the other healers in the pool.
Yeah, especially because they have the Mass Dispel as well to just completely trivialize it at the end of the phase or in the middle of the phase if the phase starts going long. You've also got Warlock, Destro Warlock. They can pull out an imp on this fight and dispel themselves, which is really nice for both the downstairs and like the spear phases as well, right?
Cloak of Shadows is great here too.
Yeah, so really a great group comp against this. It's mostly going to be, if the Hunter gets targeted by anything, the Hunter is going to be the one that gets dispelled. Hunter is going to be the one that gets healed, and like everybody else is going to be fine. You got a Warlock, you got a Rogue, you got a Tank. Like they are not going to be dying.
You can definitely see how tough this phase is, though, in terms of boss damage. Like, it has lasted a considerable amount of time, longer than that first one.
So P1 lasts for a minute or until the boss reaches 70% health. But P2 here lasts until the boss reaches 30% health. There's no timer to bail you out of that. So if you're on a high tyrannical key, P1 is always capped at that 1 minute, but that means that you have even longer in P2 because it has more health in that phase.
And at that point, if you don't have Lust, you also don't have the benefit of any of the relics at that point, right? They've pretty much worn off. So you are pretty much just your DPS cooldowns and burn as fast as possible. But now when the boss comes back down 17%, they are in the home stretch.
Yeah, Incarnation working on that triple angel pull. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull it off, but interesting is all it will be for Incarnation because they will not be able to claw this one back from Evolved, who've had a fantastic run in this dungeon. Even though the timer looks pretty long compared to some of the other dungeons, this is a long dungeon as well. There's a lot of stuff going on here. On 23 Tyrannical, really long boss encounters too. That boss is going to be going down for Evolved as the Triple Angels do die for Incarnation, so credit to them. They made that really hard pull work out. And Evolved will take the first game in the series.
And really, the difference is like really minuscule between these two sides, right? It was really just those 2 polls that lasted a little bit longer on the Incarnation side that separated these 2 teams in this dungeon.
I forgot how bad Sanguine is in this key.
Yeah. It's rough. Victory for Evolved, but kind of victory for Sanguine the Affix as well, claiming another victim, as it were.
Well, it's so difficult, especially at the beginning of the dungeon, where if you LOS some of those ranged mobs, and then they kind of come in and start standing in the Sanguine, and you use things to knock out other mobs out of Sanguine, you have nothing left. It's you can't really do much at that point.
Well, because you're kind of saving that stuff for things like interrupts and like more important things, And so if they're stuck in Sanguine, you're like, all right, well, run away. I guess.
It's you can't really kind of leave Sanguine to that though, because you see how much longer it makes some of these polls. And
well, even with like a Blood Decay and like you have potential for like Shining Force and a lot of like mob control with that stuff, Sanguine in this dungeon can just be such an incredibly large time sink. We've heard teams talk about it in the past. Like Sanguine was, I think, the affix for one of the TGPs that we had, and I remember the teams that were talking about Spires of Ascension. They're like, "Oh my gosh, it's just costing us so much time." And then whenever we were looking at it from like an MDI perspective, it's kind of a similar feat where we have Evolving here. They're doing a great job of getting all of these mobs grouped up. They're utilizing a lot of that that utility that I was talking about to make sure that Sanguine isn't going to cause problems here. And then whenever you take and you go and look at it from the side of Incarnation, just the exact same pull, it's so easy to see just how quickly it can go wrong. Because look at how Evolving moved those Goliaths. They move those Goliaths right on that recharge. They get them out of the Sanguine. They grip the mobs away from them, or they knock them away right as they start to die. Where for Incarnation here, they accidentally have like some of the Ether Divers die. Growl ends up going down on that Priest. You see him in the Angel form. This isn't even like the worst part. The worst part is by far just those mobs getting stuck underneath those Goliaths, the Sanguine pools healing up those Goliaths during that recharge phase. You see the Ether Divers dying like right, both of the Goliaths. Two of the Goliaths healing to full. We hate this.
Each have their own personal one.
That's when you ask, yo, can we drop the key? Can we go out and go again? Because that is an unfortunate situation. Incarnation just has like a couple of other issues. Again, it's just Sanguine related. Sanguine is so hard in this key. It's really hard to express. Just look at this Justicar. It's just spam casting. It should be dead here. And then you have a Greater Mending that goes off, and it's like the Ward and the Justicar are still alive. And it's mobs that are supposed to be dead. 30 seconds ago, Yoda dies. I think Junkrat also ended up dying on the pull. They had 2 people die on that pack. Evolving was able to do the triple angel pull. They looked great. They popped Lust and had Spear for a pull that we've seen teams sometimes do without either Lust or a Spear. And Evolving ended up just looking way more consistent and practiced with their Sanguine strategies in Spires of Ascension.
Pull with the double Goliath. There's just so many mobs with just different HP pools in there that like if you kill them and then the recharge, like, which is actually like they got the worst timing probably imaginable there with the Sanguine in the recharge. I mean, that adds a considerable amount of time, right? Because those are difficult mobs to get down on their own as is. And then you kind of give them a heal from where they were at, about like 50% there, like back up to above that. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, even on Tyrannical, they have a significant amount of HP. So when it all comes back and you have to do it twice, that's going to add seconds for sure. So to me, this feels like a series that Incarnation can definitely come back in, right? Because it was those types of things. It was like small, fixable, dare I even say like bad luck things from time to time. And if you don't have that kind of thing happen next run, we could have something a lot closer. You know, Evolve still looking like the better team at the moment, but we could maybe see it going to a third dungeon. We'll see.
I mean, it was super close. I think, you know, like Ted was mentioning, like, I think it's just kind of cleaning up some of the pulls. Like, it was the first pull where they pulled everything up to that first angel. They kind of lost some time there. The double Goliath pull that we just watched. And then the one with that third boss, right, where they tried to pull in some of those extra mobs as well. That was a tough go, where those are a little cleaner. I mean, that one probably goes right down to the wire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you guys think about it, but I'm pretty sure that 23 Plaguefall on Tyrannical Bursting Volcanic is right up Incarnation's wheelhouse for a dungeon that they have a high chance of being successful on, I feel like.
Yeah, we can't forget as well, the Spires was not bannable. I have a suspicion that it had it been bannable, it may have been banned.
Maybe.
But both teams, actually. Caught 2 bans.
We'll see, though. Yeah, we're going into a Plaguefall now after that. Halls of Atonement, of course, was banned. I think cleverly by Evolved, given how Incarnation has really owned in that dungeon in some previous seasons. I think that's one that I wouldn't want to give them compared to some of the others in this. So yeah, the Plaguefall, like you said, I mean, this is definitely another one where Incarnation might be able to make something happen. But, I mean, they are pretty far seated below Evolved in this tournament. We think of them as this team that, you know, they took a cup off of Echo last season, but it's possible that they are not in as good of a state as they were back then. So Evolved are looking to close the door here and send them on down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I also wonder how we see either team fit the Necrolord in here. Whether it seems like today it's been like the monks to be able to bring the Necrolord in. So I wonder if we see either the Brewmaster or the Windwalker come out from either side.
Or both. You never know.
Yeah, I think that finding a good Necrolord has actually been an interesting question for these teams, you know, that are looking for a way to do it. So we'll get to see that soon. I think that the Monk is definitely a solid chance. I know that both teams have people that can play Monk. But whether they'll choose to and whether they'll do it as the Brewmaster, the Windwalker, maybe the Mistweaver.
What do you think about Necrolord Frostmage?
Yeah,
We talked
not
about
a bad way
that a little bit, yeah. Because we saw, I believe, we saw Fire Mage in the last Plaguefall. Obviously, you wouldn't run Necro with the Fire, but for Frost, you would run Necro with like a Bone Mage type build, which possibly.
Hear me out. Necrolord Frost DK from Dorky, and then flex like Yoda into tanking, who has tanked MDI before, right? Frosty DPS DK, that's Dorky's like actual longest term specialty. So could be an opportunity for it.
I could hear how this goes down too. Dorky it's not even something that's pre-planned. Dorky before the key goes, Yoda, log onto your Demon Hunter. Yoda goes, why? you're tanking. I'm DPS and I'm playing Frost. And he just,
it's my time.
and then he has a breaking point. Growl in the back goes, wait, what did he just say?
Yeah, I mean, we know they're experimenters, but I mean, Frost is pretty good right now, to be fair. I don't know how great it is for keys as compared to like Raid, but I mean, if you're looking for a Necro, it's an option, I guess.
I mean, I think Frost has gotten kind of overshadowed, with the way things have kind of go, but it's still probably legit. Is it MDI legit? Well, maybe we'll find out, but remains to be seen.
It's better than Unholy.
Yeah, Unholy actually really quite strong for like single target boss encounters. Like you're looking for a good DPS spec to use on Jailer that not a lot of people are using. That's one for sure. But for MDI, not sure I would recommend it. I think the Frost is the way to go if you want to be a DPS DK. Unfortunately, we aren't going to see that from either team. We are going to see the Windwalker out of Evolved. That's going to be their choice for Necrolord. Meanwhile, for Incarnation, I don't see if anybody has a Fleshcraft on them. So
I don't see
Dorky
either.
Dorky is playing Necro.
He's playing A-Bomb Limb, yeah. Okay, so that's how they're going to go about getting their Necrolord, which is interesting. Because most of the Blood DKs, I think really all of them we've seen have played Kyrian for the Covenant ability there with the Dancing Rune weapon, where I guess you do have the Holy Priest, so like the survivability is still good, right? It's just going to demand a little bit more kind of healing out of Yuumi, a little bit more, kind of looking after Dorky a bit.
I mean, before this season, Necrolord was kind of the go-to. Just if you only were going to play one Covenant, you'd play it.
Yeah.
Some people played like Venthyr in keys as well. But now with the Covenant legendaries, Kyrian gets a nice bump, but it's not like Necrolord is bad or anything. And the Necrolord Covenant legendary is also really strong. It's a 20% damage increase during your Abomination limb. So you actually do a lot of burst AoE while that is active. So it's definitely not a bad way to get your Necrolord buff. But Evolved have chosen to instead do it with the Windwalker, which is also a great candidate to play Necrolord Covenant, as we do have our first Angel of the game coming out for Incarnation here on Prowl there. Unfortunate turn of events as Azuna is also down now for them. So they aren't even going to have enough battle reses for both of these players. We'll see who they decide to get back up. Probably needs to be the Priest to heal through the...
It needs to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually get, I believe it was like a Woe and an there with the double relics at the end. They still have them up as well. As Evolved, they ended up pulling all the slimes. They ended up getting an Urn of Vi they actually went with here on the first boss.
I think Incarnation should reset this boss at this point. I mean, the boss is at 75% health. You have a DPS player dead, right? That's going to be something like a 30-year damage. I don't know. Maybe at this point now it's safe to keep it going. But I think as soon as that death came out, it would have made sense to just reset it and go again with your player back alive. But they are going to keep it going and just have 4 players take care of this. But again, that means Evolved are going to be jumping to an early lead, as they already have Globgrog down just 2 minutes and 29 seconds into the dungeon, blazing fast.
Just look at the damage that comes out from Shelly there, right? Like when you lose your Warlock, I mean, Warlocks have been, if not, they're number 2 at worst in terms of damage that we've seen thus far with Survival Hunters. You're missing a ton of damage here. And especially when you pull those slimes in, there's such a great opportunity to just AoE those down and just farm shards.
Yeah, now to be fair, at this point for Incarnation, the AoE phase is over, right? So the Warlock probably wouldn't be adding quite as much as had they lost it like right at the start of the pull, but definitely still something that
it probably would have helped. It probably would have helped get the relics down a little bit faster because Woe and were up for a bit.
the other problem with this fight is you have increasing amounts of these oozes spawning. You know, you have trap, blind, and then you had banish, but you don't have banish anymore because your warlock's dead. It's like, what are you going to do about these slimy smorgasbords that are now coming towards the boss? You're going to Shining Force one of them, it looks like, and Dorky's running towards it. Maybe he's looking to start a nice long loop around the edge of the room. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Binding Shot is now going to be deployed, but Globgrog's still at 30% health. The problem with this is if you commit a lot of resources to running away from that smorgasbord, you're just going to get another one spawning because Globgrog's health is too high, and now that blind is expired as well. And Globgrog heals back up to 38% here.
It looks like they might get another one that comes in too.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have blind. Blind is a minute duration, 2-minute cooldown, so it does not have full uptime. They are going to put the Psychic Terror on there, but that is, again, not a very long cooldown either. They have to run away from this. 28% on the boss. They've gotten it down to 20. Oh, nope, back up to 44 here for Incarnation. I don't think they can kill this boss at this point. I think it's...
Yeah, it looks like they may just be trying to move back to reset it. So, yeah, as they reset that boss, they kind of had to go all in, right? With how well they know Evolved is like playing at this time and like how clean it is. They probably felt like they had to commit everything to get that boss down, but they're going to move back, reset it, and then they're going to get the res onto Asuna and get a clean look at it.
Yeah, that's again, these sorts of decisions to make on the fly are really, really tough.
Yeah.
Incarnation, they will get a second shot at this boss with 5 players alive, with an extra banish. They'll have more than enough resources to get through that. Meanwhile, Evolved already on this mini boss through the gauntlet here, already at 48% crash count. Shelly actually playing that Kyrian Warlock that we saw a team use earlier in Gambit as well. So we are seeing, again, so many different Covenant choices for these Destro locks. Really cool to see the different abilities that they're bringing here. That Kyrian really strong, especially for when you've got these bosses that are spawning ads that you can cast Scouring Tithe on and just get 5 free soul shards. Really big value for amping up that single target tyrannical damage on a spec that normally struggles with that.
Yeah, we've seen 3 different Covenants today just out of the Destro lock, and it looks like Incarnation, maybe they were actually trying to get, are they trying to get another set of relics here by pulling the boss and then backing out and then kind of keeping this mob and maybe getting another sack? But it looks like Dorky is just going to actually die here as well, as looks like they're going to have to make their way back to that first boss again.
I don't think any of this was part of the plan. Yeah, I think
no, I don't think this is. Yeah,
one of the characteristics of these MDI dungeons is one disaster can kind of cascade, and you can get yourself into this point where it's like, okay, now we're pulling the same boss as earlier, except we don't have this encrypted buff, we don't have Bloodlust, we don't have Battle Res, we don't have our cheat deaths, right? And so
you know you have to make up tons of time, right?
Right. This thing that like you barely had enough to deal with before, you're now not going to have anywhere close to enough. As you can see now, they've accidentally pulled some stuff on the skip back in as well, so they're going to have to die again. Dorky jumping off the edge here, swimming around. The Hornet, looks like the Hornet's actually going to reset and not kill him down here, and he's just going to have to die slowly and agonizingly in this sludge.
Yeah, as Evolved, you know, gonna get the Plague Bomb down. Dr. Ick is already at 35% as they are flying through this dungeon. They did a really nice woe skip from that, you know, first boss all the way towards this, you know, area with the tentacles, and then the plague boards at the top of the stairs. Is they are flying through this dungeon right now.
Yeah, they have so much count as well at 62%. They really don't need too much less or from the rest of the dungeon. They only need to get to like 80 something before they go downstairs at the very end. So they are doing a great job here. They're not going to have to backtrack at any more mobs or anything like that. You have to finish off this boss before that bomb explodes, but they are not even close on that damage check. We have actually seen Baldy, I believe, miss the damage check on killing the boss before that explosion. So credit to Evolved there. A lot of single target damage coming out. I have to imagine that some of that is coming from Shelly's Kyrian Covenant. I think that's looking really compelling to me in any of these dungeons that have ads on every boss fight, which is both Plaguefall and Solia's Gambit. It looks like every single boss fight has these ads to tithe.
Yeah, because you're not really, you know, in the kind of like AoE phase with Warlocks, you're not really worried about like the Covenant ability. Like if you had Soul Rod, I guess it adds a little bit more damage, right?
Yeah,
with that, but like Rain of Fire just does so much on its own that like it's almost overkill at that point. Like know, when you're above 100k DPS, do you really need that much more?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, it's not, you know, night and day, but it definitely does seem to me like it is a couple extra 1,000 single target DPS from that Warlock, which, you know, that is valuable. It's not going to be the decider on this map. Of course, what's going to decide this map, unless something goes horribly wrong for Evolved, is the Incarnation, Blob Grog, you know, 10-minute boss 1 split in the dungeon is just too much to recover from, but Evolved still have to close this out strong if they want to take this win. And this dungeon is by no means free from this point. They are not putting the brakes on either, as they are pulling both sides of this trash. I think I saw somebody running ahead as well. I wonder if the boss is going to be joining this party too.
Yeah, it looked like they had one player run ahead. I thought they were going to pull the boss on top of this. Maybe they're waiting for, you know, some of those stealthlings to come out or maybe see how that first cast goes, and then grabbing the boss on top of it to not kind of pull their attention in multiple different ways.
There it is.
But yeah, now after that first Deathling comes out, yeah, then the boss gets pulled.
You can see they have one ambusher trapped over to the side there, preventing that from joining the pull. The ambushers are actually some of the deadliest ones here. They'll cast that ambush and do a lot of damage to your tank and anyone near them. And then they make all those stealthlings too, which are either distracting or they don't distract you because they don't notice you, or you don't notice them and then they kill you. So it's one or the other with them.
Yeah, and you know, getting the going into this phase, right, where they have to spread out, run a little bit, definitely helps in terms of the healing check here. But really, you know, the Holy Priest, I mean, the Holy Priest with like 15k damage. It's something you don't really see on live that much. But you know, with the boon of the Ascendant, the Mechanico Soulbind, right, being able to kind of lower that cooldown, and just with how many mobs they pull, right? You know, the boon is just so great at those large AoE mobs in terms of healing and damage. And Blood Decay is so good, like self-survivability, that the Holy Priest is really, you know, even after, I believe, the buffs before 9.2, right? They get a damage buff, a flat damage buff. Definitely helps them and pushes them into the meta pretty solidly.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the damage they do is good. The Mass Dispel is great. But the healing, the survivability they bring to the group as well. There's a lot of pulls that they are just making so safe compared to the way the other healers are operating right now. That being said, Resto Shaman that we saw earlier out of Team Dwarf this was also looking really good to me. So yeah. I'm excited to see if teams are ready to bust out more healers. The thing about healers is, even if there's a healer that's like good because it does a lot of healing, often you can make it work with another healer and just live, right? Just have people healthstone and stuff if they're taking a lot of damage. We got healthstones now this season, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if there's going to be some more experimentation, more opportunities to see stuff like that Resto Shaman in dungeons that suit it.
Yeah, because, you know, Vesper Totem's cooldown is pretty low, right, with Mechanicos as well, so that's going to be the third boss going down for Evolved. You just don't have anything on the Resto Shaman. I mean, you know, you have a Earthen Wall, but like you don't have anything like a Guardian Spirit, right? That, you know, you can just put on a tank and it's almost like another cheap death, right?
It's such good synergy with the Blood Decays as well, because Blood Decays, like on pull often, especially if they are going into a pull that they don't have Rune Weapon up for, which is pretty rare occurrence for the Kyrian DKs, not as rare of an occurrence for the non-Kyrian DKs.
Yeah.
Is something that you do, like, if you can survive those first 5 seconds of a pull, especially if you're struggling to gain threat, you're vibing after that. You're good. You've got the resources you need to stay alive. So just going into a pull with GS or calling a GS whenever you actually don't have a Death Strike and you need one is a really, really nice synergistic healer package.
Yeah, especially here when you're running like the Necro version of the Blood DK, right? You're not... you just don't have as much like runic power at the start, where you may need a little bit more help. That's when the Guardian Spirit can be such a helpful addition. As you know, taking a look over on the Incarnation side, it looks like you know, they've kind of just moved past that first boss, going to maybe try their hand at Dr. Ickis. So keep an eye on what's going on there. But Evolved already at Margrave is they are looking really clean in these first two maps.
Yeah, and this time is looking so good. It's hard to compare directly to previous seasons because, of course, the Keystone level's different, the seasonal affix has a very different impact, but this is a fast Plaguefall run coming out from Evolved for sure. This is the kind of thing that should put, I think, everybody in this tournament on notice of what can be done here. And I definitely, especially, so, we've got Baldy, Echo, and Evolved that are all looking so good in this tournament.
Yeah.
Only 2 of those teams will be able to come out of this, plus whatever of, Yeppers, Incarnation, whoever can string together a lower bracket run, right? So only 2 teams making it to Global Finals. You're going to have to beat, if you're not Evolved or Echo, you're going to have to beat them to do it, and you're going to have to be able to beat ones like this, which is not an easy thing to do.
No, and playing in that last chance tournament is something you don't want to end up doing, right? I do want to say as well, Evolved had great timing on killing there.
Yeah.
Can be a problem at the beginning of this because you have to do the tank soak, right? So if he does his slam inside of the tank soak, it can be pretty dangerous for the tank in that type of situation.
You want to try and bait it outside of the spawn. It does line up with the first spawn cast, but you can stand outside and bait it and then move in. Or if you're playing a Blood Decay, you can just Icebound Fortitude and not get stunned and tell your healer to heal you. So a couple different options in your toolkit. Pick whichever sounds best to you.
You guys are going to make it hard on us healers. Everybody just pins everything to be a healer mechanic. We
call Guardian Spirit. It's easy.
Everything just can't be a healer mechanic. So looks like Evolved actually got through that second phase of Margrave really fast as well. I know the AMZ down helped the healer a little bit as well, as and don't have Bloodlust for this final phase, but you still have a bunch of just damage cooldowns coming up now.
Yeah, this last phase, I always feel like this one's kind of easier than the others because you don't have the tank ads to deal with. You do have to dodge the tentacles though, which is scary, but it's a different kind of difficulty, and it's you have the ads spawning as well, so you get a little bit of extra pad that you can do. You get a little bit extra resource generation potentially. And yeah, you can see Margrave's Stradama now dropping sub 10% here for Evolved. This run is not going to be quite sub 15 minutes for them, but it is going to be dangerously close. They are going to take this series 2-0 over Incarnation and stay in the upper bracket.
Yes, they played really clean today. I think a lot of their pulls were just, the timing in terms of whether it's interrupts or, getting mobs down, especially on that first one on the Sanguine. Really clean runs from Evolved. There at the end, you mentioned you don't have the tank ad, but with the not great mobility from the Warlocks and Priests, it could be very dangerous for those 2 classes, but able to get that boss out of the way rather quickly.
Yeah, quick 2-0 from Evolved. Incarnation, though, I mean, we know this is
so whenever we saw Baldy in here earlier, they placed a 16-20. Obviously, Baldy had a couple of minor errors in some of their runs, but I think that this matchup tomorrow that we're going to see between Baldy and Evolved is going to be quite close, and it could even just be maybe even map dependent between the 2 of them as to who's going to be able to be victorious.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, too, Incarnation, this is a team that we know is a good squad. They've performed really well at things like Great Push and stuff in the past. So, certainly a threat in the lower bracket. But, when you take the kind of wipes you do on this map the way they did, you're just not coming back from that,
That first boss has claimed the lives of many groups and many people. And the moment that they had to reset the boss because the smorgasbord hit the boss, it's okay, well... If you're doing a live key, you were literally zoning out of that dungeon. You're all right, we are running that into action.
You are all in at that moment in time. If you're continuing to pull that after, you've had both relics wear off, you've lost 2 players at this point, don't have the battle res.
This is the end. You're done here.
Yep.
And I mean, there's nothing they could really do, right? They only have so many cooldowns to knock out of the way, only so much room to just pull the boss. Dorky tried to go around the outside here, but then had to bring it back to where the boss originally spawns. It's just very difficult to do.
Yep. That's I mean, anybody knows. You don't have to be an MDI player to know the frustration of that big mob inching closer and closer to the boss. Somebody's got to have something, but eventually you run out of it, and that's that.
Yeah, yep. In a normal setting, like Tettle says, the conversation is probably so you guys want to do the 22 or, do something else, right? Where not really much of an option here.
Yep.
So does anyone need this for score or?
Yeah. Exactly, yep. Well, Evolved 2-0 at the end of the day, and I'm looking forward to seeing the bracket, because it's going to be interesting to kind of look forward to tomorrow, because only 4 matches today. Tomorrow things start to kind of really ramp up. People start being eliminated. It gets much more hype tomorrow.
I think that Evolved Evolved looked really good today. I think it
sure.
also the Shelly diff there, allowing him to play that Warlock main, is going to help them long term. That matchup between, like I talked about earlier, Baldy and Evolved,
that's gonna be nuts.
I feel like that could be a really close matchup, and I'm not exactly sure who's going to even come out of the group as the top 2 teams here.
I mean, you gotta think Echo is gonna be one of them, right? I mean, with how well Echo played today, and they're just getting started, like, I mean, it does seem like it's Echo and everybody else, doesn't it?
I think your dark horse for this weekend, Doa.
No, that's Tettles, man. Like, my dark horse is Whitney's Cuties. Sure, I'll put that out there. Yep.
Don't be dumb. They're clearly the favorites. They're the number 1 seed in this bracket. Don't be dumb.
Can we get do we have a definition card for dark horse? So I think we need one of those. I think.
Dude.
Yeah.
I think Incarnation, you're going to see a much better performance out of them in the losers, elimination bracket. Like, we know the type of caliber of player these players are, and I think you're definitely going to see a much better performance out of them tomorrow. That first boss, tyrannical, right? If you don't get it down that first time and you've committed, cooldowns and lust and whatnot, you are in a difficult situation regardless of key level.
I like
oh, there we go. Dark horse, the opposite of whatever Tuttle says. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Incarnation definitely have to be the favorites against Witness Cuties, but I don't know if I'd have them as a favorite against any of the other 4 teams that are still in the upper bracket. One of those teams will be sent down to play against the winner of Witness Cuties versus Incarnation. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be a scary first day for them. But on the other hand, nice thing about the double elimination tournaments, you don't go home at the end of day 1, no matter what, right? You always get to play day 2. That's going to be our schedule for tomorrow, right? Is those first 2 upper bracket matches, and then 4 back-to-back eliminations in the lower bracket.
Right.
How many back-to-backs is that?
I said 4 backs. I was counting.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. There you go. I mean,
is 4 backs like a front, or is that like a?
No.
You've gone so far back, you're in the front now.
It's like going all the way around the Earth or something like that. Yeah, if it's round, sure.
Well,
you can drop some science on us.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, there you go. Is there even a chance that Evolved and Incarnation might face off again if Evolved gets knocked down? Are they would they go to the top or the bottom?
They would get sent to the other sides of the lower bracket from each other.
Would be unlikely
so they would play
to happen.
Lower finals at the earliest.
Right.
We do have the tomorrow going to be the addition of Court of Stars. Court of Stars wasn't in any of our maps today, but it is coming in tomorrow. So you can see matches 5 through 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 through 10 tomorrow. Yeah,
nice counting.
Well, if you have a look at there, you can see there's some Court of Stars in there. It's never map 1, so it's always bannable, right? We can't ban map 1.
I was gonna say,
we've made sure to put Court of Stars not in map 1. So if there's a team that really does not feel comfortable in there, they always have the option to ban it. But then other teams get more freedom in their ban against those teams.
Also, you have the odd scenario where one team just assumes the other team's going to ban Court of Stars, and the other team assumes they're going to ban Court of Stars as well, and then all of a sudden nobody has banned it, and now they have to play it. So maybe there will be a situation where a team doesn't want to use their ban on it, thinks another team will, and they'll have to. I'd love to see Court of Stars, fortified Sanguine Court of Stars, with some of the things like the courtyards and whatnot.
Yeah.
Isn't great, but a lot of probably the same line of sight issues that we kind of saw on Spires happen in Court of Stars.
Yeah, there's the Infernal affix as well, so something a little bit different to worry about. No Eye of Ajara to worry about this weekend, so the Seagull isn't going to come into play, but you still have to deal with the affix at least.
The Seagull affix, that's the Season 5 affix, by the way, for anybody that...
I was going to say, the Seagull's the real...
Duck's the Season 4 affix, but the Seagull's the Season 5.
There he is!
And birds, yeah.
Just birds in general are the next affix. It's like you thought dragons were scary, and no, here comes the birds.
Infernal's actually so cool, though. I love the concept of this, and then
it is fun.
You grab those Infernal cores, and you get to deal so much damage for a little while as well. Very, very cool thing to see. And in Court of Stars as well, really helpful for taking out those bosses that can be notoriously very difficult, although probably not on the low-key level that we have it set to.
Yeah, just a low 21.
Just a nice balmy
casual 21.
Easy 21.
No big deal.
Teams did
29.
Teams did 29 during TGP last season. Aster Y won TGP with the 29, yeah?
Yeah, so 21, easy. Could do it with
free,
blindfolded, right?
Yeah.
After the show, go do one on live. Yeah. Well, you can't, but whenever it comes around again, then go do it. Yeah.
Remember this moment in a few months, and then go do it on live.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. Someday when it comes back again. I mean, how important is it really on the boss? Oh yeah, like you can go sign up for the Last Stand trials and have a chance to earn the encrypted banner of the Opportune, which is great to use right after your tank rage quits the key and everyone's just standing there. You just throw that banner down and everyone feels great about themselves. Trust me.
It's just like, I wasn't the problem. One of you scrubs, but look, I have this banner, so therefore I can't have committed any mistakes. So
exactly.
Ever rethink the blame assignment you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't use it at the start of keys. You only use it.
You don't want to let people know. You want them to start
No.
blaming you so that you can have it as an ace up your sleeve.
You want them to have no expectations of you going in. You don't
You
want to
triggered my
set the
trap
bar that
card.
you might.
Yeah.
You don't want to set the bar that you may interrupt some things. You may knock some mobs around. You want to keep the bar low. That you're just there to just hit the buttons and nuke the boss.
It's true. Dropping that flag absolves you of all mistakes you may or may not have made in the dungeon.
Does that work in raid?
That's true, but
does that work in raid
is.
as well? I really need to know.
Raid?
You could try it. I think so. I think it's still active in raid. Yeah.
There was a jailer hole incident for me last night. I think I needed to slam the banner down.
I saw that. It was before you'd even
Slam
pulled
the
the boss
banner.
for the first time. You were already in the hole.
Can you not out me? Can you not out me like that, man?
Like,
I don't know.
he was
who
limit
decides
testing.
Anyways,
Don't be like
whatever.
Tettles. This is what happens when you don't have the banner.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is
Well,
what
you
happens
can
when I don't have a
also.
banner? I wish.
I mean, you could enlist the aid of the divine as well.
Yeah, Mira's there, the outside support coach player for Echo, putting up the tweet before going into their first series of the day. We'll see if that carries them through all weekend.
Yeah, I think they'll probably be fine throughout this weekend.
I think they'll be okay. I've got good
I'm
feeling.
excited to see Dwarf this tomorrow. They won their first map today. Our LFG buds, they end up losing the next two and find themselves in elimination. But it wasn't, their pulls were actually quite clean. So I'm excited to see them play. I believe they play Apes are strong together in that first round. So that should actually be pretty close.
You got the grammar wrong. It's apes together strong. Apes are strong together is like the proper way to say it, but that's not the way that apes say it, man.
Sure. I mean,
No, but it's like
so.
apes together. We're strong.
Apes together, comma strong.
Yeah.
Still not a complete sentence.
There wasn't a space for a comma.
There
We
you
don't
go.
allow
They
commas
needed-
in team names.
Yeah, forgot the comma.
Yeah.
We don't
No
allow
special
full
characters,
sentences
please.
as team names. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well,
Exactly.
I think it's about time to wrap up the day. But before we do, any final thoughts from? We'll send it. We'll send it around the group. Tettles, final thoughts on the day.
Overall, this group is quite competitive, and I suspect that tomorrow we're going to see more of that competitiveness show up, especially once we have these teams that are a little bit closer seeding-wise. I think I have an expectation that Incarnation is going to kind of run the lower bracket, and that's all I will even say, because I think the rest of it's kind of unknown for me, what I think is going to happen.
Your dark horse, as it were.
I think no, I do not think that they're my dark horse, but maybe.
All right. Well, Dratnos, final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I'm colder on Incarnation than Tettles is. I think that this weekend is so far looked quite rough for them. So I'm not sure that they'll. I mean, I think they can have a good shot of winning their first game in the lower bracket, but I think there's still a good chance they're going home before the end of tomorrow. I've really liked the look of course, Evolved looked so good there, but also Yepers. That team looked very solid too. And yeah, like you were mentioning, Dwarf this having moments of really solid looking gameplay too. So all of those teams, of course, Echo obviously going to be my favorite, but I think there's that competition for that second spot out of this group is looking intense.
It'll be tight. Matt, anything to say before we close it out?
Well, no, I kind of agree with Dratnos in terms of like how the competition is shaped out this far. I also was pleasantly surprised to see like different compositions and different stuff tried out today. Like we saw like Resto Shaman for a bit. We saw monks, whether it be Brewmaster or Windwalker. We saw the Vengeance Demon Hunter. a lot of different things today, even some different covenants across like the Warlock class in general for like different dungeons and different types of damage they need to put out. So I'm excited to see if, as we kind of go on throughout the weekend, if there's any other creative compositional stuff we see.
I'm sure we will. I fingers crossed for Enhancement Shaman. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much, but I'm not going to give up either. Don't look at me like that, man. It's time to close the show. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will be back tomorrow again with 6 matches, so it's going to be even more Mythic Dungeon International coming at you. So until then, play some WoW, be good to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.